Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into brand new what if story. What if Bella discovered Jacob was her wolf? Here's a quick summary. Bella's growing bond with Jacob takes an unexpected turn when secrets about his true identity begin to surface. As danger threatens them both, Jacob must choose between protecting Bella and revealing the truth. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. Bella Pav. The meadow doesn't look like it should, doesn't feel like it should. It is cold. Where is the sun, the flowers, where is he? I slumped to the ground in despair, the pain gripping at my chest, halting my breath so they came out sounding strangled. I can't keep going, I can't think, I just don't want to be without him anymore. Leaning forward, I braced my hands on the ground, choking, gasping, the wind tangling my hair messily around my face. Tears streamed from my eyes and I was too tired of it all to even wipe them away. It was all starting to slip away, everything that mattered, everything that I cared about. It didn't matter what I did, I couldn't keep him, them, anyone. My stomach began to churn and my head began to spin, that sickening feeling threatening to overwhelm me. I leant forward and squeezed my eyes shut, desperate to stop my head from spinning. Bella. I froze, I think every single part of me stopped, even my heartbeat, my breathing, everything. Please don't let it stop, please, anything, God, anyone, don't let it stop. Bella, open your eyes. This was it, the moment, the drug I craved. I can't move, can't break it. Please. Bella, run, Bella, please. Isabella. What? No, who? My eyes snapped open and I lifted my head, blinking from the tears and hair tangled in my eyelashes. I saw him then, standing not 4 feet from me. His eyes pierced through me and I inhaled sharply as I saw the brilliant red. As I pushed myself up, he advanced forward, feline, graceful, lethal. I scrambled back and he dropped to match me, crawling forward until he was between my legs, his hands now on the ground either side of my body. I knew I was going to die now, the same way I had known when James was pressed against me in the ballet studio. They were the same. That was probably what drew them together. It wasn't just my blood he wanted, it was my fear. I felt the seconds tick by. I should be dead by now if it was just about killing me. I looked him straight in the eyes and calmed my breathing. I flinched as he moved his hand to my face, then the sickness flooded my mouth as he stroked my hair back from my eyes. His hand ran down my face and neck, trailing his fingers over my pulse. It was the way he used to touch me. This wasn't right. My sense of dignity took over. Killing me was to be expected, but this I wasn't tolerating. He moved forward, pressing himself against me. Oh God, he was aroused. This was disgusting. Ket in a large breath and shouted out, "Get off me, you beep." Pushing uselessly at his shoulders with my hands. He cocked his head to one side, looking at me quizzically. His mouth opened to speak, then his head snapped back and he jumped up as if he had received an electric shock. He began stepping quickly backwards, staring at the trees behind us. All sense of self-preservation went out the window as I turned my back on the bloodthirsty vampire who seemed to be planning to beep and kill me to look at what had apparently frightened him. I squinted, struggling to make anything out of the darkness between the trees. A sound behind me made me turn and I saw him now several paces away from me. As I watched, his eyes widened and he spun, starting to run at his inhuman speed. Snapping my head back, I went to squint, then realized I could make out the shapes of several animals coming out of the trees. They were huge and for a moment my mind struggled to work out what they were. 2 crouched and then sprung forward, running furiously at a pace that was as inhuman as the vampire, tearing off after him. The other 2 came forward to where I was still sprawled on the ground. I was breathing so fast my chest was beginning to hurt. One stood back, looking in the direction the others had run. The other animal came very close and I froze for the second time today. Its coat was long and I felt the hairs brush my arm as it got closer. I could hear the panting sound of its breathing and I held still as I felt it sniffing me. I was trying to remember what Charlie had said about holding still. Oh, but hold on, wasn't that for bears? Does it also work for oversized wolves? It sniffed by my neck, nudging my hair out of the way, then turned its head towards the other and let out a whine. The other wolf then crouched and sprung in the same way, running after the others. I glanced down looking at the brown hair, or was it fur? And watched as it carefully moved its paws back from me. The huge animal moved itself as if to leave, and in that split second I looked up. My eyes locked straight into the deep brown of the wolf's left eye, and suddenly, everything and nothing in the universe made sense. I felt my arms trembling as they began to move of their own accord, pushing me up towards it. Oh God, I was moving. Don't move, bears, but no, I have to touch it, to feel it, to love it. I placed my trembling hand on the fur, its eye didn't move from mine. There was a howl in the distance, and then in a blur the wolf was gone, charging in the same direction as the others. I watched as it tore away, powerful and strong. I pulled myself up, glancing around. What the hell was I doing here? What kind of craziness did I call my life? Hold on, why am I not crying? I began moving myself off towards the path, trying to work out if somewhere on my adventure I had lost my sanity as well as my bearings. I stood in the shower for a long time. My mind played over the strange events of the day whilst the water attempted to clean away the remains of my misadventures. I was a mess. The palms of my hands were scratched and scraped, as were my elbows, my knees, well, pretty much everything. Not counting the time I had spent scrabbling around on the ground in the meadow, I had also fallen down a lot trying to make my way home. What had I been thinking? Why was I hiking around in the woods and alone at that? I could barely make it down to breakfast without hurting myself in some fashion. Yet no, leave it to Bella to throw herself not only to the whims of Mother Nature and all her blasted tree roots and slippery moss, but to the mercy of horny human blood-drinking vampires and now packs of giant horse-sized wolves. Oh yes, that's me all right. What would Charlie think? Oh God, Charlie, what have I been doing? What would he have thought if anything had happened to me? I've already put him through Lost Bella, and Zombie Bella, and Drunk Approaching Bella, and Motorbike Bella. Well, not that he exactly knows about the last two. I must be making him feel like the worst father in the world. I shut off the water and hurried out, wincing as the towel scuffed against my sore skin. I have to make it up to him. Maybe everybody else. Edward doesn't want me, but Charlie's always there. Hold on, did I just say his name? I stopped halfway through putting my leg into a pair of clean sweats and promptly tumbled over onto the floor. I did, I said it. I put my hand up to my chest. There was pain, but it was more like uncomfortable heartburn than soul-destroying, father-destroying agony. Father, Charlie, my dad, had been in pain, because of me. Hold on, what was I thinking about before? Bella, did something fall? Charlie's voice called up the stairs, interrupting my confusion. Just me, I hollered back. I jumped up and hauled on the rest of my clothes, rushing down the stairs, missing the last one and barreling into him as he hung up his jacket. I threw my arms around him and squeezed as hard as I could. Hello, Daddy. Charlie stiffened and cleared his throat. Bella, have you been drinking? I laughed and turned my head up towards his face. Nope, just thinking, I stated, putting the stress on the th sound. I just wanted you to know that I know I must have been a bit of a handful for a while and that I probably made you feel uncomfortable. Charlie shifted his feet a little and turned his eyes away, but brought one arm up around me and sort of gently bumped my shoulder with his hand a couple of times. You don't need to say anything, Dad. I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I'm going to try and get my head together a bit better now. He ruffled my hair and rested his chin on top of my head. Bells, I know it can be hard being young, but I err. It's okay. I pushed away a little from Charlie before he got himself too flustered. I know he doesn't like the emotional conversations, and that, Daddy, might have been a bit too much. Probably a lot too much. I'm not even sure where it came from. Anyway, it's special make Dad a great meal night tonight, so what would you like? Bells, can I just see your eyes again? Charlie's eyes narrowed suspiciously. I scowled softly at him. I have not been drinking. Well, then, if you're good, steak would be great. There's a game on, unless you wanted to talk some more. Charlie crinkled up his forehead, apparently finding the thought of continuing this conversation very unnerving. Nope, I'm good. Do you want to invite Billy up? I could make extra. I smiled warmly. But what about the whole Jacob thing? He whispered the last bit as if he was scared of upsetting me again. My problems are my problems. They shouldn't get in the way of your friendships. Go on, give him a call. The smile that crept across his face was priceless. This is what I wanted to see. He deserves to be happy. He almost skipped to the phone and dialed furiously. Billy, you're missing the game, and Bella is making a stakes. Yep, I'll be there in 15. Nothing more needed to be said, that's guys for you. He hung up the phone, keyed me on the forehead and dashed out the door. I pulled the stakes out and set to work. This is what needed my energy, making Charlie happy, getting him together with his friends, not freaking him out. Maybe everybody else did leave me, Jacob, Alice, Edward, I said it again, and yep, just heartburn. But Charlie didn't. He looked for me when I was lost and was there when I was hurting. Charlie loved me and that was enough for now. Well, almost. Somewhere there was a giant wolf that had protected me and looked at me and sniffed me. Okay, those are crazy people thoughts again, Bella. Definitely time to make the stakes. I was putting the final touches on the dinner as I heard the cruiser pull up. I got out 2 TV trays knowing that otherwise Charlie would feel obliged to sit down at the table. Charlie came in pushing Billy's chair just as I was about to take the trays in. I wasn't sure whether to look at Billy. I'd been bugging him a lot this past week, probably making him feel as bad as Charlie. After all, what Jacob chose to do with his life wasn't under Billy's control. Maybe Billy was as worried about him as Charlie had been about me. I walked over with the tray and gave Billy a bright smile. He smiled back. That was a genuine smile. It creased his eyes at the sides, so I knew it wasn't Billy's fault he'd been caught in the middle of teenage issues. This looks great, Bella. No wonder your dad looks like he's been gaining some around the middle, Billy joked. This started some general joking and taunting between them, so I brought Charlie his tray and retreated back to the kitchen feeling pleased with myself. I put some bits on a plate for myself and went to sit down. I had the oddest desire to eat outside, and after popping my head in and seeing that they were both fully engaged in the game, I pulled on a sweater and took my plate outside, sitting on the steps at the back of the house. I was pushing the food around the plate, not really hungry when I heard a slight rustle from the bushes near the trees. I could feel my heart thumping in my throat. Then I chastised myself, it is probably just a damn squirrel. What am I thinking about? It was a wolf. It's not going to pick up the phone book and look up my address for a house visit. I heard the rustle again. Okay, I'm truly losing it now. Maybe I should just go inside and ask Charlie to drive me to the nearest institution, of course after the game is finished. Then I heard it, really quiet, the same whine I had heard earlier on today. My skin felt like electricity was coursing through me instead of blood. It tingled all over. Before I knew it, I was up and moving towards the bushes. Wow, I really have no control over my own body at the moment. I tiptoed closer and could make out the huge shape in the darkness. It was almost completely hidden, lying down on its belly with its head on its front paws. Hey, I said quietly and made a little wavy finger movement. I then bowed my head in shame. I just said, hey, to a big giant wolf and waved at it like it was a 3-year-old. What was it someone said about being a danger magnet? I really just keep asking for trouble. The wolf tilted its head against giant paws and kept looking at me. It let out another quiet whine. It sounded like a hungry puppy. Wait, hungry, I wonder. I walked back and grabbed my plate from the steps. I put some of the food in my hand and held it really flat, like Renee had showed me when she went through her horses phase. I knelt down carefully and held my hand out. The giant tongue slurped across my hand, tickling as it went, and I giggled like a child. I sat down more comfortably and continued until every last piece was gone. Each time the tongue brushed my hand, I shivered despite not being cold. Suddenly the giant head raised and I jumped back a little, uncertain of the movement. It pushed my shoulder, edging me in the direction of the house. At that moment, the door flung open and Charlie called out to me asking what I was doing in the dark. Feeding a squirrel, I said hesitantly, moving towards him. Charlie shook his head and let me know that he was going to drop Billy home. I turned back to the bush, but my giant wolf was already gone. My wolf, I liked the sound of that, and smiling, I went inside to wash the dishes. I blinked a number of times, stretched and turned to look at the clock. Wow, that had been a great night's sleep. Normally, the nightmares would have meant that I would wake up with a pounding headache. But today, I felt refreshed, energetic, and alive. That was a nice feeling. I sat up and looked at my window. Then I looked at my room in general. I realized that I had avoided looking at everything recently. It was as if I hadn't been seeing anything, at all, for quite a while. I hopped out of bed and began moving around humming. I opened up cupboards and drawers and realized that not only had I been letting my head get in a mess, my room was in a pretty bad way too. There was a light tap at the door and Charlie popped his head in. "I heard you were up. I'm going into work for a bit, there's been some trouble with the hikers." "Okay Dad, be safe," I beamed him a wide smile. He nodded and pulled his head back out. I distinctly heard some muttering about not understanding women as he headed down the stairs. Smiling, I began pulling everything out of the closet. I stopped for a moment when I got to the bottom and realized what I had just put my hands on. Pushing a pile of clothes off the bed, I sat down and took a deep breath. I pulled the bag open and dumped the contents out onto the bed. I ran my hands over the mutilated stereo, allowing my mind to briefly recall Emmett's booming laughter when he had fitted it into the truck. I did love that laugh. Turning it over, it was pretty clear that I had ruined it beyond repair in my psychotic moment of removal, so I shoved it back in the bag. I moved around picking up other bits of rubbish, adding them to the bag whilst I allowed the guilt to touch my heart a little. It was obviously expensive and Emmett had installed it himself. It was a shame I had ruined it, it would have been a nice reminder of him. I tied up the now full bag and put it in the hallway. I was surprised with myself. Did I actually want reminder? Hadn't I fought to get rid of anything that may cause me to think of Edward? Perhaps, but the others, I think I did want to remember. Yes, they left me, but then they were his family, so really that was only right in a way. I had Charlie, they knew he would love me and keep me safe. They knew I had Renee, so really, in all honesty, what did they actually owe me? Renee, hold on. I walked back into my room and looked back on the bed. Wasn't one of these presents something to do with Renee? I remembered now, the silver box. Oh yes, the plane tickets. How could I have forgotten? I smoothed out the paper. Yes, there was still some time on them. I pinned them to my board to consider later. It was a beautiful, thoughtful gift from Esme. She was such a kind-hearted soul. I wouldn't ruin that gift. No, I would definitely make use of it. My stomach began grumbling and I wandered down to the kitchen to grab a granola bar. As I munched, I thought about them. Little bouncing pixie Alice, I did miss her so, always playing dress up with me. Then it occurred to me, that would be her gift to me, her reminder. I charged back up the stairs and looked at the piles of clothes. I began analyzing them in turn, ratty, tatty, straight into a garbage bag. Boring but good condition items and scary random things that Renee had bought but I would not be seen dead in, into a neat pile for goodwill. That left me with a small pile of pretty clothes that I felt comfortable in but were attractive too. I shook my head as I realized that I had probably looked quite a state recently. I hung my small pile up tidily and realized that it didn't amount to very much. I carried the garbage downstairs and then went over to the phone. I dialed Angela's number and chewed my lip while I waited for her to answer. Her mom picked up and I could hear the surprised tone in her voice when she told Angela who was on the line. I guess I've been letting a lot of people down recently. "Hello, Bella, is everything okay?" she asked in quiet, cautious voice. My eyes prickled as I could imagine her concerned face. "Hi Angela, I'm fine. Listen, I was just having a massive clear out of my closet and I realized I have hardly anything to wear. I know it's late notice but I wondered if you might have some time to go shopping for some stuff." I paused, realizing I had said this all very quickly, using just one breath. "Oh yeah, cool, absolutely, goodness Bella, shopping, that's just great. I have some stuff to do this morning but do you want to meet me around too?" Angela seemed truly happy and I was smiling as I made arrangements to pick her up. I bought the Goodwill piles down and bagged them up neatly, stacking them by the door. I figured I could probably drop them off whilst we were out shopping. I started dragging the garbage bags out the back door and managed to get one tangled around my leg. I lost my balance and fell over on the other one, causing it to pop open under my weight and spilling the tatty clothing all over the place. I was just shaking my head in disbelief when a coarse, half barking, half coughing sound came from behind the bushes. I went still, my eyes wide as the bush began to shake and quiver. "Now hold on a minute." I stood up and put my hands on my hips. "Are you laughing at me?" I snapped. Its head poked round and I flinched as it raised itself up onto its legs from where it had obviously been lying. In the daylight it was the first time I had really had a chance to look at it properly, well without someone trying to kill me, that is. It stood about shoulder high with me on its four legs and I wondered how tall it would be just standing on its hind legs. Its coat was long as I had noticed yesterday, but in the sunlight it almost seemed to shine. It was a gorgeous russet brown color that reminded me of the warm earth back in Phoenix. The brown fur was shuddering as the wolf continued its barking coughing sound and I remembered my indignation. I stared into its eyes. It is not polite to laugh at people's misfortune. I scolded. The wolf edged forwards and nudged at some of the clothes that had spilled out, tilting its head to look at me. I glanced down and color rushed to my face as I realized that what had spilled out closest to it were the pile of old underwear that had gone gray and holy. "Oh God," I cried out. I scooped up the offending items hurriedly and rushed back into the house for a fresh bag. I stormed back out and began furiously stuffing everything into the bag, refusing to look it in the eyes again. How embarrassing! Not only am I completely and totally insane and apparently have some sort of bizarre cross-species crush on a giant-sized wolf, but then I go and plonk the world's worst collection of nobody should see these but your mother ratty underwear in front of said wolf. Ground, swallow me up now please. Once I had finished humiliating myself I looked round to see that the wolf was stretched out on the grass in a patch of sunlight. My stomach grumbled and I realized that the granola bar had probably not done much for me given all the cleaning and carting around. I turned to the wolf, my wolf, and smiled. "Are you hungry?" I asked. "Okay, Bella, you have really checked into Crazy Town Hotel now, so let's just go with the flow." My wolf made a huffing sound which I supposed seemed affirmative, so I went inside and started grabbing various items. After a few minutes I came back outside and spread a blanket out in the sunny bit. I went back and forth putting various food items out on the blanket. I really have no idea what wolves eat. I should probably start watching more Discovery Channel. I took out some leftover chicken from the other day and held it out. Slurp. Okay, chicken is good. This continued for some time. It would appear that wolves like everything. That makes it easier. My wolf never took its eyes off me the whole time and I found myself glancing shyly every so often. It really felt like there was electricity flowing between us. Once all the food was gone, I sat there, feeling a bit silly. I was not exactly sure what to do now. Okay, this moment is getting awkward, need to do something. Can I read to you? Oh wow, I am so lame. Reading, to a wolf. I think I need help. My wolf huffed again. I guess that's a yes then. I gathered up the boxes and plates from the food and carted some back to the kitchen, grabbing my battered book as I went. I sat back down on the blanket and my wolf shuffled over a bit until I was resting against its side. It was so warm and I could feel its heartbeat thumping away. I began reading. I figured it would be best to start from the beginning, after all I'm not sure if wolves had heard of Wuthering Heights. I had been reading for several pages out loud when I realized that the heartbeats were a lot slower. Taking the opportunity I leant round to look at the wolf's face. Its eyes were shut and its head was resting on its paws, breathing deeply. Oh bless, it feel asleep. I snuggled back against the warm coat and continued reading silently to myself. Bella sweetheart, it's time to wake up. A soft voice broke me from my dream. My eyes flickered open and I took in the sight of Harry Clearwater standing by the side of the house. Oh wow, I feel asleep, it was so warm and toasty. Bella, I'm meeting Billy and your dad for lunch in a minute. Harry's voice trailed off and he nodded his head towards the blanket and the book and the oh my god still sleeping big giant wolf in the middle of my lawn with my dad due back in a minute. Oh god. Oh god. I scrambled, my foot must have shot out and kicked the wolf as it reared up fiercely growling and darting its head around. Its eyes came to rest on Harry who was standing still at the corner of the house. Harry slowly raised his hands up gesturing that he meant no harm and spoke calmly. Time to get home son, Charlie is on his way. The wolf stared for a second longer, no longer growling but a menacing sight nonetheless. Then turned and sprang into the woods. I stood stock still, staring at Harry in disbelief. What? Who? Okay, I'm the only one who is supposed to be calm in the face of all things bizarre, everyone else should be screaming and running and grabbing women and children. But, what? Son, did Harry know my wolf? Bella. I heard Charlie shout as he came round the house. We're out here Charlie. Harry hollered back. Charlie came round with Billy and there was a look of confusion on his face. "Did you have company here, Bella? In your pajamas?" I glanced down in confusion and I felt my cheeks redden as I realized that I had never gotten dressed this morning. I shuffled from foot to foot. Not trusting my voice, not trusting my mind at this point. But then suddenly Harry spoke instead. "It's okay, Charlie, it was one of our Quileute boys, don't worry, it was all above board." "Hold on. What did he say?" "Wolf Paw. I don't want to think, I don't want to think," I droned repetitively inside my head. No, that's not how you do it, that's just giving me a headache," complained Sam. He launched into some explanation about calming thoughts and avoiding images. I was too irritated to listen really. I caught something about, thinking about the cliffs. So I started to think of the cliffs, the waves, the wind. I thought of the wind and how it blew her hair when we sat on the cliffs, how she tilted her face up to catch the sun when the rays broke through the clouds. I thought about how she would push her hair back from her face. "Oh God, we get it already. Get over the crazy leech lover." Paul cut in, his angry voice slicing through my beautiful pictures. I turned and snapped angrily at him. I was sick of his comments, sick of all of this. I didn't ask for any of this and I hated it for keeping me away from Bella. As I thought her name, my mind drifted back to my garage, how she would sit with me for hours. Wonderful hours. Arg. Just go for a run, even I can't stand this, Sam snapped inside my head. And with that he shoved us off, challenging each of us to see who was faster. This was the only bit I did like, the running. I would do this forever, just keep going and going. Suddenly I felt Paul's alarm, then Jared. I charged over to where they had skidded to a halt, Sam following behind me. What was that smell? I started to gag. It was like rotten candy floss or something. Leech, the three voices swam together in my mind. I hadn't encountered any since I phased, so the smell didn't make much sense to me. When I had run into the leech at Bella's prom, he didn't smell like this. Sam's voice cut into my head while we followed the trail, explaining about how they smelt to us now. We were all on full alert now, zipping and charging through the forest, focused single-mindedly on catching this leech. We were nearing a break in the trees when Sam's alpha command ripped through my body. Wait. This was what I despised the most, this feeling of submission. First he locked my mouth, binding me from speaking to Bella, now he was locking my body. I literally couldn't move, and at that moment all the hatred I had for the situation, for being without Bella, poured into Sam's mind and he winced. He cocked his head towards the clearing as I heard the most disgusting sound. "Isabella," I could hear the lust, thick in his voice, and every muscle in my body contracted in hatred of him, whoever he was. "She knows him, it might be another Cullen. We have to consider the treaty. Sam's will overruled my body again." I felt like my eyes were being tortured as I was forced to watch. He approached her like a lover. My Bella, my beautiful, crazy, broken Bella, lying almost on her back as this leech crawled between her legs. Sickness rose in my throat as he started to touch her face. I shouted at Sam, "If you make me watch her have say, with some leech I will burn your house down." The leech brushed her hair back. He was touching her neck, moving onto her. "I'm going to be sick. I need to kill him. She's mine," I roared inside my paralyzed body. Then in a heartbeat everything changed. She was shouting at him, pushing him away from her. I felt my body unlock as Sam eased the command and we all moved forward in unison. He wouldn't let us run, but at least we could move. The leech sensed us and snapped his head up. Then we could see it, all that we needed. I heard Paul shouting, red eyes, red eyes." Sam released him and Jared and they tore after him. This obviously wasn't a Cullen. I went to break into the run but my body wasn't fully released. "What the?" I shouted. "You need to check her, for bites. If she's bitten this could get difficult," Sam ordered. Difficult. This is Bella, not some random hiker." I moved towards her, not wanting to look. I knew if she was bitten it would kill me inside. I could hear her heartbeat pounding and I wanted to scream at her, to demand to know what the hell she was doing putting herself in danger like this. I started by her feet, not wanting to see her face until I was sure. I could smell blood but I couldn't work out where it was from. "She's hurt her knees and stuff, don't worry about that, check her neck," Sam snapped in my head. I nudged her hair out of the way with my nose and sniffed around. "She's clean," I said to Sam, and with that he shot off after Jared and Paul. I stopped. I could see she was looking down, her heart pounding and her breathing shallow. She was probably disgusted by me, or terrified of me. Whatever it was, she would hate me. I'm not all sleek, deathly pale and ice cold like the undead vamp who was just copping a feel of her. I'm just a big stupid animal that is forbidden to talk to her. I moved my paws back, being careful not to hurt her. I just needed to see her one last time, see those beautiful eyes once more, before I lost her forever. I looked at her eyes just as she looked at me, and it felt like a lightning bolt had been shot right through my heart. I could barely remember my name, my age, anything. It was just Bella, Bella, Bella taking over my mind. Bella holding my hand, Bella waking up beside me, Bella taking me as her husband, Bella cooking in the kitchen heavily pregnant, Bella reading on the sofa to beautiful children who looked like her and me together. Oh God, I think I'm having a heart attack. I saw as she raised a trembling hand towards me, and felt like heaven as she placed it on my fur. My whole body was quivering inside at the sensation of her small hand against me. If her hand feels like that, what must her arms, her lips feel like? Oh God, I could imagine her body pressed against mine, slick with sweat and passion. The howl pierced my thoughts and Sam boomed in my head. We're trying to chase down a leech and that distraction is not helping. Get down here now. The command ripped through me and I charged off down the hill. I didn't dare look back. I was desperate to hold that image in my mind forever, Bella, my beautiful Bella, looking at me with love in her eyes. We ran for miles, forever chasing the disgusting leech scent. My mind kept playing over all the different ways I would destroy him, torture him for touching my Bella. However, after a while it became apparent that the evil little freak had managed to get away from us. Sam felt it was most likely he had taken to the water somewhere in order to get rid of his trail. I dropped to the floor, frustrated and angry. I really wanted to tear his head off. We had found ourselves by a small stream and everyone stopped to get a drink. I still hadn't got the hang of drinking like this, in this form. The other guys lapped up the water easily, but I struggled to get it into my mouth, so I just settled for sticking my face in the water and king up as much as I could. Whilst my face was in the water, I was caught unawares as one of the guys crashed into my side, knocking me right into the stream. What the? I shouted at Paul. Thought you might be needing to cool off after all those steamy ideas you were having about Bella. He laughed inside my head. Jared chimed in, yeah, imprint much did we. I thought mine was bad, but no, you have to take it to a whole new level. I turned to Sam, was it that? Did I imprint on Bella? Is that what it feels like? He nodded. I do wish I hadn't had to feel it firsthand, as that was quite strange feeling it for anyone but Emily, but there is no doubt about it. That was 100% imprint. Well, you are free to go and tell her everything now. My bind can't hold you against your imprint. Paul laughed. Well, at least she won't freak out over the whole turning into a wolf thing, like Kim did. I could feel Jared's anger over this. Kim had been over the moon about the imprint as she'd been crushing on him forever, but she had taken the wolf thing badly and was still a bit edgy at times. This hurt Jared more than he was willing to admit. I phased out and dragged on my shorts. I didn't want anyone else in my head whilst I was thinking right now. Sam phased too, and looked at me intently. Aren't you going to go to her? You've been bugging me for days, ever since you phased. I had to bind you to keep you away from her. Now you are free, completely free to go to her, to tell her everything, and you are still standing here. What's going on? What was going on? Why wasn't I running to her, charging through the forests to get back to her? What was holding me now if it wasn't Sam? When you imprinted, it was like this desire to be with her straight away, always, forever. Sam nodded and waited for me to continue. And she loved you right back straight away. He nodded again, as did Jared, who had now phased and sat down with us. And you told her about the wolf, and you phased and you showed her. Sam raised his eyebrows and looked intently whilst Jared winced slightly, then nodded. Emily and Kim, they loved you straight away, so they tolerated the wolf, accepted it like some kind of side effect that comes with a medicine. I saw both of their eyes grow wide as they looked at me. What if that's how it works? What if they love what imprints on them, and they put up with the other half because they have to? What if I walk up to her, all full of myself and imprintee like, and she looks at me? At this, I gestured to my human form. What if she looks and it's not there? The feeling is not there. What if she doesn't love this me, only the wolf me? Sam looked shocked. Jared looked sick. I was on a roll now that Paul had gone. Has it ever happened before? Has anyone imprinted as a wolf? Sam shook his head. The elders never spoke of such a thing. The stories they have told me have never mentioned it happening. I was on my knees now, my hands at the sides of my head. I could feel tears in my eyes and I prayed that Paul wasn't coming back anytime soon. I had wanted Bella for so long, I had done everything I could think of to win her love. Now I'd been given the ultimate gift, she was my imprint. I rubbed my eyes furiously. It wasn't fair. None of this was fair. Why couldn't Sam have let me see her before, so I could have known if she loved me, this me? I rolled back on my heels and stared at the sky, taking a deep breath. I had accepted the little bits she had given me before, the little smiles, occasional touches, the things that no one else could get from her since that night in the woods. I had survived on those little glimmers of feelings for so long. I turned to Jared. Would you risk it, my brother, seeing how Kim felt about your other half? Jared stared at the ground for a long time and none of us spoke. Then he looked at me with such age and sadness in his eyes that he reminded me of one of the elders. I never want to see that look in her eyes again when she looks at me. I'm so sorry, I wouldn't risk it. Sam looked horrified. You can't be serious. What if it's okay? What if everything is fine? You saw your future in your imprinting, you can't deny that. Sam, would you take a chance on a what if again after? I let my voice trail off. We had seen his memory, his guilt for his beautiful Emily too many times to speak of it out loud. The pain in his eyes was clear and he slowly, silently shook his head. The moment had got so heavy, so tense that it was almost choking us. Guys, I said loudly, trying not to let my voice crack with pain. Dudes, I'm not saying forever, I'm not saying never. I just need to get my head around this, okay? Although inside my gut twisted and I was grateful they didn't have access to my thoughts then. How far was I prepared to go? What would I be willing to do to hold on to her love now I had it? They looked up at me, both of their faces hazy with their own personal pain. I took a deep breath and forced on the breezy smile that I had perfected over the years. I need some help, especially from you, Sam. His face seemed to lighten at that. His burden was heavy and he carried it every day without complaint. I need you to use your alpha bind to keep Paul's mouth shut about this. Paul had a dark sense of humor and I couldn't trust him in his human form not to compromise me in some way. I'm still worried about this leech and how interested he was in Bella. Can the others pick up the patrols around the res and I'll take the ones closer to Forks? Jared smirked, his memories under control again. Closer to Bella, you mean? I gave him a cocky grin. Well, I didn't say anything about staying away from her in wolf form, did I? He nodded and phased back, heading off home. I turned back to Sam. I will bind him, he won't be happy but his mouth is too loose sometime, I'll bind them all to be sure. But Jake, seriously, think about it. I grinned. Thank you. Look, can you also get onto the elders? I need to know if there is any history, any stories about this. There must be something those guys know. I don't want to sound like some kind of princess about this but it really has me freaked out. I grinned again, and stretched, silently praying that he wouldn't push the issue. The elders didn't take to the likes of us, only to Sam. Even Dad would wander off point and start some long old story if I tried to ask him anything straightforward. Maybe there was a whole story about imprinting that no one had got round to telling us yet. Sam smiled. Don't worry. I'll get on it. Now, are you up for a race back? I still owe you for that comment about burning my house down. Not cool, man, not cool. I didn't even strip to phase. The shorts were getting a bit small anyway. Then we were hurtling back across state, back to my beautiful Bella. Bella Pav. Charlie began turning a deep shade of purple. Yeah, we're here, alone, with a boy, in just this. The way he said it made it sound as if I was modeling something from the Victoria's Secret's catalog, when in fact it was just some sleek trousers and a vest top. Admittedly, a very light-colored vest top and I wasn't wearing a bra. Sorry Dad, I wasn't thinking. He just stopped by for brunch. I was cleaning. I forgot. I could barely form any word. My mind was too busy playing over and over what Harry had said, what Harry had done. He knew my wolf, that was for sure, and my wolf knew him, otherwise I don't think it would have ended up as smoothly. That growl had been ferocious until they'd stared at each other. Bella, my mind snapped back to my slightly less purple father. Please go and get dressed and we will discuss this later. Get dressed, right, upstairs. Okay, I can manage that. I crept upstairs and hung around at the top as Charlie and his friends came in. I could hear him still muttering away. Then it became a little clearer. Harry, tell me honestly, what did you see? They weren't key-ing, were they? Were his hands on her? Easy there, Chief, no key-ing, no hands anywhere, seemed like they were reading a book, that's all. Homework maybe. Harry let out a little chuckle as he said, hands, and I could feel myself getting cross that he was finding this funny. Okay, so he definitely knows what's going on then with these wolves. And more importantly, he knows my wolf. The phone rang downstairs and I could hear Charlie banging around to answer it. He hollered up the stairs. Angela says she finished early so she's ready whenever you are. Where are you going? Just shopping for some new clothes and to drop some old ones off at Goodwill. I hesitated and then added, is that okay? I wasn't sure if I might have just got myself grounded. Just girls? Charlie asked. Just girls, I confirmed. He grunted and went back to his lunch, which I assumed meant everything was fine. Okay, so I needed to get to Angela's, but that would mean I wouldn't get to speak to Harry now, and I really wanted to find out what he knew about my wolf. I dressed quickly and ran back down the stairs. All of them waved me off, but both Billy and Harry were smiling widely, while Charlie was still wearing quite a frown. They definitely knew, and I needed to find out what they knew. I almost missed Angela's house as I was so tied up in my thoughts about what to ask them and had to skid to a halt. Angela jumped in and pulled me into a quick hug. I am so pleased to see you, she beamed. I had missed her. We chatted away as I drove, catching up on all the gossip. She brought me up to speed on who was dating who, the rumors that Lauren thought she might be pregnant, the fact that Tyler's dad had caught him and Eric raiding his liquor cabinet and Eric had thrown up all over the carpet. She explained exactly how many times Mike and Jessica had broken up and got back together again. I loved Angela for this. She knew that I'd been mentally absent and just filling me in without judging me, just as if I had returned from a long holiday. She also didn't ask any questions about me, something I was very grateful for at this precise moment. After stopping off at the Goodwill, we got to the department store and began looking at clothes. I had some ideas of what I'd need and gathered up some likely suspects pretty quickly. Angela was more methodical, pouring through each rack in turn, and this left me with plenty of time to think things over in my head. Okay, let's start with the facts. 1. There was more than one of these wolves. I'd seen 4, but who was I to know how many of them there were? 2. Harry wasn't afraid of the wolf. He had been cautious with it, so he obviously knew how strong and fast it was, but he didn't seem afraid at all. 3. Harry had spoken to it like it understood him and had called it son, and a Quileute boy. 4. Neither Harry nor Billy seemed bothered by the wolf being with me. Now Billy hadn't seen it, but that smile the two had given me as I was leaving suggested they were both in on it. Angela sought my attention, asking my opinions on some shoes she had found. After I had assured her that they suited her completely, she continued her hunt. Where was I? Okay, now Billy knew about mythical things, this I was fairly sure of. I mean, after the way he had carried on over Edward, he definitely knew what the Cullens were. Wait, Dad had said many of the Quileute stopped using the hospital because of Carlisle. So it would seem quite a few people must have an idea about vampires. What was it Jake had said about the cold ones? It was scary stories. But what was the rest? Angela had completed her search and we both stumbled towards the checkout with quite a serious collection of clothing. Luckily most of mine was inexpensive, so the total wasn't too horrific. I pulled out my checkbook and paid for the items. As I went to put it away, I noticed that it had been doodled on the back. Then I remembered the day Jake and I had spent getting parts for the bikes and the smiley faces he had drawn on it, one for each part we had successfully got. I did miss him so. I took a deep breath and gathered up my bags. Angela and I both agreed that we had spent too much to be able to splash for dinner out, so we agreed to head back to hers for some sandwiches or pasta, whatever we could rustle up. We sat comfortably, munching away on our food, watching some silly soap opera and laughing at the storylines. My mind began to drift back to the beach when Jake had told me about the stories. He had definitely mentioned wolves in it, but I hadn't really registered that bit as I was so focused on finding out what Edward was. I think it was something to do with being descended from wolves. But what did that mean? Were the Quileute wolf people, or something? Wolf people, I must have said it out loud as Angela looked up. Sorry, did you say wolf people? You mean werewolves? No, I don't. This soap would stretch it that far. She laughed and turned back to the TV. Hold on, did she just say werewolves? That would be what a wolf person was, wouldn't it? A werewolf. Oh Bella, what have you done? As if a vampire ex-boyfriend wasn't weird enough. You're crushing on a werewolf, you've got to be kidding me. Part of me was slightly relieved though, I mean at least werewolves are people some of the time. If this had been like an all of the time animal thing, well that would have made how I was feeling more than a little bit icky. Okay, so my wolf is a person, that's cool. It was a he person as well, that's what Harry had called it, son, and boy, so that's good, I don't need to worry about my sexuality, just my sanity of course. Wait, son, boy, that also meant he was younger, hopefully around my age. It would have been really awkward it had been like one of Harry's friends or something, someone Charlie's age, yuck. Okay, so that just leaves me with one big question. Who is he when he's not my wolf? I left Angela's and headed for home. I briefly considered heading down to the Clearwaters in order to try and confront Harry about the identity of my wolf. But it occurred to me that I really didn't know very much about La Push. I had spent a lot of time down there when I was little and then recently, but there were only a few people I knew now, Billy, Harry and of course Jake. There was Embry and Quill as well, but I had only met them in passing when with Jake. I mean, in all honesty, perhaps they were all werewolves and maybe not all werewolves were nice, a bit like with vampires. My wolf definitely seemed to be the equivalent of the vegetarian vampires, but perhaps there were some who were the equivalent of James and Laurent. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to be wandering around there in the evening until I was a bit clearer about what was going on. As I opened the door I could hear Charlie watching the TV. He cleared his throat and I suddenly remembered his comment from earlier about my guest. Color rushed to my cheeks as he got up from his chair. Bella, I think we need to talk, he mumbled, clearly uncomfortable at being put in the position of having the second conversation about me in as many days. Dad, I'm so sorry I embarrassed you today. It really was completely innocent. I hadn't even realized that I wasn't dressed. I rambled. Please don't ask me any questions. Please don't ask me any questions. I'm such a terrible liar and I hate having to create stories to explain things that I really can't. Are you going to tell me who this boyfriend of yours is, and explain why he didn't have the decency to stand up and introduce himself to your father? Charlie seemed quite put out, and once again the differences between him and Renee were loud and clear. Renee was so modern and unconventional that I had grown up without having to consider these sorts of conditions. But Charlie was made from completely different material. Of course, when Edward was around, he had been able to meet Charlie's old-fashioned principles without issue, probably because he was born when those principles were considered modern and unconventional. However, now, with no guidance, I was stumbling into the whole parent-child dating nightmare triangle, blind and confused. It's not a boyfriend thing, we're just hanging out, getting to know each other. I haven't said anything because there is nothing to say. And he didn't stay because Harry told him to go home, and Harry is on the council and so he respected that and left without saying a word. The words came tumbling out without pause and I scanned back through them, content that there wasn't actually a lie in there. Charlie seemed to consider this and went back to his chair. He sat back down and I let go of the breath that I was holding, relieved that I seemed to be in the clear. I put my foot on the step ready to beat my retreat when he spoke again. Bella, I want to know who his parents are. Just to be on the safe side. Okay. I faltered, my other foot catching the step and my bags slipping from hands as I stumbled forwards. Charlie jumped up to help me as various bags and items crashed down around me. I really was a walking disaster. However, for once this seemed to work in my favor, as after carrying the bags up the stairs for me, Charlie went back to his game without any further comment. I was dying to go outside and see if my wolf was there, but the fear of reminding Charlie that I hadn't answered his question held me in place. I settled for turning on the computer and writing a long email to Renee, describing in detail everything I had bought today. I also mentioned the plane tickets and asked her to let me know when might be a good time. I busied myself putting my new clothes away and was surprised when the computer pinged for my attention. Renee had replied immediately asking if I could visit as soon as possible, gushing with emotion as she went on about how much she missed me. A wave of sadness washed over me as I got into bed, remembering how close we used to be. Renee really didn't fit into my life anymore since I had moved to Forks, my involvement with vampires and werewolves leaving little time for her anymore. I woke up in the morning and looked out the window. It was a bright day and I renewed my resolve to confront Harry today. After a warming shower, I dressed in one of the new tops I had bought, teaming it with a pair of slightly fitted jeans. The top was not garish but was a brighter shade of blue than I would normally opt for, and I was pleased with the result. In fact, I think it would even pass Alice's critical eye. I headed downstairs and quickly made some toast. My truck grumbled louder than usual as I drove down to La Push. It was possible that the run to Port Angeles with Angela had been a bit more than it was comfortable with. I wished Jake was around to take a look at it. I pondered for a moment at the turning. Left would take me to the Clearwaters, but right would take me down to Jake's. I knew he was avoiding me, but I could always offer to pay him for fixing my truck, and then he wouldn't really have any excuse to refuse to talk to me. Another truck appeared behind me and honked at my indecision. Before I had even realized what I was doing, I had turned to the right and was heading down the familiar road to Jake's house. As I pulled up noisily outside, I could hear shouting and the sound of things being thrown around in the garage. I leapt from the truck, slamming the door, and ran to the source of the sound. Before I could step in, I was falling backwards to the floor, having connected with a huge, semi-naked body. I looked up a long way. This guy was seriously tall. Then a sense of recognition hit me. Quill. Bella, are you okay? I'm so sorry, you just surprised us. Me, he said remorsefully, helping me up off the ground. It's okay. I often manage to fall down without any help anyway. Wow, you had some serious growth spurt. He stood up straighter and flexed his muscles proudly with a wide grin on his face. He really was looking good. He seemed to have grown at least 2 feet and put on quite a bit of muscle mass. So what brings you down here? Not that I mind a visit from a beautiful woman like you, Bella. My cheeks colored at this and under his intent gaze. I went to Port Angeles yesterday and my truck has been making some grumbling noises since. I was kind of wondering if Jake could maybe have a look at it for me. Is he around? I tried to peer round him into the garage, but his huge frame blocked my view. Quill shifted around and glanced over his shoulder. He took off to get some parts. Maybe I can take a look at it. Did Jake tell you I'm good with engines? He motioned towards the truck, and when I didn't move he snaked his arm round my shoulders and propelled me over to it. I was stunned by his confidence but also by how hot his arm felt against me. I stared up at him and pushed away, my head spinning with information. I recognized that heat. I stumbled back and he caught me by the elbow, a worried expression replacing his previous confident one. Bella, what's wrong? Quill's eyes were wide with concern. You're one of them, aren't you? I stated, my voice trembling as I spoke. His face was conflicted with emotion. I saw annoyance, confusion, surprise and pride mixed in together. How did you know? He seemed genuinely shocked. I gestured towards his arm, not trusting my voice to speak. The level of heat he gave off was far beyond that of a normal person, and it was the same warmth I had felt against me when I lay reading yesterday. I can't talk to you about this, you understand, Bella? You know what it means to keep secrets, don't you? Quill looked at me so intently I felt his eyes boring into my soul. I still couldn't find my voice and so just nodded at him, my hands trembling. Jake and I will take a look at your truck. Can you get home okay from here? I'm sorry I can't talk to you more, but I know you will understand that, won't you? Quill seemed to be searching for some assurance that I wasn't going to freak out on him. I straightened myself up and pushed my head back, trying to stand tall. That's fine, I understand, I answered in a clipped tone. I sounded like Charlie, I thought to myself. But it was true, I did understand. I had kept secrets before, for Edward, for the Cullens. Even yesterday, talking to Charlie, I had prayed that Charlie wouldn't ask the questions I couldn't answer. I probably had a similar expression then as Quill did now. I nodded at him. Then I suddenly remembered something. Is my bike still here? I could walk to Harry's, but given what I still needed to learn about werewolves, it wouldn't hurt to have some transport. Just in case some of them weren't as friendly. Quill nodded and rushed down to the garage. I noticed that he hadn't bothered to conceal his speed as he went. It wasn't vampire fast, but it was definitely faster than normal. He trusted me with the secret and I wouldn't betray that. He came back lifting the bike easily and set it in front of me. I would prove that he could trust me. Quill, I spoke softly, and he turned his face to mine with a look of concern. I could see he was fearful of what I would say next. Can you tell him? I said hi. I didn't look at him as I spoke, not wanting my eyes to betray the thousands of questions that were threatening to spill out of me. He rubbed my shoulder and touched my chin, lifting my face so I was looking at him. I'll pass it on, he said softly. And Jake too, let him know I'll pay him for the truck if he wants. We both smiled and he pulled me into a hug, whispering into my ear. We both know Jake will never take your money. I let him go then, not trusting myself not to go any longer without asking questions. I would save them for Harry. I kick-started the bike after a few attempts and started down the road to the Clearwaters. I was a bit wobbly along the way, and I prayed that Charlie wouldn't catch sight of me. That would lead to yet another uncomfortable conversation. I hadn't made it back as far the turning when out of the corner of my eye I caught a flash of brown rushing past me. My wolf stopped by the side of the road some way in front of me. I wobbled to a stop and he put a paw up on the handlebars to steady it as I climbed off. I had to raise my eyebrows as he used his paw to flick down the stand. He moved away in the direction of the trees and looked back at me. I had already worked out that he wanted me to follow him and trotted off after him as if this was a perfectly normal occurrence. Well, normal in Bella's life anyway. Once we were safely within the tree line, he paused and turned round to me. I could see that his coat was now quite different. Where previously it had hung long, almost touching the ground, it was now clipped and short, as if he had been to the barber's. "Ha, Wolf Barbers," I snorted to myself. He tilted his head as if enquiring and I straightened my face as I replied. "You cut your fur?" He huffed in response, which was what I had previously decided was a yes. I felt confident now, eager even. "Well, go on then," I urged, once again his head tilted as seeking clarification. "You can change now, I understand, I get it, okay, you don't need to hide anymore." He didn't move. I made a spinning around gesture. "You know, the whole, you're a werewolf, it's a big secret, don't let the outsiders know sort of thing. I get it, it's okay. You don't have to worry. You can change now, I'm absolutely fine with the whole thing. I won't tell anyone, you can trust me." I folded my arms and waited for the big, Shazam, here I am as a guy transformation. He looked to the floor and then looked up at me again. My confidence started to fade, and my voice started to tremble. Don't you trust me?" I trailed off. He rushed towards me and buried his head in my hair, pushing the side of my face against his fur. God, it felt so good, so right to have him close to me. I wrapped my arms around his neck and pulled him closer, rubbing my face against the soft smooth fur. I could feel his warmth pouring into my body and the electricity made my skin tingle. I could feel me losing myself as the feelings took over my body. I imagined being safe and warm like this for the rest of my life, feeling loved and adored. My mind broke through the warmth though, presenting me with glaring images, me being Ed by a faceless man, waking up next to a faceless man, me cooking in a kitchen with a swollen belly looking up as a faceless man entered the room. I began to shake as the image of faceless children danced through my mind. I released my arms and pushed his head away from mine. "This isn't right. I need to know who you are." My voice was trembling as much as my body was. "I feel like I'm falling in love with you and I don't even know who you are. You need to show me." Now, I stood up, my hands on my hips for emphasis. My wolf let out a long low whine that sounded like pain. Then he tried to nuzzle back into me again. I stepped back and promptly stumbled. I could see him move towards me and I put my hands out in front of me. "No, don't touch me. You don't get to be in control of this. Do you understand? This is my life which I am willing to share with you on an equal basis. You show me who you are and we move forward with this. You don't want to trust me, want to keep me in one particular box, just for your wolf's side. Well, good luck with that. I'll have you know that other people trust me with their secrets, even your own Quill trusts me. So there." I was in full flow now, my indignation taking over now. I was utterly fearless of the danger that angering a giant wolf might pose me. You know what, whatever the reason is that you don't want to show me who you are, you don't trust me, you've got a girlfriend already, you're married, whatever, you can take it and shove it. Go and chew on a bone with your wolf boys, and when you've grown up enough to come and face me as a man, look me up. Until then, leave me, my house and my life the hell alone. I turned on my heel and stomped off to my bike. I didn't dare look back, my resolve was already weakening. I could hear the howl as I climbed onto the bike, and I wanted nothing more than to run and comfort him, but I stood firm and kept myself in check. It was about time that the world realized that Bella Swan isn't a fragile little doll that people get to play with. There had been too much of that with Edward. The first had come to realize, it was always his way, no negotiations. I wasn't going to go down that path again. It didn't have to be my way. Hell, I'm not even sure what my way is. But it needed to be our way. My heart was hurting me, the desire to wrap my arms around him again and tell him I didn't care was bubbling to the surface. No, my heart has hurt me before and I'm still here. Don't get me wrong, I wanted him so badly, I was shaking, but this needed to be done right, and the only way that was going to happen is if I knew who he was. He needed to face me as an equal and love me like I deserved to be loved, without conditions and restrictions. I made my way down the road to the Clearwaters without looking back. I pulled up by their drive and tried to get the stand to come down myself, but it was just too hard, and the bike kept threatening to tip over on me. Stupid not having werewolf or even regular person strength, I huffed to myself. So I clambered off and laid it down on its side out of the way, giving it a little kick with my foot to show it that I wasn't impressed that it wasn't helping. I took in a deep breath and walked up to the front door. It was answered straight away by a sweet-looking lady who looked at me quizzically. I realized I was still trembling from my argument, and part of me wanted to spin on my heel and run for the trees, but I needed to know this. I had to know this. If I could get his name from Harry, then I'd just turn up at his house, surprise him. Then if it was about the trust thing, well, that would be taken care of, and if was a girlfriend, or a wife even, my mouth went dry and my stomach churned at the thought, well, I would just walk away, head held high, and stick a big, "Wolves Not Welcome" sign at the back of my house. Hi, I'm Bella Swan, Charlie's daughter. I had come to the conclusion that figuring this out was all in the temperature. Freezing cold and you are a vampire, super hot and you are a werewolf, so I stuck my hand out in greeting, might as well start trying to get this sorted. She took my hand, raising her eyebrows slightly. Hi, I'm Sue Clearwater. Okay, she's just normal, about the same temperature as me. There was nothing out of the ordinary here. Is Harry home? I asked politely. She smiled apologetically and explained that he was at a council meeting. She invited me in and showed me to the kitchen, encouraging me to make myself at home. As I poured myself a glass of juice, a stunning young woman walked into the kitchen through the back door. She was really tall and very well built, with toned muscles that made her look like some kind of athlete. She was wearing a very simple dress, yet against her physique it looked amazing, similar to the effect Rosalie had but with a different skin tone. Oh God, I thought suddenly, what if his girlfriend looked like this? What if she was his girlfriend? I can't compete. Who am I kidding? What was it with this place and all these beautiful women? How was a normal girl supposed to hold on to a shred of self-confidence? Her eyes were hard as she took me in, and she seemed the type of person you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of. Suddenly she burst out laughing. She stuck her hand out to me. I grasped it, still trying to work out why she was laughing, then gasped as I realized how hot she was. She laughed again. I thought that would cut several minutes off the explanations. I caught you checking my mum's temperature. I'm Leah Clearwater, by the way. I nodded silently, not quite sure of what to say next. Suddenly she was laughing again. I'm sorry, she said, in between snorts. It's just, oh man, sorry. I'll get myself under control in a minute. Just chew on a bone. That was just so perfect. It was brilliant. They're all so full of themselves and then you come along. Chew on a bone. He didn't take that well. She snorted again and covered her mouth. I gasped. You heard all that? My cheeks colored with embarrassment. She tapped the side of her head. When it's all linked up. Everyone is inside each other's head. It was as if you were just cussing me out. It was so funny. She collapsed into the seat next to me, grabbing a juice of her own. Leah, can I ask you something? She shrugged but looked interested. I mean, I was mad at him, but then I just thought about something. What if it's not his fault? She raised her eyebrows sarcastically but waited for me to continue. I lowered my voice. Does my wolf have a problem? I mean, is his changing broken or something? Leah choked, then spat out a mouthful of juice across the table as she burst out laughing. You mean, have you got a defective wolf? That is even more brilliant. I almost want to phase just to rub that in. Wow, I get the feeling I am really going to enjoy having you around. Broken, haha. Wait until the defective wolf challenges me to a race. I'm so going to tattoo that on his behind. But seriously, nah, his changing isn't broken, it's just his mind that's a bit defective. She paused, and I kept in my breath, waiting to see if she would give me the answer I was craving. It's. Her voice trailed off and she frowned as if concentrating really hard. Are you okay? I asked. Yeah, it's these stupid rules. The leader, he has this power to kind of control what you do and what you say to a degree. But I've been working it out, trying to find the loopholes. Is that what Quill meant about couldn't talk to me? I stressed the word for emphasis. Exactly, but what I realized, I don't know if you know, but I'm the only girl in all of this. Anyway, it's as if the rules are written around guys, the way they think and respond to things. Blah blah blah. So we were out one day running around and he's all like, halt. I mean, call me Fido and put me on a leash, why don't you? So I look around and all the guys are totally paralyzed. She mimed an exaggerated, frozen stance. So I get to thinking, maybe I can't go forward, but what if I can do something else instead? So I tried rolling over and going to sleep. The rest of them were not impressed, I can tell you. So I made it my mission to be the regular pain in the butt. It works the same with the talking thing. The leader will say, carrot is a forbidden word, and the guys just have to follow it, even if they really want to ask for a carrot. But me, I'm all, Mr. Shop Man, I would like to purchase 20 of your finest orange vegetables that rabbits are particularly fond of. Do you see? She looked at me to see if I was keeping up with her, so I nodded reassuringly, not wanting to interrupt her flow. It's the same with this, everything you want to know is like forbidden in here. She tapped her head, but give me enough time and I'll work a way round it, so you'll have to forgive me if sometimes I sound like I have a speech impediment. I just have to try different words and combinations until I can get one through the bind. I smiled warmly at her. You're the only girl. That must be really awful, but hey, it sounds like you're using it to your advantage. You have to make your own fun when you're all on your lonesome, she shrugged. But there must be other girls on the res you can talk to. Right. I was quite horrified at the thought of her dealing with all of this on her own. Well, Bella, I don't know how it is for you, but here on the res life is pretty straightforward for a girl. You are either content with life, get married, have babies, bake cookies and raise the next generation, or you want to see the big wide world and find your place in it, so you head off into the horizon like my best friend Rach, Billy's daughter, you remember. And you never look back. And then there is Leah. I mean, can you really see me trading apple pie recipes and darning socks? The girls who are in the know definitely fall in the baking cookies category, and as for seeing the world, I've never got further than Seattle. Leah had remained stone-faced throughout this, cracking the occasional smile, but I could tell she wasn't looking for sympathy with what she was saying, so I didn't offer her any. I remembered the sympathy that Jessica used to dish out after Edward left and shuddered at the memory. So are you prevented from leaving the res then? I asked. Pretty much. You're tied to it, bound by the need to protect the people. She added a stern, mysterious tone to the end of the statement, suggesting that was how it had been explained to her. My crazy brain suddenly caught the reference and I replied to her in the same tone. Luke, I am your father, let the force be with you. She let out a howl of laughter and tears ran down her face. That's it, you're right, the whole time they were talking it kept triggering some kind of association in my brain, but I couldn't put my finger on it. But you are so right. She stopped for a moment, looking into space. I guessed she wanted to cut to the chase and tell me who he was, but it seemed like the thought control was wrapped pretty tightly around her. As Leah thought on, I reflected on what she had said about protecting the people. Well, this would suggest that all the werewolves were good people, one less thing to worry about. I thought about Leah and her situation, and realized that if I had gone through with my whole quest to be a vampire I would have been stuck with a similar life, or death, or unalive, whatever, only being able to be in specific places, not allowed to have friends who didn't know the secret. At least I would have had Esme, Alice and Rosalie. I couldn't imagine what it must be like to have your whole life limited in such a way, without even a like-minded girlfriend to complain to. Suddenly my mind began whirling with an idea. Leah, you're a protector of the people. Do I count as one of the people, or is it only those from the res? Leah smiled. Oh no, you sit pretty high on the protection list. Between the horny leech and the defective wolf, you're a priority case. She chuckled to herself. I guess she was prevented from saying his name, so she was quite content with her new substitute. It must be a real handful having her inside your head. So, if I was to take an all-expenses-paid trip to Jacksonville, it could be considered your duty to take the spared ticket and join me, on the basis of protecting me from all things evil and nasty. Her eyes grew huge, almost bugging out of her head. Are you for real? She asked in disbelief. Did I just tell a giant werewolf to shove it? I replied, casually shrugging my shoulders. She grabbed my hand, pulling me up from my seat. Bella, I think I might just be in love with you too. We rushed upstairs to Leah's room, giggling like schoolgirls, passing her mum on the stairs. Sue raised her eyebrows at Leah's laughter and looked very relieved. I started to realize that there seemed to be a lot more to Leah's story than just being a wolf, and wondered if she'd trust me enough to tell it to me one day. As we sat down on her bed, she began to breathe excitedly. You realize we don't have much time, if you are serious, if we're going to make this happen. Once I know something I can only keep it private until I have to, change as soon as I phase they'll know. Trust me on this one, they are not going to want you on a plane, or anywhere out of their sight, and they'll probably bind me, so even if I wanted to go I couldn't, she whispered, as if we could be overheard at any minute. The energy and excitement of doing something spontaneous was making me feel almost dizzy. But on top of that there was a sense of outrage, so now not only was my wolf not going to trust me with his secret identity, he was also going to try to stop me going to visit my own mother. I do not think so. The new improved Bella Swan makes her own decisions, thank you very much. Well, you'd better pack quick then. I whispered back. Her eyes grew wide as she grabbed a bag and started tossing random things into it. For a moment I sped back in time to the night I stood in my room throwing things in a bag to escape from James. I remembered the fear and the urgency then. And my heart quickened its beats as I rubbed the scar that he had left me with. I remembered the drama that played out as I tried to leave that time, and the terrible things I had said to Charlie. Oh no, Charlie. Leah, what am I going to say to Charlie? I could not say those terrible bitter things to him again. Yet I wasn't sure after the last few days if an impromptu trip would go down very well with him. Leave Charlie to me, you need to learn a thing or two about father-daughter relationships. I flinched. I knew she didn't mean it to sound harsh, but she hit a nerve. I had very little idea how to handle Charlie, apart from cooking him a good meal and leaving him to enjoy his sports and fishing. I didn't actually know how to interact with him particularly, much less get him to agree to this trip. We crashed back down the stairs and Leah gave her mum a key, on the cheek. I'm going to head off with Bella for a while, bit of space from everything. Her mum simply nodded and I noticed the sadness in her eyes. Be safe, love, and take good care of Bella. She smiled at me and nodded again, returning to her cooking. As we headed out I heard Leah muttering, apple pies, always apple pies. I guess her mum was one of the in-the-know ones. As we barreled out of the door Leah's eyebrows raised as she took in my bike. You mind if I drive? I'll get us there quicker. I shrugged and she handed me her bag, which I slung round my shoulders. I scrambled on behind her and she made the bike roar to life. Wow, it had never sounded like that when I was driving. I wrapped my arms around her tightly. I hoped she didn't mind, but I had a feeling that this ride was going to be a lot faster than I was used to. We tore through the streets and I kept my eyes closed for fear of losing my breakfast. Leah drove like a natural but not like an idiot, so I felt safe with her in control. As we rode on I lifted my head and called over the wind, Leah, you've been inside his mind, right? I felt her nod in acknowledgement. What's it like in there? I wondered what sort of things he thought of, what were his hobbies, that sort of thing. After some time she answered and her tone surprised me. We had just pulled up to a stoplight and there was no wind around us now. She spoke so softly I barely heard her. It's full of you, it's actually quite beautiful. Then the light changed and she roared away loudly. As we got to the house my heart sank as I saw Charlie's cruiser parked up. He had obviously popped home for lunch, or to check that I wasn't entertaining the neighborhood in my nightwear again. As we got off the bike, Leah turned around and appeared to be sniffing the air. The last patrol went through about 15 minutes ago, that gives us around an hour before the next pass. This was meaningless to me but I nodded to Leah seriously. However my mind was focused on the roadblock labeled, Charlie, that stood in our path. Leah pulled me into the house whispering about following her lead. Charlie was standing in the kitchen and looked shocked as Leah strode in. Leah, is everything okay? Is your dad alright? Oh Chief Swan. She wailed dramatically and I looked at her in alarm and she dropped onto the couch virtually dragging Charlie with her. Can you arrest someone for breaking your heart? I mean surely there must be a law against grievous emotional harm. Leah continued to wail. Charlie looked terrified, I mean absolutely awful, as if he wished the floor would fold up around him. What is it with boys? You're a man Chief Swan, why do you find it so hard to love someone who loves you? Leah looked him dead in the face. Charlie had backed up against the arm of the couch trying to put as much distance as possible between him and Leah. But Leah moved forward, using up all of the space Charlie had created. Bella was telling me that at least she can talk to her mom about boys, mind she doesn't want to know. Leah launched herself to her feet again and Charlie visibly flinched. Bella said that we could see her mom for a couple of days, to talk and talk and talk and talk all about boys. She had these tickets, but she was too worried to use them, you know, without appropriate adult supervision, but as I'm legally an adult now she said she felt more confident with the trip. Leah leaned forward, intently and I put my hand over my face to muffle the giggles as I looked at Charlie's bewildered expression. Leah dropped to her knees on the floor and grabbed Charlie's hands in hers. Think of it Chief Swan, she said wistfully, we could sit and watch sad movies and have a good cry, and then sit in the sunshine and talk about all the heartache until it doesn't hurt anymore. You wouldn't mind if we did that, would you Chief Swan? She moved suddenly again, squeezing herself right next to Charlie and leaning her head on his shoulder, still holding his hand. Of course if you prefer I could just stay here with you and Bella for a few days, or maybe a bit longer. It would be like a long, never-ending girly sleepover party. What do you think Chief Swan? Maybe you could join us for a movie night. Have you seen Titanic? It's so beautiful. She stood up finally and came and wrapped her arm around my shoulders. We both looked in Charlie's direction, waiting patiently. He stood, cleared his throat several times and then mumbled, well, there's work, lots of work, night work, hiker problems, moms are always better at this sort of thing, female things. Got tickets already, good. He paused and breathed deeply, shaking himself as if he had just woken from a nightmare. Then he nodded, bit of space would be good, get some perspective, get away from these you girls want me to drive you to the airport. We nodded enthusiastically as he mumbled about waiting in the car. I laughed to myself, doesn't he even want to check the flight times? Leah had clearly hit the, get them out of the house, button on the head. We rushed to my room and I handed Leah the papers so she could call the airline. You know that was somewhat overdone. I mean you wouldn't need to lay it on that thick all the time, but you get the idea. She winked and ran down the stairs to make the call. It didn't take me long to get organized and then we were jumping into the cruiser and heading for the airport. After a few minutes on the road Leah started playing with the radio. I flinched and saw Charlie do the same. I knew Leah had caught it as she moved around the dial until she got to a station playing dodgy 70s classics. She began belting out the lyrics and after some time her enthusiasm started to rub off on me and by the time we reached the airport we were loudly chorusing along to I Will Survive, complete with occasional additions from even Charlie himself. We continued messing around and singing randomly throughout check-in and boarding and I found myself laughing more than I had done in a very long time. It seemed like we both had a lot of steam to blow off. Once we were settled on the plane, I turned to Leah seriously and asked her to explain what was going on with me. I mean, it feels like love, but that's just not possible. I haven't actually even met him, you know. This is going to be a struggle so you'll need to bear with me. What you felt was a connection. It had a name but I can't, but it's spiritual, it's like a decision that's out of your hands. The spirits look at the world and they say you and you belong together and that's it. It's absolute, nobody can stand in its way, not even if they love you. She exhaled deeply, as if it had been hard to even get that much out. You lost someone to it, didn't you? The spirits didn't choose it right for you, did they? Her eyebrows shot up and a harsh look appeared in her eyes. I didn't mean to pry, it just seems like you're not really sold on the idea. I realized I'd probably got a step ahead of our growing friendship and quickly changed the subject. Look, they've got snacks. As we got off the plane, all the passengers began filing through the security point. The queue was ridiculous and I was getting uncomfortable standing around. Leah held our spot while I made a dash to the bathroom. As I did the same for Leah, the queue began to move forward and I quickly saw the reason for the delay. The bulky security official was clearly having a power trip day and was making all of the female passengers empty their bags and asking all sorts of inane questions. I blushed and stumbled as he unpacked my clothing, appearing to take far too much interest in the underwear. I wished that I had checked my bag into the hold, my face getting hotter as he eyed me up and down. He then moved round the counter as if he was going to carry out some kind of pat-down search. I was suddenly aware of Leah's presence and I felt the atmosphere shift as he moved closer to me. She was emitting a low growling sound, only just loud enough for myself and the official to hear, but its effect was truly unsettling. It crept like fear up my spine, alerting every nerve in my body. The official was clearly losing his confidence too and he began to retreat back round the counter. Leah's body moved gracefully closer to the counter, like a predator stalking prey, the ominous growl becoming deeper and more fearsome as she moved. The official was sweating now, his huge hands trembling as he passed her the bag without question. As she took it she leaned in close and her teeth make a horrifying snapping sound next to his ear. He tumbled backwards over his chair and ran for the door marked, "Staff only." Leah spun on her heel, threw the bag over her shoulder and beamed me a warm smile as she linked arms with me and headed off. I shook my head in disbelief. Leah truly was a powerful creature. We were clattering through the arrivals area, laughing to ourselves about the security when all of a sudden piercing cry of, "Bella," cut through the hall. I spun around surprised and Leah was caught off guard and I heard a snarl rip from her lips as she tried to locate the source. I placed a calming hand on her arm as Renee flung herself into my embrace. "Mom, what are you doing here? It was supposed to be a surprise. Did Charlie call you?" I was still trying to work out how she had known we were coming and managed to organize herself to get down here so quickly. "Well, he had to. Apparently you young ladies are quite the talk of the town. He made it sound like half the neighborhood had descended on the house demanding to know where you had gone. It got him a bit flustered, so he called to make sure that you did actually come here and not headed off for some wild drunken escapade." My eyes widened in alarm and I turned to look at Leah. She had the same look of shock on her face. We knew this might not go down particularly well with the werewolves, but for them to draw so much attention, this definitely seemed to be getting out of hand. "Oh no, I should call him, he'll be worried. Do you have change for a payphone?" I looked at Renee, praying that she had some change on her. I needed to get to him quickly before he started imagining the worst. In Charlie's case, imagining the worst would probably be say, drugs and rock and roll, rather than werewolves, vampires and other such dramatics which were the staples of my existence now. "Phil got me a new cell, you can use it in the car," Renee announced with a smile, and with that she locked arms with Leah and myself and dragged us out of the building, chattering animatedly about how pleased she was to see us and oblivious to the looks of concern that were flying between us. Once we were safely seated in the car, I took a deep breath and punched the house number into the phone. It was answered on the first ring, not a good sign. "Bella." Charlie sounded panicked and fearful. I mustered up all the cheerfulness I could find and gave a breezy, "Hey Dad, Renee said you called." She frightened the life out of us, pouncing on us as we came through security. Charlie exhaled loudly and I could almost sense the tension easing from him as he took a breath. He then sounded sheepish, "Sorry to spoil your surprise, it was just all this chaos kicked off and it got me all worried and stuff." He trailed off, clearly uncomfortable that he had been caught thinking the worst of his daughter. I felt bad for him, and I was upset that they had made him feel like this. "Dad, can you tell me what happened?" A plan suddenly began forming in my mind and I grabbed an old magazine from the seat pocket and motioned for Leah to give me a pen. She scrabbled in her bag then handed it over, looking at me with a bewildered expression. I twisted myself so she could see what I was writing then scribbled, "At Charlie's house," on a blank space on an advert. A mischievous smile crept across her face and she listened attentively. "Well, I was just pulling up in the cruiser from dropping you girls off, when all of these yahoos start surrounding the car. So I climb out and try to find out what they are all jumping up and down about. All I'm hearing is loads of shouting of, 'Bella,' and 'Leah,' and 'Run away.' Anyway, Sam Yulee is in the middle of this trying to keep everyone under control." I scratched, "Sam Yulee," and "keeping control," on the page. So I'm trying to hear what he's saying but that hothead boy Paul is screaming and cussing up a storm about Leah. I added, "Paul, hothead, cussing Leah," to my list. A low growl came from Leah and I glanced over to check to see if Renee had noticed but she was too engrossed in trying to follow the navigation system's directions. Now this was upsetting young Seth, who was then starting to shout at Paul. I wrote, "Young Seth, upset at Paul," on the page. Leah shook her head and rested it against the window. Anyway, Sam's trying to calm the two of them down and I've got Jake almost having hysterics, carrying on about you having run away and pleading with me to make you come back. Wait, Jake came to the house. I froze. I tuned out everything around me, the hum of the air conditioning, the navigation commands, the sound of the freeway. My Jake was there, that meant. Oh God, my poor sweet Jake, not him too. I leaned back against the seat and raised my hand to my forehead. My head tried to filter through this information then I replayed the last time I saw him before he got sick, the temperature, the heat, oh no. I felt the tears form then break free as they ran down my face. The realization hit me hard and I felt the warmth as Leah's hand grasped mine. He didn't abandon me, he hadn't grown tired of me. He had become a werewolf and had to stay away from me because of the secret. My heart swelled as I let the love I have for my best friend free from the chains I had bound it in to stop me from missing him so. "Bella, are you still there?" Charlie's voice brought me back to reality. "Sorry Dad, you just took me by surprise. Was he okay? I mean how was he?" To be honest Bella, he didn't look so good. I'm not sure he is over that sickness. He was deadly pale and looked in a lot of pain. He was leaning on the two numbnut friends of his a lot. I added, "Jake, sick, and Quill and Embry to my list. It all got so crazy I had to show them my gun and tell them to get the hell home and cool off. I can see why you girls needed a break if that's what those guys are like all the time. I need an Advil with the headache they've given me." I told Charlie to relax and watch some sports and he would feel better soon. Then it suddenly occurred to me that he hadn't mentioned telling them where we were. "Dad, you did tell them we'd back home in a couple of days, didn't you?" I couldn't imagine why everything was getting so dramatic. I mean, we weren't even talking about 72 hours, why was everyone so worried? Then Charlie's sentence explained it all. "I didn't tell them a damn thing. With all that carry on I didn't think they deserved to know what you girls were doing. Let them think the worst, bunch of crazy kids." I said my goodbyes politely and hung up the phone still in shock. It seemed clear then that rather than appeasing a gang of angry werewolves, my father had inadvertently given them the impression that Leah and myself had run away. I looked at Leah sadly. We were in a whole heap of trouble. Leah Pav. As we drove towards the house I was completely filled with remorse. Seriously Leah, yet again you've got the whole pack wound up. I hated that Charlie had got involved. He was quite an easygoing guy and Dad thought really highly of him, even though he was an outsider. I knew deep down I was going to have to bite the bullet and get this under control before it spoiled our whole time here. I don't even know how far away from home we are. I'm not sure if the connection will be strong enough, but I'll have to try, especially after Bella filled me in on what Charlie had done. Of course the bunch of idiots would think we'd run away. They knew how much I hated having their stupid guy perspectives dancing around inside my head. They knew I wanted out and away from the whole imprint thing, and I guess after the dressing down Bella gave, the defective wolf, they'd got their clothes in a twist and assumed she'd run too. I wasn't going to let that go. I don't think I'll ever call him by his real name again now. She was priceless. It was funny because I thought I was going to hate her. I mean, talk about getting into bed with the enemy. I wonder if she did. Ugh, Gross, dead lover, that's just nasty. But it's the way she thinks, she reminds me so much of Rach, coming out with the most random observations and the whole checking temperature thing. I mean, how cool is that? I love the list of the pack she got from Charlie, it had almost everyone. I wonder where Jared had been, probably tied up with Kim. It's like he's joined at the hip. I really hope it helps us get this conversation out. Damn binding. I just want to sit her down and say it all, and have them dance off into the sunset. Well, I mean I do, but on the other hand it is really nice to have someone to talk to. What if once she knows she just vanishes away into happiness like everybody else? I wonder if we'll still hang out once she doesn't need me anymore. Stop being such a wimp. Get a grip. Can't let too much feeling out. She shocked me on the plane when she clued in about how unimpressed I am with imprinting. I must be letting her get under my skin too much, but it's hard, she is just too much fun. There is just something about her, she's not naive, I mean she walks around in crazy land with leeches and wolves for friends like it is perfectly normal, but there is such an innocence to her, like she truly believes in people. She makes you feel like a better person when you make her smile. I wish she'd imprinted with someone less dramatic. I mean, how cool would it have been if her and Seth had got together? She'd be like my wacky sister-in-law and we'd all stay happy ever after on the res. We could hang out all the time whilst he was out running patrol or with the guys. We could do cool stuff like riding that bike. She looks like she likes to read. I couldn't believe it when I saw her room, all the books, which is brilliant. I mean, maybe I could even have gone to college with her. Okay Leah, stop it. Where did Fantasyland come from? You barely know the girl and you're acting like she's your lifelong best friend. And anyway, it wasn't Seth, so it doesn't matter. Defectives always had a problem with me, not as bad as Paul, but he's still not going to want to share her time with me. He'll say I'm some kind of bad influence on his precious Bella, especially after all of this. We've arrived at her mom's place now. It's kinda cool, nothing too special, but I think it's a rental. I'm finding it a bit tricky with her mom. I mean, she seems nice, but for years I have been overhearing the conversations the grown-ups have had about her, and what she has done to Charlie comes to mind every time I look at her. All the things I've heard my mom say flash through my mind. Flighty, can't take care of her own child, irresponsible. I don't want to judge her, I mean, don't I want to escape from it all too? But I just think, would Bella be who she was if her mom was a bit more grounded? Would she take life so strangely if her mom had been an adult, rather than an odd childlike parent? I put my bag down and told Bella I was going to try to get stuff sorted and tapped my head. I think that's become our code now for the wolf mind. She seemed really relieved. She looks like she tries too hard to take care of everybody. I hated seeing her cry in the car, even though it was for a great reason. Finally we might be a step closer. I almost wanted to scream, but settled for squeezing her hand instead. I told her mom I was a runner and needed to get out and stretch out from the flight. I could see she was quite pleased at that. I don't think she's used to sharing Bella's attention. I wonder how she'll cope once she has to share it with an imprint. Although I get the feeling she's hardly around much anymore, too busy with her boy toy husband to give a damn about the daughter she stole from her father and then dumped back into the lap of a leech. I took off then, trying to cool down. I could feel the tremble setting in, also trying to find a good spot to phase in. The area is okay, nice enough, but it's nothing like home. It's really urban and it's taking me a long time to find anywhere that's safe. There doesn't seem to be any wilderness around. You couldn't keep a pack of wolves here, that's for sure. I also noticed a lot of security cameras around. That could be a real problem. I need to make sure I don't get caught on tape. The elders would probably kill me for that. I followed signs to some nature center, but even that didn't feel quite right. Everything around here was too created, there was nothing wild and it made me edgy. I don't think I'm going to find the forest that I need, and I can feel that twilight will be coming soon. I want to get back to Bella before it is dark. I noticed some run-down looking warehouse building and headed off in that direction. This was definitely on the right track. It was empty now as there was still light in the sky, but I could tell it was hidden from normal passers-by as there were scents of a lot of bad things down here. It smelled of death and disease, but nothing current, nothing fresh. I would hate to think of what goes on here after dark. I found myself an area that didn't smell quite so bad up on one of the upper levels and began to strip down. I hesitated. Don't get me wrong, I can take what the world throws at me, God knows it's been throwing buckets of it recently, but this time I knew their anger was going to be 100% focused on me. I took a deep breath and bent forward, willing the change. I don't think I was even completely phased before the roar filled my head. It was so loud and so powerful I felt like I was drowning. Pain that wasn't mine ripped through my body until I was almost convulsing. Despair, hopelessness, terror and fear tore through my mind, swirling around me like a dark cloud that obscured all the light, all the hope in the world. One singular sound echoed off every cell in my brain. Leahhhhhhhh. I phased out violently, turning and vomiting all over the floor. I crashed to my knees, panting and gasping as wave after wave of sickness took me. I felt violated, unclean, as if the mind that touched mine was on the brinks of insanity. I thought I knew what pain was, I thought I understood despair. The images of my love walking away danced in front of me and stung, but the agony was nothing compared with what I had just witnessed. For the first time in my life I was truly and completely afraid. Tears fell from my eyes as the horrifying truth sank in, that mine belonged to one of my brothers, one of my kin, so traumatized that madness was close to claiming him. I gritted my teeth, knowing that I had no option but to return, to try and bring peace to the situation. I sank back onto my heels and willed myself back in. As I entered I could feel the presence of another, but the terrifying darkness was no longer present. Lily. His voice sounded aged and exhausted and it stung my heart. Lily baby, where are you? Are you okay? Each word sounded strained, like it was taking all his effort to say them. He sounded so tired I didn't even object to him using the forbidden name, the name he wasn't allowed to call me anymore ever since, her. I'm fine, we're fine, I don't understand why everyone is going crazy, we just took a little trip, that's all, we came to see her mom. I let all the images wash through my mind, the packing, the giggling, singing with Charlie and the cruiser. I was trying to prove that there was nothing bad to this, nothing dramatic, no reason for all of this. Oh Lily, why didn't you tell someone? Why didn't you tell me? Do you know what's been going on here? Do you have any idea of the panic you've caused? The tone of this bugged me. I knew I was in the wrong, but I don't need to be scolded like a school kid, especially not by him. Look, I phased to show you we are fine, not to beg for forgiveness. We took a trip, with her father's permission, to visit her mother, for 72 hours. I was shouting now inside my head, punching out every part of the sentence. This was also unnecessary. Leah, oh great, the alpha tone is back, come to put the bad wolf in her place. Do you have any idea what imprinting does? Oh, no he didn't go there, we are so not having this conversation. Of course I've seen what imprinting does, tearing apart everything you've built, everything you want, everything that's yours. Stop it Leah, now. I'm not talking about how it works, I'm talking about what it does. That hell you phased into, before I could pull him out so that I could talk to you, that is what imprinting does. He was angry now, and I could feel myself shaking as the memory of those feelings took me over. What was he talking about? Imprinting is all lovey-dovey hearts and flowers, screw the people who already loved you stuff. I said stop. That hell is what I have spent the last 2 hours trying to coax our brother out of because he believes his imprint has abandoned him. That is what imprinting does. The pain of loss is like death of your soul. Do you know that if the imprint of a wolf dies, he will die soon after? That being away from them destroys your ability to heal. Did you know that before you went on your merry girly trip? Did you care? Did you know I can't have anyone phase to patrol as I can barely keep him out of phase and they can't cope with the hell? Do you know that it is taking every part of my alpha strength just holding him in human form right now? Do you give a damn what you do to others, to me, or is this just your sick way at getting back at me? Stop it. Stop it. You know I didn't know, you know I just wanted space, some time away, that's all. I was crying now, desperation taking me over. Lily, don't cry, don't, please, I'm sorry. I was just so afraid, for him, for you. Do you see now why there was no choice? The last words rasped out, as if the energy was literally being drained from his body. I knew he was no longer talking about the trip, and I realized that I had not paid attention to the information about imprinting. I had despised it so much I had closed my mind to it all. I would never have wanted my love to hurt like this hell, this madness. I let my feelings show, I didn't want to hide them anymore. I showed him the love I had for him that will never leave me, the trust I had in him as our leader, and then I showed him my desire to see him happy and free from pain, even if someone else was by his side. The tension between us eased slowly as he took my new feelings in, and I felt him gain strength from it. When he spoke now, he spoke as my alpha, not as my lover. I'm going to pull him back in. It may be hard, but I want you to show him what you showed me. Show her happy, show her excited, her singing, her in her mother's arms. Let him see that she is happy and safe, and hopefully it will bring him peace until you return. You will be bound to protect her, and her safety will rest in your hands alone. We cannot get to you quickly enough to support you, but I trust that you will make us proud of you. There will be no outrage towards you on your return, I will ensure it. Are you ready? I steeled myself for the nightmare and let my acceptance shine through. I felt the darkness threaten to overwhelm me as he phased back in, the despair and panic shooting through my body as his mind touched mine. I concentrated on the images, on the sounds of her laughter, and forced it forward like a shield, pushing back the pain and despair. I flooded the space between us with the images of her smiling at her mother, singing with her father, and felt the darkness retreating from my mind. I pulled hardest on the memory of her in the car, tears rolling down her face as she smiled, with the writing on the magazine, focusing in on the words she had doodled after the phone call to Charlie ended, the words she hadn't even realized she had written. I felt the calm wash over us all, a peace and a quietness replacing everything. I played the moment again, focusing my mind on the two words inside, written inside the heart she had drawn, my Jake, and I barely heard the whisper as I phased back out. Thank you, Bella Pav. Renee and I were lounging on the sofa. She was filling in me on all of the latest news with Phil's team and everything that had been happening recently. The front door banged open loudly and Leah virtually tumbled in. I gasped out loud. She looked absolutely terrible. I could see straight away that she had been crying hard. Her eyes were red and dried tracks were etched on her face. Renee launched herself up and grabbed Leah in a fierce hug. It was actually quite bizarre to watch. My tiny flimsy-looking mom wrapped around Leah's tall, powerful physique, but in that moment, Renee looked the stronger of the two. Sweetheart, what on earth happened? Are you hurt? Renee's concerned voice was tinged with fear, and I exhaled loudly with relief when Leah quickly reassured her. No, I'm fine, not hurt, just, oh hell. Leah crashed down onto the sofa after removing herself from Renee's tangled arms. She seemed uncomfortable around my mom, or perhaps it was just with the physical side of things. No, I called home, just to check on things, let them know we got here okay. But it got picked up by my ex, it got tense, stuff was said. It's just, the last word was lost to us as she buried her head in the arm of the couch. She lifted her head a second later and looked straight at us. But that's why we're here, get all this baggage, this guy stuff out of our systems. She cracked a weak smile at Renee. Renee was silent for a second. Then a wide smile formed on her face. I hadn't said a word since Leah came in, but I was suddenly more afraid of that smile than anything the wolves could have said. That smile meant trouble. That was roller coaster Renee, skydiving Renee, piercing of intimate body parts Renee. You know what you need, what you both need, a great night out, fun, music, boys, and dancing. Renee squealed, jumping up and clapping her hands together. She grabbed Leah's hands and tried to hoist her up. Leah gave in and rose to her feet. Then Renee began what I can only imagine was some sort of salsa dancing, whooping and giggling. I swear all the color must have drained out of my face. Not dancing, please, not dancing, please Leah, please, hate dancing too, please, please. But as I looked on in horror, I realized that Leah was not going to be my savior. She was now twirling and whirling with my mother, giggling and grinning. Oh God, I'm going dancing, how depressing. I tried everything I could think of. I pointed out that we had no dressing up clothes with us, that Leah must too tired from her run. I even tried suggesting that I thought I might be coming down with flu. But it seemed that Leah and Renee had chosen that moment to become a united force of nature that now had swept me into Renee's bedroom, where they were both rummaging through the wardrobes looking for suitable items that myself and Leah could borrow. Oh Alice, come back, all is forgiven. I was lying on my back on Renee's bed, staring at the ceiling. I felt various items being held over my body, Shoes being put on my feet and then I was hauled unceremoniously upright. Man, Leah was strong, and shoved into the bathroom for a shower. As the hot water flowed over me, I steadied myself. Come on Bella, chin up, this is supposed to be the new, improved unselfish version of Bella. I mean, wasn't it great the way Leah's eyes lit up at the idea of going out dancing? And really and truly I didn't actually need to do any dancing. I could find a nice place to sit or even just stand and relax. Hopefully if they were having enough fun, maybe they wouldn't even notice that I wasn't moving. Yeah, that would be okay. We would go out and they will dance and I'll just be Bella. I headed back out to the bedroom, toweling off my hair as I went. I was actually kind of excited to see what had been chosen for me. Leah took her turn in the shower next and Renee began fussing around with my hair. I just sat and let her play, smiling at the reflection in the mirror. I remembered how much she used to love styling my hair when I was little. I slipped into the outfit they had chosen for me and was surprised to find it was not too outrageous. I think Leah had been able to tone down my mom's eccentricity a lot. It was a simple summery style dress in a fire engine red, slightly gathered under the bust with little straps. It sat just above my knee and with my black ballet flats looked quite reasonable. I felt reassured and a lot calmer about the whole idea. When Leah walked back into the bedroom I almost fell off the bed. She had changed in the bathroom and was wearing a dress that I recognized as one of Renee's, but it had definitely not looked anything like this when Renee had worn it. It was a sea green, almost turquoise color, and looked like it was made up of thousands of tiny sequins. Against Leah's skin tone the contrast was amazing and the glittering nature of the sequins made her skin appear to shine. I remembered that it had made Renee look unwell, which was why she had never actually worn it after getting it home from the shop, but on Leah, the color made her look alive, radiant, vibrant even. On Renee that cut had been quite loose, but due to Leah's build it looked as if it had been sprayed on. I mean it was seriously tight, but not in a nasty, trampy way, just as if it has been designed to mold exactly to every curve. I must have left my mouth hanging open as Leah fixed me with a cheeky grin and raised an eyebrow. Too much. I shut my mouth with a snap and blushed. No, not at all, it's just, wow, I mean seriously, you are going to knock them dead. Leah laughed and Renee headed off for her turn in the shower. I'm sorry, I mean you look great, I'm just, I could never wear anything like that, I'd just look silly. I mumbled. Leah cupped my face with her hand. You have a beauty that is all your own. You look gorgeous, you have that perfectness, that take you home to meet his mother Ness, that marry you and keep you safe forever Ness. I don't have that. I'm not that. We are different but both fabulous, in our own way, darling. She drawled out the last sentence like they do on those top model shows and I laughed. Are you sure you're okay? I asked, serious now whilst Renee was gone. Yeah, I'm okay, I just need to blow off some serious steam. Things are a little tense at home, but should be cool while we're gone now. Like I said, just some heavy conversation with the ex that I wasn't quite ready for. But I understand things a bit better now. You know, when it ends, part of you gets it, part of you knows it's over. But there's that part that never truly accepts it, like there is still some chance that things will shift some way, like that day will come when he suddenly appears and just says out of the blue, I made a mistake, take me back. And you know it's crazy but you really hold on to that. It's like you're stuck, because that little bit of you just won't let go. She took a long breath and I nodded. It was the same for me. I knew he was gone, I could see he was gone, but I kept imagining, dreaming that he'd come back, save me, rescue me. Leah squeezed my hand. Well today, that little part of me was forced to give up, to acknowledge that it really is never going to change. He's never coming back, that even if, and I sound so bad even saying this, she died or something, he would still never be mine again. And that hurt almost as much as when I first lost him, but as much as it hurts, I do finally feel free. Like nothing I do now is going to change the chance that he might come back, because there is no chance. It will just take me a little time to get it sorted out in my head, and in my heart. It's funny in some ways, I'm this great mythical protector, but I can't save myself. She gave me that weak smile again. I was lucky, he saved me from myself. Leah smiled warmly at this. Well, defective, wasn't going to let some leech get freaky and then drain you. He's your connection, he will protect you forever. No, not him, I mean Jake. Jake saved me from myself. Leah raised her eyebrows at this and then turned to get started on her makeup. I could swear the corners of her mouth were twitching as she tried to apply her lipstick. I guess she thought it was funny. I wonder why. I started to get a bit nervous on the way as it occurred to me that A. I have never actually been to a bar, B. I'm pretty sure that I'm not legally allowed in a bar in this state, C. They might have some interstate police information network which would flash up on Charlie's system with bright red lights saying, "Your underage daughter is in a bar," and D. For some reason Renee's outfit involves her having a serious number of little ribbons in her hair, and as she bobs about behind the steering wheel it is giving me chronic eye strain. Coupled with the huge number of jangly bracelets she has on, I'm finding the ensemble quite overwhelming. We rolled in and apparently Renee is well known here, so they've let me in under her supervision, although I have a big, "No alcohol," stamp on the back of my hand. Leah is already bobbing to the music and is attracting a lot of attention from the guys, although no one has yet had the nerve to make a move on her. The bar is actually quite cool. It has a large dance floor and lots of little leaning tables with high stools dotted around it. This worked out quite perfectly as Leah and Renee took to the dance floor and I perched happily on my little stool. As long as I didn't move too much, there didn't seem to be much chance of me falling off. The dance floor filled up pretty quickly and soon I was quite relaxed, just watching everyone dancing happily and playing with the straw in my soda. The music was loud, at a volume where it makes it difficult to hear, so I was able to escape some attempts at conversation from people by shrugging my shoulders and going back to watching the dancing. There was a break in the song and Leah wandered over, draining her water thirstily. I was not surprised she needed a drink, given that she hadn't stopped dancing since we got here. She leaned in close to my ear and shouted, "You doing okay?" "I'm good," I shouted back. "You dance really well," she nodded. "They make us learn really young, everyone on the res, it's in our blood." Another song started up with a thumping beat and she bounced back onto the dance floor. I sat there watching her. The song that was playing sounded almost tribal. I couldn't make much of it out, something about, "transform you," and I suddenly snorted with laughter, thinking about how appropriate the song was for Leah. After all, surely turning into a wolf counted as transforming. As I laughed, I managed to knock my soda over and I almost tumbled off the stool as I tried to dodge the dripping mess. A guy from a nearby table headed over and helped me to my feet. He disappeared, then turned up again with a cloth and got the spill under control. I smiled and nodded my head, not wanting to start a conversation but not wanting to be impolite either. I managed to get myself seated back on the stool, and as I did so the guy reappeared again, with a drink in his hand. I shook my head and pointed to the stamp on the back of my hand. He leaned in close and shouted, "It's just a Coke," before smiling and heading back to his table. I turned back to the dancing and watched Leah as she enjoyed herself. Several of the guys seemed to have found the courage to dance near to her and she was artfully winding and twisting with the music, dancing near to the guys but not actually letting any of them get physically close to her. I smiled. This kind of blowing off steam was cool with me. I had been a bit concerned earlier. After all, although she was only a little bit older than me, but in terms of life experience she seemed way more experienced, and more comfortable with guys, and if her idea of blowing off steam had been more full on I might have felt a bit uncomfortable. I mean, it was like we shared so much, knew so much about all the secrets and craziness that surrounded each other, but we didn't actually know each other at all. But I trusted her, I don't know why, but I just had this sense of complete faith in her. I couldn't see Renee anywhere and assumed she was having fun, so I let my mind wander as I watched Leah dance. She said that everyone on the res was taught to dance. The image of Jake moving the way Leah was started to surface in my mind. Oh my god, why is that in my head? I mean, he's my best friend, but friends don't think like that, do they? And after all, aren't I destined for some mythical connection with a guy the first don't even know? Wow, that actually KS a bit when you think of it like that. I looked around the dance floor, watching the guys dancing with girls, moving their bodies in time with each other, close to each other. I couldn't help myself. I started to think what Jake would look like, dancing like that, his arms wrapped around somebody, the heat of the bar making his body slick with sweat, and as he wound his body against someone. I wondered what it would be like to feel someone wrapped around me like that, moving against me. The image of the faceless man crept back into my mind but now was morphing and flashing into the image of Jake pressed against me, dancing with me, being with me. I suddenly felt like I missed him so much, my chest was caving in. I felt dizzy and sick and my heart was hammering in my ears. I wanted to go home, I wanted Jake, I wanted him so much my eyes started to blur and the images of him on the dance floor seemed so real I began to think I could reach out and touch him. I tried to get down off the stool but this time I stumbled properly. I tried to grip onto the edge of table but missed and swung wildly for the stool. Leah was with me in a split second, I didn't even see her leave the dance floor. Bella. I felt her gripping my face, staring into my eyes. She was really close, I felt her sniff my breath. Bella, what have you drunk? No, snot alco, my tongue felt thick in my mouth. I knew what word I wanted but my mouth was refusing to form it. My head was starting to spin. Leah's face was dancing in front of my eyes. I struggled to focus on her. Who got you the drink? Leah's voice was a roar. I saw people moving now, there was a crowd forming around. The music had stopped yet Leah was still roaring. Renee, did you get her the drink? Renee was there now, her hands twisting as tears formed in her eyes. No, I didn't see, I don't know. I saw as Leah picked up my glass, now only half full with soda. So just Coke. I slurred, gripping onto Leah as I felt my balance leaving me. Leah sniffed the glass deeply and gagged. She threw the drink on the dance floor hard, glass smashing and flying everywhere. I saw security moving towards us, big guys who clearly wanted to get control of the situation but who were equally fearful of the clear and present danger Leah posed. I began to giggle at this but it came out as an unladylike snort. Now the world began to spin, I heard Leah shouting and pushing people. I heard Renee crying. The next thing I knew was warm arms wrapped around me carrying me like a child. I felt the cold hit me as we moved outside and I pushed myself closer to the warmth. I felt myself being moved into a car. I couldn't work out why I seemed to be so out of control. I was lying in the car. I could feel the movement of the road underneath me. I could hear Renee crying, saying, "I'm sorry," over and over but it was like background noise, faded and blurry. I could feel a warm hand stroking my hair, and a soft voice whispering to me, "Hold on, nobody can hurt you Bella, I promised him I'd bring you back to him safe and I will." And then darkness claimed me. Leah Pav. What was I going to do with her? This girl took protection to a whole new level. I mean it was as if she needed a full-time bodyguard. How does so much danger happen to just one little person? I was vexed, I mean beyond furious. It had taken every part of control I had not to phase in the middle of that damn club and tear every one of those guys apart. I mean what kind of sick-ass freak drugs up a girl who's too scared to even get up on the dance floor? And this was her mom's idea of a great place. Don't get me started, I'd wanted to smack her just as much as the guys. I mean, my mom's strange in her own way, all those bloody apple pies, but this wasn't even mother behavior. She just cried and cried, I was practically ordering her around and she just did as she was told, like she had no idea how to deal with the situation. Your kid is sick. You brought her to some freak show and let some beak get close to her. Take some damn responsibility, woman. Once we got to the hospital I left her to deal with the cops. You will act like an adult if I have anything to do with it, and I'm not sure I could go through speaking about it again without seriously losing my cool. I just sat next to Bella whilst the sweet nurse looked after her. She looked like my mom, did mom kind of things, even when she was helping me get her into a gown she was just like an apple pie mom. I put my head down on the bed. I figured we would be here for a while. Apple pie nurse had got me a blanket, I'm not sure she was too keen on what I was wearing. Man, this night had not turned out like I planned. I just really wanted to have some fun and it was all going so well, but I guess Bella just looked like too easy a target, all sweet smiles and stuff. The nurse took some blood at various points throughout the night and put some kind of meds in Bella's arm. She said something about it counteracting the other stuff and her just needing to sleep it off. Apparently the dose she'd got wasn't much. I thanked the spirits that I got to the glass before she drained it all. This stuff really pissed me off. I mean, I get the whole battle of enemies, the big stuff, I'm a wolf, leeches are bad, kill them, that kind of stuff. But just plain and nasty bad people, with no excuses, it just did my head in. How are girls supposed to know if a guy is sick like that? I can smell a wolf, a leech, and of course people who don't wash enough, but evil, I wish that had a smell too. After a while Bella's mom came in and sat with her too, we both just dozed in the hard plastic chairs. There wasn't much conversation, I think she knew how I felt, and I got the feeling that maybe I reminded her of home, well Forks anyway, of the people who disapproved of her. So I kept quiet, just waiting and checking on Bella each time she twisted or mumbled. It got light and the nurse bustled back in, apparently they were releasing Bella into her mother's care. I thought that was a bit of a joke, but tried not to let the sarcasm be too obvious. She's supposed to be fine to sleep it off at home. They wanted to strap her to a bed to get her out to the car but I insisted on carrying her. She felt so tiny, like a little doll. Defective is going to kill me for this. She's only been with me a short time and already she's cussed him out, jumped on a plane out of state and got herself drugged up by a beep. Wow, I'll be lucky if he even lets me speak to her on the phone. It's funny though, she's nearly there, putting all the pieces together herself. But it's like she's built herself two jigsaws out of one set of pieces. She's falling for Jake in a big way. His name is about the only word that's made sense in all her mumbling. Yet, at the same time she seems more and more dismissive of the imprinting. This is going to rock his mind when we get back. Here he is obsessing over the fact of her imprinting with the wolf, when now she's gone and fallen in love with the man. It gives me brain pain just trying to get my head around it. How do you make a love triangle when it's only got two sides? She's tucked into bed now and I've got myself out of this ridiculous gear and into the shower. There is something about sitting around in going out clothes that just makes you feel kind of gross. I can hear Renee on the phone with Charlie, guess she didn't want me to overhear, haha, super wolf hearing comes in handy. I definitely wouldn't want to be in her shoes now. He sounds as vexed as I was. He wants to come and get both of us right now. But she's begging and apologizing. She's making me out like the heroine of the hour, and it sounds like that's the only reason he's not charging here. Wow, I guess he does trust me with her so hopefully he should be cool with me when we get back. Need at least one person on my side in all this. Bella's out cold now but she keeps up that crazy mumbling. She is definitely hook, line and sinker in love. I alternated between curling up on the bottom of the bed and just wandering around, reading and watching TV. Part of me wanted to phase and check in. I'm not used to going a day without it, but I really didn't want to leave her side. I mean knowing my luck Renee probably has a leech employed as a pool boy and he'll drain her dry before I get back. She woke up late afternoon, knocking over a glass of water. Wow, she is clumsy. She looks like she has one major hangover, reminds me of the time Rach and I snuck out to Port Angeles and got trashed on cheap vodka. I was throwing up the whole next day. I spoke in a whisper to her and got her to understand what had happened. She seemed shocked and quite shaken up by it all. Renee came rushing in and smothered her with hugs, bet that definitely didn't help with the hangover feeling. We got her up and into the shower. She seemed so fragile and definitely unsteady, and after getting some clean PJs on her I made her a bed up on the sofa and we hung out watching dodgy DVDs, Titanic included. Bet Charlie would have loved it. We got some food in. Bella picked at it but didn't eat much so I made the most of demolishing all of it. I was starving from trying to pretend to have an appropriate appetite around her mom. The next morning everything looked a bit better. Renee had gone out. She had some class or something so I knew we'd get a better chance to talk properly. The rental house has a pool, so after a large breakfast, and after some persuading I managed to convince Bella to get a suit on. We took a bit of a dip and she seemed to be feeling better so we lounged around the pool. Bella, I'm so sorry I didn't get to you sooner. I should have taken better care of you. I admitted. This is so not your fault, it's just me. You'll come to realize it. Anything, and I mean anything that can go wrong, will normally go wrong. I mean since I moved, nearly crushed by a van, chased across state by a tracker vampire, had my leg broken by him, bitten by him. Then nearly killed by getting a paper cut in a house full of vampire, then got thrown into glass also in house of same vampires, abandoned by all same vampires and got lost in a forest, fell off motorbikes many times, nearly BPD and killed by freaky vampire, now nearly BPD by freaky human guy. Honestly, it's just me. She cracked a painful smile. Hold on, what, you were bitten, what the? I scrambled up on the lounger. I mean bitten, that made you a leech, but she's here in the sun, I've heard her heartbeat, smelled her, she can't have been bitten. She held out her little arm and my eyes almost bugged out of my head as she showed me the scar. That's a bite, a real live leech bite. What the venom got cat out, so I didn't turn, but it burnt like hell. She shrugged. I've got to hand it to this girl, she was tough, most people would have lost their marbles and been checked into crazy town, but she's here just shrugging, like it happens to everyone. Well, I guess everyone with a leech ex-boyfriend. Wow, I didn't like them before, now I really don't like them. It's a damn good job you're connected to a wolf then, at least he stands a chance of keeping you alive. I smiled. Yeah, I guess, I suppose so, I'm sure it's great, it's just, it seems a bit, I don't know. She paused, chewing on her bottom lip. Leah, do you think it's possible to break the connection? I mean, like if I was in love with someone else. Someone who could take care of me just as well, was just as right for me, but instead of it being chosen for me, I could choose. Do you think it could be done? She looked at me shyly, like what she was saying might annoy me. Was she for real? She wanted to break the imprint because she was in love with someone who was perfect for her despite the fact that the perfect person for her was obviously her imprint. Arg, this is making me want to scream. I rubbed her shoulder and walked towards the pool. My mouth had no words and my brain was struggling with the bind. I dove in and swum hard, trying to exhaust my irritation. I tried various words in my mind as I lapped back and forth. No, you glaring idiot, because he is. Arg. I pulled up to the side of the pool and saw the splash marks on the pool side. I dipped my finger in the water and tried to trace letters on the stone. Bella came over by my side and peered down. J-A-K, it was really hurting my muscles like I was trying to cut through steel. Yes, you're right, I'm in love with Jake, I want to choose him, I want to break the connection for him. She announced happily. Arg. No, that's not what I meant. I tried but I couldn't force anything else out, so I threw myself back in the water in frustration. As I surfaced I could see her looking worriedly at me. No, don't worry, I don't want you to stress yourself, I'll get there some way. Hey, let's order pizza for lunch. I dragged myself out of the pool and toweled off. This girl was going to be the death of me. Luckily she didn't push it any further, so we just spent the rest of the day hanging out, eating, chatting and stuff. We talked quite a lot about me actually. I told her about Sam, well, as much as I could without my words mushing up inside the bind, about the pack, about what it was like being the only female wolf. She told me a lot about the leeches. I filed stuff away in my mind to discuss with the others when I phased. I felt a bit guilty, like I was using her for information, but I can't deny what I am. Her mom reappeared in the afternoon and they set about cooking some kind of dinner. I left them to it, figuring that they might have some stuff to discuss, or maybe just want some alone time together. I was watching TV in the lounge and I guess I must have dropped off because it was dark when I woke up. The TV was off and the house seemed really silent. I wandered through to the bedroom and found Bella sprawled out on the bed reading. Hey, you're up, I made dinner, I left you a plate in the microwave, you looked so peaceful that I didn't want to disturb you, do you want me to heat it up? She smiled. Does a fish like water? Bella obviously needed to learn about a wolf's appetite. I'm really surprised I didn't wake up when the food was cooking. I must have been wiped out from all the drama. Bella pottered about the kitchen, warming this and fixing that. I could tell she was really at home taking care of people. She was going to need that once she started cooking for all the guys. That bunch of thugs could eliminate every food product in a kitchen in less than 10 minutes, although guaranteed you would always find the fruit bowl still full. We weren't exactly known for our balanced diets. Bella looked really happy. She was bubbly, no, downright excited. I wonder, Bella, what's going on? I prayed there hadn't been another fabulous mother decision. Maybe we were going bungee jumping next, and no one would check to see if Bella's elastic was tied on properly. I mean, I was on a countdown now. I'd done the whole rest of the trip with no drama, no life-threatening injuries, no leech attacks, although admittedly we hadn't left the house. But now it was just a good night's sleep, then a few more hours and I'd have her on a plane home, safe and sound, ready to deliver her into the arms of her defective imprint. But something was definitely up, and I'd already learnt enough about Bella the danger magnet to know that any kind of something could be a bad thing. Well, it's nothing really. Well, I guess it is something. She twirled her hair around her finger and chewed her lip. What have you done? I repeated in a much more serious tone. Okay, so you know what we were talking about earlier. Okay, earlier, talking lots of things. Leeches, Sam, pack, don't take drinks from strangers, narrow it down for me, girl. What we agreed about being able to choose your own love. Wow, slow down, I agreed nothing, please don't drag my name into it. I'm barely likely to escape alive from the pack when we get home without adding this into it. Well, she made a big dramatic pause and I could feel every part of the dinner making its way back up out of my stomach. I called Jake while you were sleeping. Oh no, the dinner crashed back down. Part of me felt this should be a yippee moment, but the other part of me had a creeping, gnawing feeling that this was not a yippee. I raised my eyebrows and tentatively asked, and? Well, he still didn't sound very well, but he seemed really pleased to speak to me. He kept saying how much he missed me and when was I coming home. So I told him everything that had been going on, all about the wolf, and the connection stuff and getting annoyed when the wolf wouldn't show himself. No, this wasn't yippee. The girl still wasn't adding the sums up straight. Then I told him about coming here and all the stuff that went on at the bar. I'm dead, I'm a dead she-wolf, it's over, mama order me a coffin, bring on the silver bullets. And how you protected me and took such great care of me. She smiled at me reassuringly and I tried to put on a weak smile in return. They are going to make me run patrols every day for the rest of my life for this. And then I explained to him that I understood about the connection but felt it would be best if I worked out a way to break it as I am already in love with someone else. I was funny though, I don't think he realized I was talking about him, as he got off the phone really quickly. I can't wait to see his face when I explain it to him properly. I'm really looking forward to getting back now. I stuttered, then stammered, then finally managed to find some words. Bella, you told him what? I'm dead, I'm fundamentally dead. This has just gone beyond a joke now. I managed to stumble through the rest of the conversation and bundle the now overexcited Bella off to bed. I sat on the couch with my head in my hands. What was it with people making these double-meaning statements? Yes, I could see what she had meant, but I also knew exactly how he would have understood it. He's going to think she still wants the leech. It's not going to occur to him, the great doofus, that she's talking about him. A horrifying thought leapt into my mind. Oh no, the madness, the darkness, what if, oh man, I need to call home. I can't phase, I daren't leave, so I'm going to have to rely on the good old-fashioned telephony system. I dialed the blacks furiously but the phone didn't seem to ring right. Damn it, Billy, why can't you have a machine for time like this? I dialed Sam's number and winced when I heard my cousin's voice. Is Sam there? It's a pack thing, I'm worried about Jake, I babbled, not wanting her to think. Not wanting, man, was this ever going to get any easier? Thank goodness you called. He's been phasing, hoping to catch you, trying to find out what happened. Her tone was worried, and I immediately knew that Bella's innocent words had caused some kind of damage. Does he want me to phase in, try and explain it straight to Jake, like before? I was hopeful now. I mean, if I could bring him out of that horrifying darkness once, surely, I mean actually the reality, the explanation was even better now, even sweeter. She hesitated. It's not that simple. You need to speak to Sam. He was with some of the elders, have you tried them? There was no answer at Billy's. The elders, wait, how bad is this? I was scared now. I wanted to be at home, and I wanted nothing more than to fix this. Try home, Lily, try your dad, maybe he can explain it better. She apologized and got off the line. I really didn't like this at all. I had hardly spoken a word to Dad in weeks, since the change. Don't get me wrong, we were still cool, but I could detect more than a hint of embarrassment that his daughter had phased, unlike the pride that was clear when he talked about Seth's phasing, and now, how much more could I heap on the poor guy? I dialed my house and there was a click as it picked up on the first ring. Leah. My dad sounded calm, and for some reason this upset more than everything else and I burst into tears. I couldn't explain why, I just suddenly felt so wretched, so worn out. Dad, I'm sorry, it's all gone so crazy, I never thought she'd phone, confuse everything like that. I felt like a child, confessing to stealing cookies, and all I wanted more than anything was my dad to hug me and make it all better. Is that what happened? We couldn't understand, he'd been stable since he communicated with you. Leah, please tell me you will both be coming home soon. I'm not sure how much longer we have, he trailed off. We're booked on the first flight, we should be back late morning, or lunch or something. Is he angry with me? Please tell me the madness isn't back, I begged for information. Oh Leah, I thought one of the pack had spoken to you. I wish I didn't have to tell you this. Jacob lost consciousness a few hours ago. He is unresponsive to the herbs and tonics I have. He doesn't react to pain and his body is not healing. His heart rate has begun to slow and his temperature is dropping. Billy found him on the floor at the house. All we knew was that the phone had been ripped out of the wall, disconnecting the line. I cradled the phone against my head, the sobs ripping through my body as I buried my face in a pillow, trying hard not to wake anyone. I could run, carry her, we could leave now, anything, I'd do anything to undo this. It's not safe, my sweet child, and we have no idea how long it would take for you to cover the distance. You have limited tracking experience, so there would be too much risk of getting lost and it taking longer. Better to get her on that flight. Either I or Sam will collect you from the airport. I'll talk to Charlie. We will bring her straight to him and we must pray that the physical connection with her will be enough to restore him. What if it's not, Dad, what if it's not? I sobbed. We will face that if it comes, for now we must trust in the spirits. I had hung up the phone and must have cried myself to sleep because when I woke I felt like death warmed up. Bella and Renee were buzzing around happily getting organized. I barely even registered what was going on. I don't know what I ate, don't know what I'm wearing. I just shuffled through the processes oblivious. I clock watched like never before, counting every minute, every second. We left for the airport and it was all hugs and tears. Renee got so caught up in the moment she was even hugging me, and I was too far gone in my own thoughts to refuse it. Everything felt like it was taking too long. The queue at the desk, the attendants flapping about with their stupid instructions, hurry up already. Bella was happy reading throughout the flight, which I was grateful for. I'm not sure I could have handled any conversation at all. I don't know what to say to her. I want to scream and shout, but how do you tell someone that they may have just killed the person they are in love with? Oh, I was not cut out for this. All I wanted was a little excitement in my life. But that's it, no more excitement for me. I'm through with it all. I will bake cookies, run patrols, smile sweetly at the elders and say please and thank you to everything. There will not be one more complaint about how boring my life is. I would give anything for boring right now. Sam was standing immediately outside the arrival doors. The seriousness on his face nearly brought the tears back again. He greeted Bella politely and didn't meet my gaze. We jumped into the truck and Bella was seemingly unaware of the tense atmosphere. She asked Sam loads of questions, about being a wolf, what his favorite part was, what it felt like being a leader. Then she turned to him in all seriousness, Sam, you are in charge of everything, so you issue the commands that stop everyone talking to me, which means there is nothing to stop you talking to me. I almost choked, and held my breath to see what he would say. I mean, we are so close to home, will he just tell her straight out? I am not prevented from talking to you, however there are more pressing concerns right now. Jacob is sick. I believe that you can heal him. I am taking you to him now. Once he is healed there will be time for any conversation you wish. How can I heal him? I'm not a nurse, can't you take him to a hospital? Jacob's sickness is not a human illness, no hospital, no drug can help him. But I believe that the love you have for him will be his cure. Bella blushed deep red at this and fell silent for a while. We were almost at the boundary line when she spoke again. What do I have to do? Sam stared ahead, gripping the steering wheel. His voice was strained. To be honest, I don't know, none of this makes any sense, but hopefully just being there will be enough. When we got to Billy's house I could see the commotion already. It looked like the whole pack was there, as well as Billy and Dad. The guys rushed at the car and I could feel Sam working at full speed trying to control the shouting and pushing. Paul was the worst, his face bright purple with rage. Quill and Embry were hauling him away from the car and round the back of the house in case he phased. Jared and Seth were quieter but both their faces showed fear. Sam simply grabbed Bella from the seat and carried her into the house, as if the time it would take for her to walk would be too long. As I entered the back bedroom the tears stung my eyes again. Sam had placed Bella on the bed and she was stroking his hair, his face, but he looked terrible. He lay prostrate, his long limbs just hanging at loose angles on the too small bed. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were closed. I could smell, I don't know what to call it, the wrongness from the doorway. I sought to screen out the other noises from outside and pick out his heartbeat, but when I found it I swallowed heavily. It was much too slow. Even for a regular guy this would have been dangerous, but for a wolf, this was critical. Sam moved past me out into the hallway, away from Bella's eyes. It's not stopping, it's still slowing down. I don't think it's enough, he's too far gone. He paused, rubbing his hand over his hair. For a moment I remembered how he always used to run his fingers through his long hair when he was stressed, but now, with it all cropped off, there was nothing left. I thought, I hoped, as soon as she touched him he'd wake up. It's like his wolf is switched off and it's taken him with it. Jared joined us now. Can't we do something, anything? I mean, how do you wake his wolf if it's not her? What else is going to get him up? Maybe a leech, catch a leech, the leech smell might wake him. He was clutching at straws. I mean, we are wolves because of the leeches, we exist to protect against the threat they pose. Wait, the threat, a threat, any threat. Sam, I have an idea and you are going to hate it, but please trust me. Sam looked at me fearfully but nodded. I need all of them cleared out, outside at least, just you, me, Bella and Jake. Sam began moving people. Billy and Dad went willingly, the rest of the pack he had to bind in place. Once he was back in the hallway, he looked at me warily. So what now? Now you be ready to protect her. I moved into the bedroom before he could stop me. Bella was sat next to Jake on the bed, worry clear all over her face. I took a deep breath and for the first time asked the spirits for guidance. Then I squared my shoulders and moved to the bed. So what, this how you greet us, huh? Can't even be bothered to get up and say hello. My voice was harsh, coarse. Bella looked horrified and I could hear a hush descending over the huddled masses outside. Did you hear me, big bad wolf? What, you too weak? Aw, poor baby. I taunted. I kicked the leg of the bed hard, jolting Bella in the process. Leah, stop, you're hurting him, he's sick. Yeah, he's sick all right, and pretty damn pathetic. Here I am rushing back to bring the girl of your dreams to you, and you can't even be bothered to. Look. Leah, stop, please. Bella's face was red and she was starting to cry. Aw, looky, see, big bad wolf, I made your little lady cry and you can't stop me, you useless excuse for a wolf. You broken wolf. You defective wolf. I spat at him, kicking the other leg of the bed as I grabbed Bella and hauled her off the bed. Her eyes were wide as the realization hit her. Finally, I grabbed the tops of her arms hard and she cried out, Leah, you're hurting me, and I shook her as her cries filled the room. I couldn't look at Sam, couldn't trust that I wouldn't break my resolve. In my mind and through my eyes I begged Bella for forgiveness for what I was about to do. Then I saw it, the slightest flicker, the tremble in the fingers on the bed, and I knew there was no choice. I raised my voice, roaring now. Too damn defective to protect her, aren't you? Can't even stop a threat like me. And with that, as I drew my hand across my body, everything went into slow motion. I heard the crack as my knuckles connected with her jaw. I felt the slickness on my fingers as her lip split from the impact. I smelt the blood from the droplets that sprung from her lip and splattered on the exposed leg lying on the bed. Then I saw his body blur, the hum as he began to explode, and I threw Bella sideways into Sam's waiting arms as the wolf in front of me exploded into life. I barely had time to register as I was thrown to the side. I felt the chest of drawers explode beneath me in the impact, and I knew that parts of the wood were now embedded in my back. I felt his teeth next as the powerful jaw tore into my shoulder, ripping through the muscles, tearing at the bone. Maybe I should phase, maybe. You know what, bring it on. I'm not fighting back. Call this my punishment if you will, for every spiteful comment, for everything I didn't listen to. I knew the formation, we were taught it regularly enough: disarm, disable, and next would come destroy. There was no man left in this wolf. This was instinct, pure animal instinct. I was the threat to his imprint, and he would destroy it. But then he would be awake, Bella, Jake and the pack would live happily ever after, and right now that was all that mattered to me. The next bite from the wolf would be to my human neck and it would kill me. I let my eyes roll back in my head and waited for the end. Bella, paw. I was crying now, huge fat tears running down my face. I don't get this, we had been so close, over the last few days I really felt as if I could trust her, and now, when I'm faced with the heartbreaking sight of the person she knows I am in love with in such a terrible condition, she is shouting and hollering at him like it was all his fault. Maybe I really didn't know her at all, maybe this was what she was really like, around the guys at least. Aw, Lukey C. Big Bad Wolf, I made your little lady cry and you can't stop me, you useless excuse for a wolf. It's so mean, the way she taunting him, he didn't make himself sick. Why doesn't Sam stop her? You broken wolf. Wait, what did she say? Why does that sound familiar? You defective wolf. My eyes grew wide and I almost choked on my tears. He is, my, defective wolf. My Jake is my wolf, but then why wouldn't he say, why didn't he tell me? Could he? No, that's not possible. He wouldn't have been scared to tell me, scared that I would still reject him, like I had done countless times before, scared that I would fight against the connection. The conversation I had with him on the phone replayed itself in my mind. Oh my God, what have I done? Leah's hard hands interrupted my thoughts as she hauled me to my feet, shaking me. I pleaded with her, she needed to let me go. I was crying harder now, not because of the pain but with the realization that I was the reason that Jake was lying broken in front of me. It was my fault, just as Edward had left me lying in that wood, unable to respond, unable to reason, so I had done the same to Jake when he had needed the reassurance of my love for him more than anything. Now he was lost inside himself, clutching at the hole I had carved in him when I had prattled on about breaking the connection. I needed her to let me go so that I could plead with him, beg him to understand my mistake. Leah's eyes locked mine and I nearly blacked out with shock. The look inside them resonated so clearly within me that I felt myself transported back to Phoenix, staring in the mirror as I plotted to evade Alice and Jasper and sacrifice myself to James in return for my mother's safety. These were the eyes of someone who was prepared to die in the place of someone they loved. I couldn't cry anymore, the shock was too much, something terrible was about to happen and Leah was ready for it. I couldn't find any words, my mind was a jumble. I registered her movement as she drew her hand back and my mind threw itself into recollection again, snapping now to my birthday, watching the single drop of blood fall and seeing the vampire inside Jasper burst into life. Realization hit me, I understood exactly what was going to take place and I opened my mouth to cry out to Leah to stop. I knew then that she was going to unleash the wrath of a protector on herself in order to save him, but I had seen how many vampires it took to hold Jasper in place once he had given into his other side, and the rest of the wolves were too far away. Please don't do this, Leah, please. The blow connected before any of these words could tumble from my mouth. I didn't even cry out, much as when I had been thrown into the glass on the same night. I knew it would hurt later on, but right now, the fear I felt for Leah overwhelmed any other sensation. I felt myself flying to the side and being caught up into a strong hold. Sam turned and I was now facing out into the hallway. I struggled against his grip, desperate to try and regain access to the situation whilst hearing terrifying crashes and wood splintering. A huge impact jarred through me and I felt Sam crumple behind me. I was dropping to the floor, his huge frame crashing down over me, pinning me partially underneath him. I could smell the overwhelming scent of blood. As I twisted I could see the back of his head and upper back carved with huge claw marks, the blow he had sustained clearly sufficient to render him unconscious. I spun my head to the left, straining to make out the others in the backyard. They were all fixed in place, fear, anguish and torment etched on their faces. I looked back at Sam and realized that they had been locked and even unconscious his order still held, meaning that they were powerless to help. Billy was gripping the arms of his chair and Harry was leaning heavily on the wheelchair frame, one hand gripping his chest. I twisted and tugged, trying to heave myself out from Sam's heavy body. As I moved I could see better into the bedroom and sickness rose in my throat as I saw my wolf, my Jake's, huge teeth embedded in Leah's shoulder. I saw his head pull back and the second wave of the smell of flowing blood hit me, making me reel in disgust. Her body was limp, I couldn't see her face from the angle but there was no reaction, no response and I began to fear the worst. I needed him to stop, I needed him to realize. He would never forgive himself otherwise and his guilt would destroy his family, my new family, like Jasper's guilt had destroyed my old family. I needed him with every fiber of my being. I turned now, face to face as he moved to attack Leah again. I summed up every ounce of wish, desire, need, call it what you will, and begged him out loud. Jake, please, my Jake, I need you, help me please. His focus altered, time seemed to slow down as he turned his head towards me, dropping down from his hind legs to all fours. He was panting, I could feel the anger still coursing through him, it was that palpable, and I sought to keep his attention before he might return to his attack. I tilted my head back to look up at him. Now he was closer and whimpered as the pain registered in my jaw. I raised my arms to him as if I were a child, seeking comfort, reassurance after a fall, and watched in amazement as his body seemed to constrict and fold in on itself, snapping and reducing back into a human form. His eyes were dark and absent of recognition, and I knew that my Jake was still lost somewhere inside. I continued to hold my arms up and whimpered again, realizing that my need for his protection seemed on some level to be overriding his desire to continue his attack on Leah. I stared into his beautiful eyes, tears welling in my own again as I saw for myself the pain that I had caused him. He moved towards me and I took in the changes that he had gone through. He had recently appeared strong and well proportioned, his body had grown considerably since I had seen him last. His huge arms with large ripped muscles were crawling towards me. I saw his massive shoulders and chest, and as he moved this time I brought my eyes up swiftly to meet his again. I hadn't exactly registered that he wouldn't be wearing any clothing after the transformation, and despite the intensity of the situation felt a steady blush forming on my cheeks. He moved Sam's torso from my legs with a single push and I heard a low moan, and from Sam as he began to stir. Jake swept me up into his arms, pressing me tight against his chest as if carrying a small child. Sam came to and I hissed to him quietly, "Let them help you, get her safe," as Jake carried me away towards the living room. I heard movement, graceful, stealth-like movement, and Leah's moans as they moved her. Thank God she was still alive. Jake lowered me onto the sofa and I fought to keep my eyes locked to his rather than take in all of his masculine beauty. He seemed unaware of his situation, which continued to worry me, and I gently tugged him to sit down next to me. I was grateful for once for his and Billy's lack of general housekeeping as my hand touched on a stray t-shirt which I laid over his lap, continuing to keep my eyes firmly locked on his. His face came close to mine and he stuck his nose out, the tip touching against the drying blood on my chin. I wrapped my arms around his neck, fearful that the blood might trigger a fresh attack, and moved his head until it was resting on my shoulder. Sam warily appeared in the doorway, unsteady on his feet. I felt Jake's muscles begin to tense and I held him tighter. "Go now, all of you," I hissed quietly. "It's not safe, I can't." Sam's words were slightly slurred, his pain evident. "Go now," I demanded and met his eyes with mine. I would not take the chance of anyone else being hurt because of my actions. I could hardly bear the guilt for the pain Leah must be in, and I was worried about Harry also. I did not know what Sam's fear was. This was my Jake, he would never hurt me, even if he was confused and in pain. Sam bowed out, clearly unhappy but obviously pulled by the need to attend to Leah. I felt saddened for him also, although he had moved on with his connection. It must still be devastating to watch someone you once loved being attacked like that. I listened as I heard the sounds of Leah, Harry and Billy being helped into the truck and it driving away. I assumed that the others were going to be running on foot. Beside them, I began to stroke Jake's hair, trying to reassure him as he sat. I started to talk to him quietly, telling him how much I'd missed him, how much I had wanted to see him. I stroked his face, gently nudging him up so he was sitting properly now. I moved around on my knees so I was facing him, trying to look in his eyes and get a glimmer of recognition. But they were still dark, empty pools. I began to get desperate, needing him to acknowledge me, needing him to realize how much I loved him, and I became bolder by the second. I leant forward now, keying him on the forehead, his cheeks, telling him how much I needed him. I climbed over him, careful not to dislodge the t-shirt, straddling his legs and resting my knees either side. I placed my hands on both sides of his face as I leant down, gently brushing my lips against his. I winced inside as the pain registered but carried on regardless. I pulled back, seeking his eyes, and whispered, "I love you, Jake." I leaned in again, pressing my lips to his harder this time in spite of the pain, then pulled back again. "It was you, Jake." This time as I keyed him I reached out the tip of my tongue, running it across his dry lips before whispering almost against him, I choose you, Jake. I pressed harder and almost jumped as I felt his lips respond slightly, molding to mine as the muscles in his arms twitched to life. His arms folded around my hips, drawing me to him, and I gasped against his mouth. His lips caught mine this time, deepening the key, immediately. I felt lost and found all at once, the relief and desire overwhelming me. His hands roamed across my back, as if trying to reassure himself that I was real. One hand caught the back of head, pressing into my hair and deepening the key, even further. I mo.ned into his mouth, partly from pain at the pressure against my damaged lip but mostly from an incredible sense of desire. I was losing the capacity for rational thought. All I wanted was his mouth, his tongue, his hands on me, his body pressed against me. His mouth formed a single word against mine, Bella. His voice was cracked and strained, but it was the most beautiful sound nonetheless. Yes, Jake, I'm here, I love you, I'm yours. The words tumbled from me, I was almost breathless by now. The hands holding me tightened and his key grew more passionate, heating my whole body from within. He made a low growling sound, seeming to come from deep within him, and spoke just one more word, mine. The world seemed to move as I panted, yes, I love you, I choose you, and then I acknowledged that my world really was moving. I was on my back now, the floor cushioned by the soft rug we used to do homework on. Jake's keys were bombarding my senses as I registered his weight settling onto me. I had never experienced this type of position, let alone this furious sense of desire. Jake's hands and mouth were causing me to lose track of everything. His warmth enveloped me, the electricity from his touch ignited me. I was writhing against him, oblivious of everything else. As his mouth met mine each time, I felt waves of emotion crashing over me. It was as if at this one moment, every pain that I had ever experienced in my life was being purged from me. I arched up to him, seeking to connect with every part of him as that warmth covered me, nurtured me and protected me. He was my savior, my son, the reason for me to be, and I had almost lost him. He was almost taken from me. I needed him to be mine, I needed us. I needed him. Once again I crashed under another wave of desire, of bliss. He was my everything, his hands, his warmth. The wave came again and I panted, trying to make sense of the feeling, trying to think, but the pleasure came dragging me back down. I had never known the world until this moment. This pleasure was going to be the death of me. I was aware of movement, warm, blissful movement, then a sudden pain sliced my thought and his arms tightened around me, his eyes locking onto mine as suddenly, the pleasure, the pain registered in me. In that second I realized that we had moved further than I had ever considered, imagined, or even truly allowed myself to dream of, but the pleasure, the sense of desire urged me on as his body moved as one with mine, filling me completely. My breath caught as his keys rained down on my neck, his ns of my name becoming a melody in my ears as his movements increased their furious pace. This was my Jake, my wolf, mine, just as I was his. He had come back to me, he wasn't lost, I would not lose him again, for all eternity. I began to mumble all sorts of random words of love and adoration. As another wave of pleasure built up, I cried out, I belong to you, and he moved purposefully against me and within me. He lifted his head, starting deep into my eyes, his deep voice saying words I didn't understand, in a language I didn't know. He sounded them out in time with each thrust, the beautiful words rising me up again on another wave of pleasure. His breath caught and then my name was strangled out almost in a crying sob as I felt him shudder against me. He slumped against me and the enormity of the moment rose up to meet me as he did so. We had just, Jake and I had, oh my God. I rested my head against his as I tried to take it all in. Jake moved back, leaning up on one shoulder. His eyes meeting mine, Jake's eyes, full of him, full of life, the dark pools now swimming with emotion, and 1,000 words, 1,000 questions bubbled up inside of me. He ran his hand down the side of my face, smoothing the hair away, and gently ran a finger over my bruised lip and jaw. He leant in as if to key it when suddenly his head snapped towards the door. Someone's coming. He sprung to his feet and shot through the house, pushing me into the bathroom. I heard Sam shouting Jake's name as he crashed through the front door. Jake, you need to come now, the elders, you need to see them. Jake didn't respond and I pressed against the bathroom door, holding it closed in case Sam decided to come crashing into here too. Sam was not going to be deterred and demanded again. Jake, you need to see the elders now. I'm not the alpha anymore. I was standing at the basin of the washroom in the elders' lodge trying desperately to get a handle on the situation. The water I had splashed on my face didn't seem to be helping. I gripped the basin trying to steady myself, and I looked hard into the mirror at the face staring back at me. I barely recognized myself anymore. My face had grown and changed so much in the last few weeks that I felt like I was looking at a picture of a relative instead of myself, and don't get me started on my hair. I still can't get used to it. I stared deep into my own eyes trying to get a moment, just a minute to put everything into some sort of sense. Too much was happening, I could barely process it all. There had been so much agony, so much darkness over the past few days that even my eyes seemed to have aged years by themselves, and understanding of loss so extreme that I had never thought I would even see another moment, let alone that moment. My mind reeled again and I bathed in the comforting images of my angel. That was what she was, my Bella, an angel, a princess. No, not a princess, she was a queen. My queen. It felt like a fairy tale, and if it were not for the injuries my pack was suffering because of me, I would swear I had been dreaming the whole time. As the next wave of pain hit me, I cried out softly, feeling my bones cracking and my muscles stretching again, but the images, the feelings, the memories of my beautiful Bella, claiming me as her mate, pulled me through again. The elders had warned me the change would be furious and painful. There were only a few stories of those who had removed the alpha status from another without the ceremony, and the growth was almost always immediate. God, if I got much bigger, would I even fit in Billy's house anymore? I didn't want to move, I never wanted to leave that house now. I wanted to remember that moment for the rest of my life. I hadn't wanted to leave Bella, and I had begged her to stay there until I could deal with the elders. I didn't want to chance her being apart from me, at least until we had time to talk and for her to ask all of the questions that I knew she would have. I had so many things to explain to her, I wanted to tell her everything I knew. Part of me also acknowledged that I desperately wanted her reassurance as well. Sam and Jared had explained all they knew about imprinting and the rush to claim, but I had always assumed I'd be, well, with it, in control of myself so that I could keep things slow and help Bella to understand everything. Sam had said that the moment when Emily had accepted him as her mate was the most beautiful, spiritual thing that had ever happened to him. And it was surreal almost. It was like I didn't even truly know what we were doing until I felt that moment, the pain in her face as I broke through. That was why I needed her reassurance. I needed to know that she didn't feel like it was a mistake, or too fast or too wild. Oh damn man, I'd torn her clothes, slit them right off her. That wasn't cool. I hadn't even realized until I heard Sam coming, then I'm rushing to hide her in a bathroom. Oh, so not cool. I mean, talk about, hi honey, thanks for the great lay, now your clothes are in pieces and a guy is just about to burst into the house. I should have had flowers, and candles. Girls have that thing about candles and Barry White music or something. Sam had been muttering something about the union solidifying the imprint bond, but I didn't care about the whys or what piece of magic hocus pocus this was. All I cared about was that my Bella, my queen, didn't hate me for getting it all wrong. I gripped the basin again as the next set of stretching started, more mythical jumbo, so the alpha has to be the biggest wolf. Couldn't Sam just get a bit smaller for Christ's sake? The elders had thought initially that I had stripped him of the alpha status with the hit Sam had taken when I phased in the bedroom, that I had negated his power base. But it hadn't sat right, didn't feel right. It was only when my stupid history teacher, who knew she was a secret elder, what did they call her? The story keeper, what a crock of. Anyway, she started going on about the claim chant. I was out of it by this time. I mean, she made me fall asleep in class, let alone here when there were so much better things to think about, to remember. It was only when she started to say some of the words, those words, oh man, I felt for a second that I had been right back with Bella. The intensity of the memory made me mow and out some of the words I had said. There had been coughs and clearing of throats, and I swear I was never going to look at that teacher ever again. Maybe I'd just start skipping that class altogether. I was so grateful that Dad and Harry hadn't been there, they never would have let me live it down. So here I was, staring at the face of a man who had nearly lost his mind, nearly killed half his pack, then lost his purity to the girl of his dreams in some mythical imprinting bonding, and then gone on to recite some mystical mojo that had stripped the alpha status from Sam in a single move. To be honest, I couldn't take it all in right now. Really, I'm just a simple guy, I can only handle one big drama at a time. I just wanted to get back to Bella, hug her and profess my undying love for her, eat, check up on Leah and Harry, eat some more and fall asleep holding Bella in my arms. Is it really too much to ask? Can't a guy get a little bit of peace with the love of his life? I dragged myself out of the restroom and noticed that several of the elders had left. I acknowledged the remaining, "Are we good for the time being? I just have some stuff to do." There was general nodding and I grabbed Sam's arm and we headed out. Man, I needed fresh air. I looked at Sam and we both grimaced, we seriously looked a mess. I felt really crap about what I had done to him and Leah, but him especially. Both of them would heal physically, but Sam had stayed with me when I had been in that dark hell hole and I felt that stripping him of his power like this, without even a conversation, just felt like hitting a guy when he was down. "Are we cool?" It didn't say what I needed to, but how do you say everything, apologize for everything that had happened? He shoved my shoulder. "Of course we're cool, look at the size of you, you seriously expect me to argue with you now?" He smiled at me and that surprised me. "I've been waiting for this day, we all knew you were supposed to be alpha, I was just holding your seat for you. You could have given me a heads up but I'm cool with second in command, still gives me enough power to keep Paul in line so that's fine, and honestly, I think Em will be really pleased." He went to rub his head and winced slightly, I grimaced again. "What about those?" I don't know how I had hit him so deep, in fact I don't remember any of it, just the anger. I was so thankful to Leah that she had the presence of mind to have Sam protect Bella. The thought of Bella's face scarred like Emily nearly made me stumble. His scars were taking time to heal too. Leah was almost fine now, just sleeping it off, but Sam's marks were still raw angry welts across the back of his head and down his back. "You know, I know the elders didn't say anything but I think in some way maybe I'm doing it to myself." I looked at him and my brows creased in confusion. I could never undo what I did to Em, so maybe on some level, maybe I'm stopping myself from healing, so that, it sounds really stupid doesn't it? Do I sound crazy if I said that maybe I want these scars, so that in some way it evens things out? He shrugged and then brushed me off. I could see he'd had enough for one day too. "Look, I'm going to check in on Harry, get home to Bella man, I can tell you're dying too." This time I didn't need to be told twice. I took off, barely keeping myself in check to run at regular pace. It was still daytime and I didn't need anyone noticing. I burst through the door, my heart was beating fast and for a moment I panicked. What if she'd gone? What if it was too fast? What if she was mad at me? What if she felt I had forced her into it? My heart was thumping. My eyes racked around, everything was tidy, neat, put away. Something was cooking and my stomach growled loudly but I needed her, I needed my queen, I needed to know. Bella came in through the back door. She was wearing one of my old t-shirts tied up around her waist and her face was flushed like she had been working out. She jumped slightly as she saw me, then her face broke into the most gorgeous half smile. I rushed to her, breathing heavily. She hadn't gone. She wasn't throwing things at me. She didn't hate me. Bella tilted her head up to me and I leant forward so my face was at the same height as hers. She placed a tiny key on my lips and I felt as if I had gate-crashed heaven. I could see the bruising coming out now and I didn't want to risk hurting her so I kept really still. She drew back and placed her palm on my cheek. I never wanted to be without her gentle touch again. "Jake, we need to talk." Why is it that every guy in the universe reacts the same way to that sentence? I love this girl more than life itself. I've nearly killed myself and other people to be with her, but that one sentence, man, it sets off this strange chain reaction of fear and dread. You feel like you should run and hide or offer to fix anything mechanical. I opted for nodding and let her lead me to the sofa where she had key, told me she loved me. My eyes couldn't help but move to the rug, man that was now my most favorite rug in the world. "Okay, so, right, well. Look Jake, I want to say, no I need to say some things and I want you to listen and not just do the guy nodding thing and then forgot okay." I nodded again, then realized and said, yes, okay. I want you to know that what happened earlier, that was magical, incredible but very very unexpected. I mean, I love you, I'm in love with you but I never thought, I thought, but you know, eventually, after dating, and talking and planning sort of thing. Bells, I need to say I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, it was my fault. The imprinting, it gives you these drives but it was my responsibility to keep control, to take things at your pace. I'm so sorry. I hung my head in shame now, my cheeks burning. Bella reached out, her hand grasping mine. I'm not mad at you Jake, it was my responsibility too. I could have said stop. I know you would have respected my choice, but I didn't. So there is no need for apologies or sadness. She squeezed my hand tightly and I looked deep into her eyes. I was so in love with her and I hoped she knew that. What I want to say is that, even though she gestured shyly towards the rug. I'm not ready for that to be us, if that makes any sense. If you want us to be together, properly, like as a couple, I nodded eagerly at this, a couple, me and Bella and I, are, yes, I loved all of these words so much right now. I need us to start at the beginning, dates, hold hands, some that kind of thing and move back up to, well, my eyes grew wide and a grin spread across my face which Bella caught and half frowned, slowly, eventually, at some point in the distant future, if you are a good boyfriend. I smiled softer now, and pulled her into my arms. I can deal with that, and it wasn't a lie. Don't get me wrong, it had been the most delicious feeling and part of me couldn't wait for, eventually, in order to feel like that again but I also knew that unless it was what Bella wanted completely and honestly, it would never feel quite as perfect again. So, you are officially my girlfriend now then. She nodded, so I'm officially your boyfriend. She nodded again. A slow lazy grin spread over my face, so what are we going to officially do then now we are a couple? She smiled back, a mischievous look appearing. Well, I officially have a lasagna cooking so I need to make a salad and you officially have 20 minutes to come up with a sensible reason for the bruises on my face before our dads officially get here for some dinner after seeing Harry at the hospital, where you can also tell Charlie all about being officially my boyfriend now. She hopped off my lap and headed back into the kitchen. I groaned. What had I been saying about no more dramas today? Charlie, oh wow. This day is just getting more and more out of hand. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've known Charlie since I was just a little kid and to be honest, I love the guy to pieces. It was only as I had got older that I had come to understand that Charlie was literally the only reason Dad had made it through losing Mum. I remembered back to all those nights he spent sleeping on our couch, just being here so that he could hold everything together. Sue and Harry had taken the girls in, just bunked them up with Leah so that school and routine could go on as usual. But Charlie had insisted that I stayed here with Dad, something that until recently I'd never quite understood. It was as if in that moment, the three of us formed our own little family unit. Dad had to keep going, keep trying so that he could take care of me, and Charlie just hovered quietly in the background, just making sure. None of us could cook, so food was a bit rough and ready, but man did I learn to fish and to cope. I had learned how to miss Mum without falling apart and at Charlie's side. I had learned how to take care of Dad, without making it obvious that I was taking care of him. Charlie had taught me how to move him, how to lift him. He'd shown me how to help him out with taking care of himself, the personal stuff in the early days that he struggled with, without it being weird. So that by the time the girls came back home, we were a little team of our own. Nobody ever spoke of it, but it was accepted. The girls dealt with the house, the washing, cleaning and cooking. But Dad was for me to handle. I remembered the day when that evil woman from social services had just pitched up at the house to carry out some assessment on whether he was a competent parent to us three kids. How Dad had tears in his eyes as she barked question after question at him, wanting to know which of the minors had to wipe his backside. I remember pulling the phone into my room and calling Charlie at work and how he had rushed here, sirens blazing on the cruiser and given that woman a piece of his mind. After that, whenever they wanted to see how we were doing, they had to book the appointment through Charlie and he would stand sternly in the corner staring directly at them the whole time. No one ever humiliated my dad again. I loved my dad with all my heart, but it was Charlie who had taught me to be the man I needed to be, and I needed to face him as that man today. I had jumped through the shower, wanting to be presentable. I stopped to marvel at the work Bella had done in the time I was with the elders. Everything was clean and tidy. She had stripped my bed and put fresh sheets on. All of the broken pieces of furniture had neatly been stacked by the wood pile in the backyard. The floor and walls had been scrubbed and there was not a trace of blood present, just a faint waft of bleach. Several posters from my car magazines had been neatly tacked to the walls and door. When I peeled back one of the corners I had to chuckle as I realized they were all covering huge claw marks on the drywall and woodwork. As I dressed I could imagine Bella as some gangster's moll, cleaning up the evidence of recent crimes. "Hi honey, I'm just running to the store, do you want me to drop your car off for a detail? They have a special on blood and brain matter deep cleans at the moment." At least I'd never have to worry out her freaking out over some of the weirder parts of pack life. "My beautiful Bella, what am I going to do with you? So blissfully perfect, MMNNN. Oh dear, not a good idea man. Think better thoughts, Charlie will be here in a minute, cold custard, school, dirty laundry, Leah and Sam in pain, both injured at my hand. Okay, that did it, all good." I smoothed down my hair and took a deep breath as I heard the cruiser pull up. I went out to the kitchen and gave Bella's hand a squeeze. She looked at me with those perfect heavenly eyes that made me want to key her right then and grab her. Focus. I took another deep breath and stood by Bella's side as both our dads came in. Bella rushed straight up to Charlie and wrapped him in a hug. He immediately caught her face and looked at it. Bella gave a big smile, well as big as she could, and nonchalantly shrugged. I felt getting out of Sam's truck. Charlie sighed and put his arm around her shoulders. "Well, given everything else that happened whilst you were away, if that's the only real damage then I'll take that." Oh man, in everything else that had happened I'd totally forgotten about the crazy A.S. trying to get her drugged up. How did that slip from my head? Oh yeah, the whole lost my mind, got the girl, lost the purity, got the alpha thing, that's why I forgot. Think my head might explode soon. I coughed, and asked them both how Harry was doing. They reported that he seemed fine, but then I already knew that from the elders. I felt it best to let Dad and Charlie chat about it to Bella whilst we ate. Dad and Charlie told us about the tests they had run and the new medicine they had given him. Harry was supposed to have a night in for observation and if all was well could then go home tomorrow. Bella seemed really relieved. Then she proceeded to tell them all about the trip to Jacksonville. After we had stuffed our faces, I leaned back and looked at Charlie dead in the eye for the first time since he'd arrived. "Can I get a word with you for a few minutes, sir?" Charlie's eyes widened. I knew that would catch his attention. I hadn't called him sir for a long time. He nodded and followed me out the front door. We took a walk down to my workshop. Charlie sat down on one of the seats and looked at me hard. "It's been a long time since you've said that to me, son." I grabbed a cloth and began absently rubbing a cylinder part one had been cleaning a few days ago. "It's been a long time since I've had something this serious to say." I looked up at him and he nodded at me to continue. "You know there is no way I can ever thank you for everything you did for me over those years. And in all honesty, given the debt I owe you for that, there is no way I should ever ask you for anything else as long as I live." Charlie looked at me then rolled his eyes. "Son, it was never about debt or owing, it was just what needed to be done. I always said if there was anything you needed from me, all you had to do was ask." I took a deep breath. "I hope you meant that, Charlie, because I'm about to ask you for the only thing I'm afraid you might ever refuse me." "What kind of madness has gotten into you recently, son? Why do you think I would refuse you anything?" Charlie looked at me with such intensity that I felt as if my whole soul was laid bare to him. This was the man who had held me every time I had nightmares and didn't want to upset my dad. This was the man could see right through every barrier I put up against the whole world. Because I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy enough, because I'm not that good at school, because I don't have flash car and a credit card and I have to work every weekend just to spring for movie tickets and a meal, because I can't give her the world and I want to so bad. I felt like my heart was tearing as I realized that every word was true. I could give her nothing but myself, and she was worth so much more than that. Charlie smiled. "Son, I'm never going to want any man near my baby girl. But if I had to pick someone who I could just about tolerate to be responsible for her, then I would probably pick someone just like you. I've watched you try so hard to fix her, put her back together. I've turned a blind eye to some things just so that you could reach out to her. I took a breath, my first in several minutes, a blind eye to what? Exactly. Let me tell you this though, son, you ever put her on a bike by herself again without a helmet and I will castrate you with a blunt hunting knife. Do I make myself clear? Charlie's voice was stern and I tried to look at him, but the guilt made it hard to meet his eye. Yes, sir, of course it will never, I would never. I mumbled. I know, son, but she will wrap you around her finger so tight that sometimes you might forget what the right thing to do is. He was staring at me intently again and I felt my face color. We both knew that this was not just about the bikes, and I hung my head in shame. I couldn't lie to him, protesting my innocence, yet I knew Charlie well enough to know that most of the time he simply preferred not to have to acknowledge things. You do right by her, and keep her safe, and you'll have no trouble with me. He smiled, then climbing out the seat and standing up. Then his face suddenly darkened, and when he spoke next it reminded me of how he talked to the social services woman. But you will make sure that Cullen boy never gets near her again, you hear? I get a feeling we haven't seen the last of him, and next time I want you to do whatever it takes to keep him away. I squared my shoulders, flexing myself up to my full new height and build. I towered far over Charlie and let my full alpha sense wash over me, giving me strength and confidence, and power. I extended my hand to the man I considered my second father. As he shook it, I solemnly promised him, I will guard her until the very last breath leaves my body. He nodded and side by side we made our way back to the house. As we stepped through the front door, Charlie paused for a moment and turned to wink at me. He called out to Bella, who was up on a stool in the kitchen trying to put away the lasagna dish in a top cupboard. So when's this wedding then? I saw her eyes widen in horror, and then terrifyingly I felt her fall before my eyes even registered it happening. I leapt from the doorway, clearing the counter at lightning speed to slide in underneath her, breaking her fall as she tumbled down backwards, coming to a sliding stop as my head crunched against the cabinet, cradling my beloved in my arms. Charlie dashed forward muttering apologies and, only joking, as he helped Bella to her feet. I rubbed my head and straightened up. Let's not use those breaths up too quickly now, Charlie, and shot him a knowing grin, which he returned. He continued ribbing Bella as he loaded her into the cruiser. I hovered, not quite sure of how to act. I mean, I had just executed a pretty inhuman act in front of the guy. He turned after closing her door and smiled again. Damn good catch, son, damn good catch. I leant down to Bella's window and pecked her on the forehead. Can I say goodnight later? She caught my hand and stroked her fingertips along the back. I'll be waiting. I shivered down my spine. How long exactly was, eventually? Okay, today truly can't get much weirder. I sank down on the couch and stared at my dad. I rubbed my head over my head. I hated how I couldn't push my fingers through my hair anymore that always used to calm me down. I just feel, well, completely overloaded, yet oddly calm, like all of this just makes sense. Dad is still just staring at me, which is not so cool. I can tell he wants to say something. So what's new with you, Dad? Let me break the ice, get this rolling now. Well, my son suddenly did a complete about turn on his refusal to be the alpha. Shall we start there? His tone was light, but I could hear the seriousness behind it. Sure did. I paused, trying to gauge what he was thinking, then I gave up. I was too tired. Just come out with it, please. So what's troubling you? The elders accepted Sam for what he was. He did a good job. He tried hard and we all commended him for that, but there was no real expectation of him. Dad stopped them, frowning. I leaned further back into the couch and heard it creak underneath me. I could already see where this was leading. Some of it was clear just from the meeting with the elders earlier. Basically, they had cut Sam some slack, let him try and mold us together but without too much formality attached to it. But my gig was going to be harder, more work, more rules. It made sense, as much as I didn't like it. The stories I had heard at the bonfire made the alpha sound like the leader of the tribe, the leader of the elders even, yet although the elders had met with Sam and consulted him, there was definitely no way he had been asked to lead. I decided to cut to the chase. It was time to man up for all of this. I had no excuses now. I was imprinted, and mated. I had my queen by my side and I needed to do this for her. For everyone that was going to count on me, rely on me for their safety and protection. I leant forward, resting my elbows on my knees and clasped my hands together. I looked straight at my dad. So tell me everything you want me to be. It was dark by the time we finished and I breathed a heavy sigh as I stepped into the cool night air. I drew in another deep breath before phasing into my pack for the first time as its alpha. I could sense them all on the cliffs and I stretched up to my new size. I registered that Leah was not with them and I was grateful for this. Our time to talk was later, once she was fully recovered. Tonight this was between me and my brothers. As I ran to join them I could feel the extra power coursing through my body, every leap was higher, every stretch was further. I burst into the clearing where they had settled and stood tall in front of them. I felt my whole body tingling, like electricity was zipping across my skin. Dude, you are huge. Wow, so Jake's the new boss then. Cool, time to party. The words and images babbled around them. Embry and Quill were thinking about how we could go back to lounging around the garage. Paul was planning time to go chase some skirt. Jared was just thinking about spending more time with Kim. Only Sam and Seth were silent. I found myself quickly getting frustrated. What is this? They thought it was time for an easy ride. That I wasn't going to care about patrols and training. Just let them hang out and have fun all the time. Is that what they actually think of me? Am I some goof-off layabout? Did they think that I don't care about my pack, my family, my people, my land? How dare they? Enough, I roared, throwing my anger at them all. Hear me now. I pulled the conversation I had with Dad to my mind and threw it at them. I slammed the information into them over and over again, the roles, the responsibilities, the expectations. Their minds grew quiet under the onslaught I was subjecting them to and I gradually eased the intensity of the communication. Slowly, one by one each on them dropped to their stomachs in front of me. The alpha wolf in me recognized the submission and I turned to the last wolf still standing. I could feel his anger, his rage at the thought of submitting to me and I called him out. You have something to say, Paul, a point to make. You seem to forget that you are a child to me. A little bit of magic and you strip the power from a man I respected and expect me to bow to a child who imprints on a leech lover. Paul's disgust poured through our minds and I heard Sam try to appease him. You question my birthright. You question the spirits. I roared. Something hummed inside me. I felt like I was sitting on a volcano of energy. I flexed my body. I was nearly twice his size now. I could force him physically to submit but something inside me told me this was not enough, that this wolf in front of me was a weak link in the chain, a threat to the cohesion of our pack, a threat to my beloved. It was my duty to eliminate a threat. His submission would be absolute. I focused my attention solely onto Paul, locking the others out of our communication. I don't know how I did it, but I could see the confusion and fear register on the others as our thoughts became unavailable to them. I centered myself and gave Paul my full attention. So you want to play one-on-one then? Bring it on, little boy. Paul goaded. He expected us to fight. I could see his body tense, his muscles readying themselves. I closed my eyes and wrapped the power around my memories, around the dark place that now lived inside the mind of the alpha in me. I coated it with my strength, fed it with my energy and with a deep breath forced it into the mind of the angry wolf in front of me. His body reacted as if electrocuted, rearing into the air before convulsing violently. I held him there mentally, pinned inside the hell that I no longer feared. I felt the darkness as I held it. I understood it now. I remembered back to the conversation with my dad, the part one hadn't shared with the others, the part one exposed to Paul now. Paul had fallen to the ground, his body continuing to convulse, his eyes had rolled back in his head and I saw Sam and Jared move to help him. With a sweep I silently bound them all into place. I was beginning to grasp my alpha power now and I was no longer relying on words or thoughts. I was just a channel, whereas Sam had issued his commands verbally. I simply channeled the energy. It wasn't mine, it was the alphas who had gone before me and those who would come after me. It was older than stories and more powerful than any man who tried to own it. The energy had shown me the darkness and unlike Sam and the others believed, it was not the fear that I would lose Bella that had compelled me into it. The energy had shown me, just as it had shown me the future of my imprinting, that one day I would lose her, and that the darkness would be waiting for me when that day came. That was what gave me the strength now, the knowledge that during my time of power I had to carry out all of the duties in front of me so that the spirits would look kindly on me and have the darkness swallow me quickly. I looked at Paul now with the same graveness with which Dad had looked at me. Do you understand now why I will not fail? Do you see what awaits me? That is why I stand before you as your leader and you will submit to me, because I have the strength to carry the pain that would bring you to your knees. I have the strength to walk on whilst others would lie down and weep. I am your alpha and you will yield to me. I pulled the darkness back inside me, locking it back into the place that Bella had given me, back behind the comforting shield of her warmth, her touch, her love. Once it was hidden away again, I opened my mind back up to the others, drawing in again the babble of thoughts, listening to the shocks and disbelief as Paul crawled towards me on his stomach before baring his neck to me. I could have marked him, hurt him, but I figured that my pack already bared enough scars from my anger. His trip into my mind had been enough of a warning, so instead I lightly tapped my nose on the top of his head. I walked away from them then, silently granting Embry the lead on the training whilst Jared and Quill ran the patrol. I wanted to leave them to their thoughts and discussions, give them space to come to terms with the events of the day. I began to run now, my heart beating faster as I closed the distance between myself and my beloved. I thought back to the last words my father spoke to me tonight as I had helped him into bed. Make every moment count. Bella Pav. I was sitting on my bed, no, correction, I was hovering on my bed. Jake had said he would come and say goodnight, but now I was torn as to what to do. Charlie was dozing in his chair in front of some sports program downstairs. I had opened my window, and then closed my window, and then opened it again about 8 times now. It's just a window, why am I stressing about this? But it's not just a window, it's like it's a symbol. Edward always used the window, just appearing and disappearing at will. It was his choice, and once again I was forced to acknowledge that it was also his control. He exerted his right to hide from Charlie, to elude Charlie, almost, to think of himself as better than Charlie. But this was Jake, my Jake. I still didn't know what had been said between them in the garage, but this was different. Jake respected Charlie, I could see that already. I could also see that there was much more to their relationship than I had any idea of. I had expected the talk to be an embarrassing experience for us all, with Charlie carrying on and laying down the law, but what I got instead was the sense that there was a relationship between my Jake and my father that was completely separate to me and also nothing to do with me. It was all very odd, and whilst I really wanted to know more, I also felt it would be somewhat disrespectful to them both to pry. But that brings me back round to the window. If my Jake comes to say goodnight by the window, will that damage his relationship with Charlie? Will it change things between them? Will he come to think of Charlie like Edward did? Do I want that? I don't think I do, but then if I close the window, will he think that I don't trust him like I trusted Edward, that he's not special enough to have free access to me? Open or closed, open or closed. The hinge will wear out if you keep doing that. I leapt about a foot in the air, spinning around and promptly losing my balance as his hand shot out to catch me. Jake, but Charlie. How? What? Jake smiled a huge smile. Then he furrowed his brow and put on a stern face, waggling his finger at me. Door stays open. Before collapsing onto my bed and holding out his arms, I turned back to the window and closed it. I noticed a little key in the handle that I hadn't even realized was there. I turned the key and the handle firmly locked in place. No more windows for Bella. I climbed onto the bed and let him wrap me in his huge arms. Did you see everyone? I asked quietly. I had been worried. I still didn't understand the whole leader thing, but I figured that some of them might not take the change very well. Jake just nodded. He looked so tired that his eyes were already closing. And Leah, did you see Leah? I hadn't wanted to ask before. I don't know quite how things are going to be between them after that big fight. Jake shook his head slightly. Thought we'd go see her tomorrow, together, if that's cool. His breathing slowed suddenly as his eyes shut. I nestled against him. Together, I loved the sound of that word. I heard movement and instinctively my body tensed as Charlie came to the door. He nodded, looking at Jake's sleeping form. Couple of ground rules: not on a school night, not if Billy needs him, and not with this door closed. My mouth hung open. All comprehension of reality was just slipping away. Charlie was talking to me, with a man asleep in my bed, and it was okay by him. Dad, I don't understand. But, thank you, I mumbled my way through the words. I just don't get it, truly I don't. He's special, that one, and he is going to need you more than you know just yet. But special or not, no more creeping around nonsense, okay? He gestured towards the window and my face burned. Edward hadn't evaded Charlie, hadn't concealed himself. Oh my God, Charlie had known all along. I stared at Charlie now as he nodded goodnight and left the room. Exactly how much did he know? Luckily the warmth of Jake's arms began to pull me into sleep, otherwise that thought would have definitely kept me up all night. I awoke to the feeling of suddenly being cold, my eyes flew open and I sat up. Jake was nowhere to be seen. I headed downstairs looking around. I almost fell over Charlie as I walked into the kitchen. "Oh sorry Dad, I was just looking," I trailed off, feeling a bit sheepish. "Sorry, good morning." "Morning bells, he's not here." He ed me lightly on the top of my head. "Oh, okay." I slumped into the chair. I thought we were going to see Leah, or had I misunderstood? Why did he leave? Didn't he want to say good morning as well? Oh God. Did I talk in my sleep again? Did I say something that upset him? Why would he just disappear? "You look just like Renee when you do that." Charlie's voice brought me back to the moment. Do what? Sit there thinking about the million things we might mean by the one thing we did. He looked at me pointedly then, raising his eyebrows, almost daring me to disagree. "Okay, who stole my father yesterday and replaced him with this man that sees things, knows things, and even more disturbingly, talks about things? Do you remember when you broke your leg in Phoenix last year? What happened every morning and every evening?" He paused, then shrugged on his jacket. "Have fun." Charlie headed out the door with a smile, leaving me to my bewilderment. I thought back to last year, coming home from Phoenix. Why would Charlie bring that up? God, that had been a whole heap of hassle, that huge plaster cast I had to drag around everywhere. If it hadn't been for Alice, it all crashed down on me in one fell swoop. Alice lifting me effortlessly in and out of chairs and bed. Alice showering me and getting my clothes on. All of those tasks that just happened so easily, in a few minutes, taking embarrassing amounts of time to do the most simple things. That was Jake's life, every day. On hand to Billy the way Alice had been to me. I was startled, shocked even. He made life seem so effortless, so simple, even though he was juggling responsibilities I couldn't even imagine. Sure, I had taken care of Renee, but that was a different kind of thing, more of an emotional and practical arrangement, and with Charlie it was really just the practical, dinners, laundry, general housework. But Jake was juggling something so much bigger. Billy was dependent on him. He didn't just help him out, he was there for whatever was needed. I put my hand to my head, feeling so overwhelmed. When Leah had spoke about being tied to the res, I thought I had understood, but this was so much deeper than that. Jake at his beautifully innocent, well, not so innocent anymore, tender age was responsible for his father, his pack, his reservation, everything. He truly was special, and I felt like the luckiest girl alive. I resolved in that moment to do everything I could to make it easier for him. I began to buzz around the kitchen, rustling up a breakfast fit for a king, well, a hungry wolf at least. Suddenly warm hands came to rest on my hips and a huge warm body pressed against my back. "Something smells wonderful in here," he whispered in my ear. Hot keys were peppering my neck, his hands were making slow lazy circles across my stomach and back. I ached for him, I craved him. I turned around, my back arching with desire as his hands caressed me as I moved. I stared into his eyes as he inhaled deeply. My mistake, now that. "Smells wonderful." I flushed immediately, realizing his meaning, drawing myself back slightly from him. I felt so confused. I wanted to take my time. Didn't I? No, I did, I definitely did. I had so much to learn about him. Even this morning had proved that. He tensed as well, I saw his face fall. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I know what we said, what you said, I'm sorry. It's just," he mumbled. So hard to resist, I finished for him breathlessly. I wanted him to understand that this wasn't one-sided. That this wasn't some punishment just for him. It was going to be hard for both of us, but it would be worth it. "It's hard for you too?" he asked shyly. Those were the moments, the few brief seconds in all of this when his true innocence made itself known, behind this huge exterior of a protector wolf. "Have you looked in the mirror recently? Just be grateful this is Charlie's house, otherwise you would be chained to my bed so I could do despicable things to you 24 hours a day." I didn't give him a chance to respond, simply pecking him chastely on the lips, putting his plate on the table and dancing away to the shower. When I came back down, dressed and ready for the day, Jake was still standing in the kitchen. He walked, no, he stalked towards me and I bit my lip shyly. That, he started sternly, was not fair. I smiled sweetly at him. He couldn't still be cross about that little comment, could he? He moved closer to me still, I could feel how it made my heartbeat increase suddenly. He leant close to my ear. You were right yesterday, there are things you need to know. He paused and my breath caught. It was intoxicating having him so close to me. Like how good my sense of smell is, he ran his nose down my neck, so he had definitely smelt my feelings earlier. Like how good my hearing is, hold on, hearing, what did he mean? Was he listening to me? He did hear. And that a wolf will feel certain things. Feel what? The way he was talking was igniting me again. Like his imprints, fear and pain. He paused again. My knees were so weak from the husky sound of his voice I wasn't sure how they were still holding me up. And pleasure, he whispered the last word in my ear as he gripped me round the waist. My eyes widened in disbelief. So he had just heard and felt my private moment in the shower. I felt horrifically embarrassed yet undeniably turned on by this. He stepped back now, regaining his composure. So next time, a little warning would be a good idea, as I would have hated to have to explain to Charlie quite why I found your breakfast that enjoyable. I was absolutely stunned. The thought of what had just transpired quite literally took my breath away and I couldn't believe it was possible. It was then that I caught sight of something bundled in his hand. He followed my gaze. I need to wash your tablecloth. I was still breathing heavy as we made our way out to the truck. I think my face will probably stay red for the rest of the day. I stopped as I got outside, taking in the sight before me. My truck was gleaming. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still my old truck, but looked so shiny and clean I could barely take my eyes off it. I turned and stared at Jake in amazement. He smiled and shrugged. It kept me busy while you were. He trailed off, the smile disappearing for a moment. I still couldn't fathom how I'd been so blind and how much my stumbling around must have hurt him. The smile crept back in though and I flushed even deeper. All through the drive we barely spoke. I would just turn every so often and see him looking at me, the grin playing on his face and an amazed look in his eyes. A couple of times he just started to shake his head before chuckling quietly and rubbing his hands over his face with a low, "Oh boy." Each time I shifted around in my seat more and more embarrassed but also fighting the urge to pull the truck over to the side of the road and just leap on him. The idea of us being so completely in tune with each other, so utterly connected, well, it was just getting me very hot and bothered. I was extremely grateful when we pulled up outside the Clearwaters and I leant against the side of the truck taking large deep breaths trying to calm myself. My resolve was starting to show cracks, deep gaping craters now. I couldn't deny how much it just felt so right to be with him, and the knowledge that all I would have to do would be to make the move and I could have it all again in a heartbeat was overwhelming me. I realized that I had never really learned to control myself. When I was with Edward, even if I would start to feel a little bit forward, he would immediately apply the brakes. His control had taken all of the decisions out of it for me. Now it truly was my decision. I could feel the hunger in Jake's eyes when he was with me, and I knew that if all of his responsibilities were taken care of and he was alone with me, it would only be the respect that he felt for my decision that would stop us. But when he looked at me like that, and talked to me like he had this morning, well, I'm not sure how long that decision is going to hold for. He was in front of me now, holding his hand out and I clasped it tightly as we walked up to the door. Sue had clearly heard us pull up and was standing on the step smiling welcomingly. She pulled me into a hug and greeted Jake with a very respectful tone, almost as if he was an authority figure. I glanced between them surprised but realized that yet again I still had so much to learn about what had taken place recently. I've got a pie, fresh out of the oven with your name on it, Jacob. Why don't you come and get some before the others catch the smell and Bella can go and see if Leah's up and ready. Sue was bustling Jake into the kitchen and I could hear his excited tones, apple or cherry. That man and food, I smiled to myself as I climbed the stairs to Leah's room. She was lying on bed reading when I came in, headphones on and clearly tuning the world out. I breathed out heavily, sighing in relief at her apparent lack of permanent injury. She must have sensed me then as she spun around, pulling the headphones off and gripped me into a huge tight warm hug. I coughed and spluttered, "Need to breathe, Leah." She released me then, standing back to take me in. "Oh my God, you're really here, I thought I was never going to be allowed to see you again." She gasped. She hugged me again tightly whilst I stood confused. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't you see me? Are you grounded? Leah laughed then. No, you're the imprint of the true alpha. I'm the pack's pain in the ass, forbidden to ever see each other again, that kind of thing. She stopped and looked serious then. Oh God, does he know you're here? Did anyone see you? She was looking panicked and I was becoming more and more confused. Leah, stop, slow down, you're losing me. What are you talking about? Of course Jake knows I'm here, he's downstairs having pie with your mum. She clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide and darting around. She dragged me over to the bed and pulled the cover over us, whispering quietly in my ear, is he mad at me? I mean, I know I've taken some chances before, but after what Seth said went about last night, especially with Paul, I'm not sure what's waiting for me. I was so utterly baffled, and this was starting to make me very concerned. She really seemed afraid of Jake, and what did she mean about Paul? Why would she think I was forbidden to see her? Suddenly I felt her whole body tense next to me. When you've quite finished whispering about me, do you think we can have a conversation without the blankets? Jake's strong voice filled the room, and I was really shocked that I could feel Leah trembling beside me. As we climbed out from under the covers, I could see Leah was now stood up straight but with her head hung down and her eyes cast to the floor. I didn't like the posture, it made me feel really uncomfortable, uneasy, slightly dirty somehow. Jake stood up from where he was leaning against the doorframe and walked into the room. Sit. His tone was so absolute, so powerful, so not my sweet innocent Jake. Bile rose in my throat as Leah dropped to the floor. I really didn't like this. I could understand what she meant, all the things she had talked about. I could make sense of what Sam had said about why things had to be controlled, but Leah was right, it was as if it was written around guys. But standing here, seeing that control applied to a woman, a female friend of mine, it took on a whole new level. The connotations were appalling me, I felt disgusted. Jake looked at me now, I shifted uncomfortably on the bed. I loved him with all my heart and soul, and my God, I trusted him implicitly, but I was afraid right now, afraid that if he carried this on I would lose respect for him, that his interaction with Leah had the potential to hurt us, and that made my heart ache violently. Do you see what her life is? Do you see what I am to her? His tone was still powerful, but there was a touch of despair. His words startled me and hot tears escaped from my eyes. I looked at Leah and saw the tears on her face too, the humiliation. There was a sudden crackle, like static in the room, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Jake was moving towards Leah, his hand outstretched helping her up from the floor. He paused, then gently brushed his hand across her face, wiping her tears away. He led her back to the bed and motioned for her to sit down next to me. He reached out to my tears and I clutched his hand as he wiped mine also. Jake pulled a chair from the desk and sat down in front of us, his demeanor serious yet not as threatening as a moment before. I'm sorry to have done that, he said, looking at Leah, but she needed to know. He was gesturing towards me and Leah nodded but stayed silent. There are things you both need to understand, about all of this, about me, about each other and about yourselves. I have been thinking hard about this situation. He motioned to the two of us and I took one of Leah's hands in my own. I saw Leah open her mouth. Before you start, Leah, this is not about the trip. This is not about your actions at my house, although we will discuss those later. This is something much more fundamental to the pack. He sounded so serious, so wise that I was completely thrown. I have 3 problems in front of me. Firstly, there is you, Leah. She flinched at this, her eyes were glistening again. You are not happy. Leah's face tilted in confusion, her eyes flicking between us. She seemed as confused as I was. You don't like to work with the guys as you don't like being inside their minds and having them inside yours. Also, you don't like the submission, and I am fully aware that it is more powerful than it was with Sam, and I apologize again if that made you feel particularly uncomfortable. I breathed out then, so he knew it felt wrong. Oh, thank goodness. I felt ashamed for having doubted him even for that second, and the pain in my heart seemed healed instantly. He turned his attention to me. I know you were afraid, I felt it. You need to trust me, with the guys it works differently. It doesn't feel like that dirtiness. He looked at myself and Leah for confirmation and we both nodded. You can see why it's a problem. Do you think I want that in front of the other guys? Leah was shaking her head, and my heart went out to her. She really didn't fit in. My second problem is also with you, Leah. He didn't pause this time when she hunched her shoulders. You are the female role model for the Quileute, for any other females who may phase in the future. Leah's eyes grew wide at this. It is my responsibility to ensure that all of the pack act as role models, but you, Leah, how are you going to do that when you never finished high school? I know you dropped out with the stress over Sam, but you are so smart that you doing nothing with yourself, it is just not acceptable. I was stunned and I looked over at Leah. She dropped out. She had never mentioned it during the whole time we were together. I had just assumed she couldn't go to college because of needing to be at the res, but to not finish school, that was just crazy. I didn't have a chance to dwell on it any longer as suddenly Jake turned himself to me again. Which brings me to my third problem. He gathered my hands in his and looked into my eyes so deeply that I felt I was drowning in his. Why was I a problem? What had I done? You are the love of my existence. You are the reason I breathe, and as both of you have already seen, you will be the reason I fall. I drew in a deep breath, my eyes prickling as I thought of him lying helpless on the bed. I will need to protect you, as much as you may dislike that, but I will try to do it in a way that you do not feel smothered or controlled by it. I thought long and hard this morning, and I can discreetly ensure your safety most of the time. Except for at one place. Now initially I thought maybe I could just stop you going, or change where you go to so that it's more convenient for me. But I realized that would never suit your independence, and I've already seen firsthand what you'll do when I annoy you so. He paused, leaning back in the chair. I'm willing to make a deal with the two of you. I exchanged glances with Leah. He had definitely pushed our interest buttons, and I knew personally that I would do anything to avoid being controlled or having no freedom. In fact, anything that would remind me of how I had felt when Edward I trailed off inside my head as Jake spoke again. I am willing to grant Leah freedom. Leah made a sound that was a cross between a hiccup, a sigh, and a nervous laugh. Of course you will still need to phase occasionally for training, and if there is an emergency. But you would not need to run patrols, nor attend meetings in your wolf form unless you wished to. You will hold your place as part of the pack and in the eyes of the elders, as you will be carrying out a special assignment. I inhaled sharply. Freedom. Leah would be free from everything she hated, without feeling that she abandoned her heritage. I could see she was just as excited. She was beginning to bounce up and down on the bed. So what do I have to do? Her tone was breathless, almost bordering on hyper. Jake looked at her sternly. You have to go back to school. She stopped bouncing, confusion crossing her face. That's it. A grin stretched across Jake's face, the first I had seen since he had come into the room. This was my Jake, not the pack's alpha Jake, who to be honest was actually a little bit scary. Well, there's still her part. He nodded at me. So what's my part of the deal? I queried. Jake leaned back in the chair fully, stretching his arms over his head and folding his hands behind his neck. She has to go back to school. I stopped, but that was her part. What? I processed for a second. Leah had to go back to school. He wanted to protect me but didn't want to stop me going to one place that he couldn't protect me. Oh, you've got to be kidding. Could he be any more perfect? I leapt from the bed into his lap, smothering his face with kisses. He was giving me the choice, albeit knowing that I wouldn't refuse Leah her freedom, but this way all of us could get what we wanted. I could have time with Leah without it taking from time with Jake. Leah would graduate and be a good role model and be free from all of the duties that upset her, and Jake could get on with things knowing that I was in good hands. How blissfully perfect. Sorry, still confused over here. Leah politely interrupted my keying fest. Leah, you're going back to school. You know, with me, in Forks, I'll be your special assignment. Leah's eyes grew huge. She twisted from me to Jake and then back again. Seriously? No, are you? I mean, is this for real? Jake answered her then with a glint in his eye. I'm deadly serious. You managed to keep her alive during the trip to Jacksonville. Now you get to prove to the pack and the elders and to me that you can keep that up 5 days a week, every week that school is open, starting from when we go back on Monday. Leah looked at me hesitantly. I could quickly tell she was remembering everything I had said about the dangers that seemed to line up at my door. Girl, we are going to have to set some rules or you will be the death of me. Jake paused. Man, that hadn't gone exactly as I had planned it. I was all set to have a nice chat with Leah, thank her for waking me up and essentially getting me and Bells together, then try and sell both of them on my school plan. How had it managed to get so seriously freaky in the middle? I had been all cool. I was making short work of that apple pie. Sue always got me with the pie. I think it was the cinnamon. She uses a lot more than most people, so it just tastes so spicy and good. Anyway, there I am, content in my cinnamon apple heaven, when bang, that part of my heart and soul that is specifically labeled Bella just starts humming with fear. I don't even remember moving. I was outside Leah's room so fast. Then I hear it all, the two of them whispering away, and Bella's fear is doubling. It's making me ache inside as I start to realize that she's afraid of me. I get that it's not the me she afraid of, but Leah has got her freaking about the alpha me. As soon as I spoke, I realized how bad this was going to be. Leah couldn't help but react to my words as if they were a command. I mean, I wasn't even trying to alpha her out from under the blankets, but it was already there and she's locked into the submission pose. The feeling I got from Bella hit me like a truck, and I almost cried out in pain. She was uncomfortable with me. No, it was more than that. She really didn't trust me in that moment, and it made my heart ache so bad. It threw all my ideas for chats and trying to convince them out of the window. I could lie. I could try and cover this up some way, but for what? This is who I am now. Bella needs to see all of me, every part that makes me up, so she knows what she's getting into, no later surprises. I made my mind up then. If you are concerned now, then you need to see it all. Know what I am capable of, know what's inside of me. You've seen me hurt people I care about. Now you need to know that I can control them on a whim, but my God, Bells, you have to trust me, believe in me, know that I will never ever abuse the power I have been granted or channel the energy for anything other than the good of my people. I gave the command, the last I prayed I'd ever need to issue to Leah. It was just the word, sit, but there was something so skin-crawlingly gross about it. If I could keep her off patrols, then she wouldn't get into the fights and the rows, and then I'd never need to bind her up to calm it down. Seriously, I could do without ever feeling this again. Don't get me wrong, I could see how some guys might find it almost a buzz, get some serious thrills out of this, but maybe it was just the way I was brought up. Mum and my sisters around me, it just made me feel like some sick old guy in a dirty old coat hanging around a school. It was also the men that raised me, Dad and Charlie. I mean, even when Renee had skipped town, Charlie had never even said so much as cuss word towards her. They respected woman, and raised me to do the same. Having this kind of power over Leah just felt so very wrong. I bet this was why there had never been a female in a pack before. If Bella had been feeling scared before, this quadrupled as Leah hit the floor. I nearly keeled over from the way my heart was hurting me right now. But in a way I was relieved. I mean, if she could see me, be with me, the alpha me, as I made the decisions for the pack, for my people, I'd never be able to get it wrong. It would hurt me too much through her. I would never be able to lose sight of what was right or get too wrapped up in a power trip, because what she was feeling right now was burning my heart like acid. When I released the command and apologized to them both, it was like cooling water cleaning my soul. I felt refreshed, alive, and totally clear on how to move forward with them. The bargain was almost easy then, and I had felt so blissfully happy when Bella accepted. I still needed to sit down with Leah and talk to her properly, but with her feeling free, hopefully there wouldn't be anything yucky there anymore. I was still a little nervous about being around her by myself. I mean, I didn't know how Bella would feel about it. It's not like there are any other women in my life, and now we are officially together. I'm not even sure if it is okay for a guy to be alone with another woman. Wow, I seriously have so little dating experience. I'll have to ask Bella what the done thing is. I mean, would I be cool with her being around other guys? Well, sure, except of course him. I don't even want her in the same state as that leech, and that overly eager guy from her work, Mitch is. I'm not too keen on him after that night at the movies. Well, and Quill, although I'm sure that should be cleared up now. I mean, she's my imprint, he wouldn't try anything now. But even though I still find it hard to get some of his daydreams about her out of my head when he's around. Maybe Bella and I can make an agreement about that kind of stuff. I guess that's probably what couples do. Wow, I never get tired of that surprise, as it hits me again that I'm finally with the girl of my dreams. I met up with some of the elders who have some swing over the school stuff. Harry headed straight over to meet with us when they released him from hospital rather than going home. Bet Sue won't be too pleased with him. He seems really excited about Leah going back to school and her taking a different role in the pack. Think the guy will just be pleased with a bit of peace and quiet for a while. The elders have pointed out that the rest of the pack aren't exactly hitting the A grade in class either. I mean, I know my grade's S.K. royally at present, but it seems like the whole pack is barely keeping it above flunking. Yet another something I need to think about. There's a lot of talk. I find it hard to stay tuned into all of it, especially when they all start talking at once. Suddenly, right in the middle of it all, a howl cuts straight across the breeze. I know in a heartbeat that's Jared, and he's down on the south perimeter. I'm out of the lodge and phased in a second, pulling the thoughts in as I go. Jared and Seth have hit a fresh trail, and in a few moments I hear the whole pack pulling in. My mind feels sharper, clearer now. It's like just knowing that Leah's zone is completely on Bella gives me complete focus to be totally in the moment here. I was kind of praying that it would have been that horny leech back for another visit. I would have enjoyed giving him a taste of the new alpha in me. But by the time we've honed it down, it's clear that the scent is not the same. We rounded it up pretty quick. It's a female. I still don't know all that much about the specifics of leeches, but it looks kind of fresh. Like maybe it's not that old. It sort of stumbles around rather than that whole zip-zap thing the horny freak had going on. I settle now, scanning to check for other as I let the others get some practice in on it. It's interesting actually. I watch the leech spinning and twisting. I'm actually analyzing it like I'm the hunter, learning things about how it moves. I also watch my guys, spotting the flaws in their attacks, things they'll need to train harder on. Embry turns his head too far when he's going for the arms. A more agile leech could get to his neck easily. Seth tries to fight high like the others, going for head and shoulders, but he doesn't have the height and he's off balance slightly. He'd be better fighting low, taking out stomach and legs. Paul's anger doesn't help him, and it makes it hard for the others to predict what he's doing, and so they don't work together as tightly as they should. Sam padded over and settled next to me. She's fresh, I mean, brand new. Someone made her real close to home. I saw his thoughts, and he was trying to imagine her face without the leechness, trying to work out if it was someone we might know. That was a grim thought, and it made me shudder. If one of them is out there, we might need to step it up from just patrols to actually a bit of hunting, you know what I mean. I think it would do the guys some good too, hone some skills, real target practice instead of just relying on training. I'm seeing some weakness out there that an older leech could exploit. I mean, this is actually the first takedown the pack has had, isn't it? Sam nodded, and I suddenly felt a wash of shame across his thoughts. Dude, no, you know I didn't mean it like that. I apologized quickly. It's okay, Jake, things are very different now. Even I can see that. You're different, the control you have over them is different, it changes everything. I mean, it's like we were playing for the reserve team before, we had the kit but weren't put in the game, you know. But this, now, it's Major League. I'm cool with that, honestly. I could tell he meant it, but I still felt bad for him. I surveyed my pack, watching as they cleared the area, setting up the fire and making sure every last bit of that thing burnt. I let my satisfaction be known to them, praising them for a successful hunt, and I suggested to Sam that perhaps he and Emily could pull a bonfire together for tomorrow, let the guys celebrate their achievement, and given that it was the last Saturday of the break, it made sense to let them have some fun. After scouting for a while, we headed back into the res. As I headed through, I could see that Bella's truck was no longer down by the Clearwaters, and it hadn't been at mine, so I guessed it was likely that she had headed home. I phased and dressed near the back of the house. I could see Charlie was home, so I headed round to the front door. I knocked and Charlie opened the door with a smile. "Hey son, I think you might want to join your dad and me for now." Charlie chuckled. He was in a good mood, and I could see Dad was happily on his third or fourth beer. Oh, he was going to be a handful later. I can't be in the doghouse already. Can I? I smiled at him and went to climb the stairs. I suddenly felt his hand on my arm, and although I barely registered the pressure, I acknowledged that it had been intended to restrain me. I looked to him then. Had I done something wrong? I thought Charlie had suggested that he was okay with me being here with Bella. Oh God, I thought back to this morning. Had there been evidence? Did I miss something? I hadn't had a chance to fix the tablecloth issue. Has he realized that I had been here, thinking disgusting thoughts about his daughter whilst reveling in her pleasure, and now he was going to bar me from being alone with her? Suddenly Charlie whispered dramatically. First it was just Bella and Leah, buzzing and zipping around, then another one turned up too, 3 of them, all gossiping, and, "What shall I wear? and you'll never guess. Stay clear, boy. When there is just one of them, you stand half a chance of being able to say the right thing. Once you're outnumbered, well, that's what ESPN was made for. He gestured to the living room and I breathed a sigh of relief. I grabbed a juice and several slices of pizza and settled down on the chair. I was able to tune out the sports and settled for enjoying the sound of Bella's laughter as she gossiped with her friends. Bella Pav. It had all started to get a bit girly. We were squealing and jumping around and for some reason getting very excited about what clothes Leah was going to wear on Monday. Jake had sat there smiling for a while and had then excused himself to make arrangements with the council for Leah's immediate return to school. He had given me a key, on the top of my head, and nodded to Leah with a smile. I was absolutely buzzing with questions for her and was almost holding my breath as I heard him going down the stairs. I opened my mouth to speak a couple of times, but each time she put up a finger, clearly listening to something outside whilst chattering on about different tops from her closet. Suddenly she threw all the items down on the floor and leapt onto the bed next to me. "So tell me everything. I mean everything from when they carted me out," she exclaimed. "No way, girly wolf, you need to start first. What the hell was all that?" "I mean, I was shaken up, but hell, you were terrified, and what do you mean about Paul? You seriously need to fill me in. Everyone is suddenly bowing to him. My father is letting him sleep in my bed. Your mother greets him like royalty. Spill, woman. I can't take it anymore." The words came tumbling out of me, my confusion so pent up inside me. "Wow, okay, Charlie's what? Never mind, that can be part of your story. Okay, so this is all secondhand because I wasn't at the meeting last night, but when Seth came in he looked like he'd seen a ghost. I mean, it was about 20 minutes before he'd say anything. Look, the main point to understand here is that Jake is not like a Sam Alpha. This is something crazy big. Jake is playing with some major mojo here. He's doing things that are like beyond the beyond. I mean, this is like super alpha or something." She paused for breath. I'm not sure I was breathing at all anymore. My eyes felt huge as I tried to understand it. "Okay, sorry, I might be losing you a bit. It's just all so much to take in, even for me. Let me start from the simplest thing. Okay, so the wolf mind, you know, the joining up of thoughts, that sort of thing. Seth said you can't hear Jake unless he wants you to. He can cut you in and out or have everybody in, but even then you can't hear his thoughts, can't see his pictures." She looked at me pointedly. "That's why nobody knows what went on between you two. Normally the pictures would have been thrown out there for everyone to see, but apparently Quill was mighty disappointed." Leah rolled her eyes. I looked at her pointedly. "What? Don't look so surprised. That boy has been hot for you since the Bella zombie days. Him and Jake have fought more than once over it, so he was expecting a full show, bring the popcorn, that sort of thing, but then bam, big brick wall instead." My face burned at the thought of what they could have witnessed. I was extremely glad for this super alpha thing now. But he's also crazy powerful. I mean, from the moment he was by the door I could see what Seth was talking about. You can feel his power. It is like an aura that surrounds him. Sam never had that, it was just the commands, but Jake's power isn't even words. When we told me to sit, that was just so you could hear it. He just had to think it, and it was powerful enough to have my butt hit the floor. It's not like Sam's either. You know what I was saying about getting round the binds. There's no way with this one. It's wow. I don't even know what to say. I'm just all sorts of glad that I'm not going to be out there all the time with that. She stopped and hugged me, and I could feel how fast her heart was beating. I couldn't take this all in. This was my Jake, the angel who fell asleep by my side yesterday. "So what happened with Paul?" I asked cautiously, not too sure that I even wanted to know. Leah shrugged. "That's it, nobody is exactly sure. They all meet up and Jake hits them with this big lecture on roles and responsibilities, but Paul's in a funk and not having any of it. The next thing the guys know, none of them can hear Paul and Jake, and then Jake's throwing some serious mental power at Paul, who's twisting and jerking like he's having a seizure. Some of the guys try to help him and Jake's got them in lockdown until Paul is on the ground literally begging for mercy and crawling at the guy's feet. It was heavy duty, I tell you. I doubt you'll ever hear that guy run his mouth about you again." I was stunned. I mean, wow, this was so much to take in. I had been around powerful people. Edward, Alice, Jasper, even James had all had gifts, and of course they were super strong vampires, but it seemed like Jake was involved in something far bigger. It looked like he could have done absolutely anything to Leah earlier. It was almost like mind control rather than just commands, especially if all he had to do was think it for it to happen. Once again I was struck by just how pleased I was that Leah could be free from this, well, as much as possible. For the second time today it weighed heavily on me as I realized how much responsibility Jake actually had. I mean, imagine that much power in the hands of someone without Jake's beautiful heart. We hung out some more. I think Leah could tell I was processing a lot of information, so she didn't add anything else in. I loved how well she was able to read me. She'd throw a whole load of heavy stuff at me, not pulling any punches, not editing it or trying to make it Bella friendly, or PG-13, and then just stop, go quiet and give me time to process. I'd called Angela when Leah and I had got back to my house. I knew it would be great to get them introduced and used to each other before school started. I think it takes Leah a while to get comfortable with people, and she'll probably be heavily on her guard for a while getting used to a new school. Well, and getting used to her new job. I still can't quite believe that I'm a special assignment. Part of me wants to get a bit stroppy about it, but I guess I can really see their point, and it does come with such lovely benefits for Leah. I know it's going to take a while for me to get over what I saw today, but really it's not fair of me to lump all my concerns on Jake whilst he has got so much going on. It just brought up some strange memories of a guy that Renee was seeing for a while. He liked a certain kind of DVD, and I made the mistake of hitting the play button once without checking what was in the machine. I'd only caught a little bit before the shock wore off and I hit stop, but the poor woman on her knees with some kind of strap around her head being spoken to like that gave me nightmares for quite a while. I'd even got quite stressed about guys in general for a bit. I remember the next time I visited Charlie I'd gone through every DVD and video in the house just to make sure, but all I'd found was an awful lot of fishing shows and some taped ESPN stuff. I hadn't thought about that guy for a long time until today. In some ways it left me a little concerned about Jake and Leah spending time together, even though I knew that was crazy. I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a little chat at some point about it all. When Angela showed up she was initially a little nervous with Leah, but pretty soon they were getting along great. We were all having a good laugh about school on Monday when Leah made some reference to Jake. Angela had caught on pretty quickly, and soon I was facing a grilling over my new relationship. "So, is it like majorly serious?" Angela had asked. Leah decided to chip in despite my death glares in her direction. "Well, there are rumors amongst the guys on the res of extremely major seriousness." "Okay ladies, those aren't even words, or grammatical sentences." I tried to bluff my way around the questions, continuing to glare at Leah. However, they were relentless. Eventually giggling outrageously I made my admission in hushed tones: he was my first. Both of them grew wide-eyed and looked really surprised. "Oh God, I'm terrible, they think I'm such a slut." I mean, I know we weren't technically together when it happened, but Leah knows about the spiritual connection. Surely that must make it okay in her eyes at least. "Really? But I thought you and Edward." "Well, I guess I just assumed." "Well, I mean Jessica and Lauren did." "Really, he was your first?" Angela was the first to speak. "Wow, and you're like how old now? And seriously, your first?" "I mean, I wouldn't have said anything to him, you know." Leah chimed in, and for a moment I was a little stunned. "So everyone thought I'd been at it already?" "Well, that was a little weird. You know, that's really cool in a way. I mean, he's your first and you're going to be together for the rest of your lives. That's kind of poetic almost." Leah seemed a little lost in her thoughts and I coughed slightly, trying to get her to remember that we were in the presence of a non-mythical weirdness-knowing people. Luckily Angela didn't seem to have attributed any oddness to the statement. Although I was shocked by Angela's next question. "So was it good?" "I am so not answering that question." I giggled in disbelief, but the flush on my face was already giving me away. She caught on immediately. "He wasn't he?" She spun to Leah looking for her assistance. See that look in her eyes? I definitely never had that look after my first time. Leah laughed her huge dirty laugh and we all collapsed in hysterics. After several minutes of uninterrupted laughing and random gasped statements from the pair of them which I tried not to listen to, Leah put her finger across her lips and shushed us. "We've got company." Her serious face threw us back into hysterics and it was several more minutes before we composed ourselves. Angela offered to drop Leah home and this made me really happy. I could see the three of us having some great fun when school started. We all bounced down the stairs and I could see Charlie and Billy happy in front of the TV. My heart did a little flip as I saw Jake rising up out of the chair with a grin on his face. I knew they had all been out on a chase. That was why Leah had come with me when I headed home, but it was so reassuring to have him back with me again. Leah made a hesitant move towards him. I think they were both still a little uneasy with each other. So how was the hunting trip? She asked politely. Jake smiled. Good, the guys made a kill. My heart made another little flip, so there had really been a risk. Oh god, they had actually been fighting. I still couldn't quite get settled with the idea. Jake gave me a little half smile and I was caught off guard remembering what he had said about being able to sense my fear. I took a deep breath and smiled back. He turned his attention back to Leah. We were thinking of throwing a bonfire together tomorrow. Do you think your mom will make some pies? Leah smiled and nodded, heading towards the door. I took the opportunity to introduce Angela and Jake again, although they had briefly met a lifetime ago. Well, that's what it felt to me anyway. I was quite surprised when he extended the invitation to Angela, but figured that perhaps it was going to be a not Wolf affair then. He encouraged her to invite some friends and also invited Charlie. I knew that would go down well with him, even if he decided not to actually go. There was just something about the way Jake dealt with Charlie that just seemed to tick all of his parental control boxes. I was desperate to drag Jake upstairs and just wrap him in my arms and reassure myself that he was okay. But I could see his attention was still focused downstairs, and I realized yet again that I had forgotten that he needed to get Billy organized before I could snuggle up to him for the night. Billy and Charlie were amused with some advert on the TV, and I could tell from the number of cans littered around that there was no way Charlie would be driving this evening. Do you want me to drive you guys back? I asked. I figured the least I can do is start trying to pull my weight in this relationship. I was surprised when Dad waved me off. Back. We're just getting started, don't you two worry, I'll make sure Billy is comfortable here. We've got fishing to do early in the morning. Jake and I retreated upstairs quickly as the two of them began singing some sports song along with the TV. Jake collapsed onto my bed and I crawled on next to him with a grin. Well, at least I know I'll get a good morning then, I joked. Jake smiled, reaching out to tuck my hair behind my ear. Sorry about that, I should have warned you I'd have to head out. Oh no, now I felt terrible. He was apologizing to me for having to take care of his responsibilities. I moved closer to him, keying him lightly on the lips. No, I should have realized. He keyed me again ever so gently. There's going to be a lot for you to realize, I don't want it to. I cut him off with a much deeper key, pressing my tongue to his lips and entering his mouth as he let me. I didn't want him to feel that he was always having to explain himself. Right now all I wanted to do was make him feel. I applied a little more pressure and he responded by lying back against the pillows. My mouth didn't leave his as I ran my hand across his chest, allowing my fingers to trace each line, each curve of his muscles. I traced the outline of his stomach, letting my fingertip locate his belly button. I pressed my palm against the hard muscles around it, skirting my fingers against the point where those muscles disappeared into his low-slung shorts. I caught the back of his head with my other hand, pressing him into my mouth harder as his breath caught. I could feel his hands, one gripping my jeans at the side near my hip, the other holding tight to the back of my top. I moved boldly. I wanted to feel him. I wanted him to feel me. I wanted that sensation of being so close to him that I felt like I'm melting into him. I went to move my leg so that I could straddle myself over him, but the hand on the back of my shirt was pressing down too much. Jake, I want to move, I whispered into his mouth. He pulled back from me and looked into my eyes. His breathing was erratic and his teeth were slightly gritted, giving him a tense expression. Suddenly, even though I felt ashamed that I could think of him in a moment of intimacy like this with Jake, Edward came to my mind. It was just a fleeting thought, a passing acknowledgement of the similar expressions, but I realized that once again all I was focusing on was myself. I was only thinking of what I wanted, of my desire for him. I wasn't listening to his body, I wasn't reading him. Even this morning I had realized that I didn't know how to set the pace for myself, and yet again I was needing someone to remind me of the consequences. I stopped pressing back against his hand and ceased my attempts to climb onto him, instead molding myself to his side and pulling his head down so his lips met mine again. Is this better? I quietly asked. Jake replied with that husky tone that told me I'd had him very close to his own personal threshold. I'm so sorry, I'm still trying to get to grips with everything, and trying to get my brain to listen to what you said yesterday, when all my body wants to listen to is what your body is saying, and well then there's the whole super hearing thing, kind of makes it feel like Charlie is in the room with us, bit of a buzz kill if you know what I mean. His arms wrapped around me, warming me, shielding me in an impenetrable fortress of bliss. But this is real good. His lips met mine again, and continued to do so for a long time. Finally we fell asleep like that, locked in each other's arms with our faces touching. I awoke to soft kisses on my eyelids. I could tell it was quite early still and couldn't work out why Jake was up already. It was Saturday, and I didn't need to be at work for a while. Why was the delicious sleep over already? You don't need to get up yet, I just wanted to say good morning, he smiled. I let my eyes rake over him. He'd obviously lost the t-shirt in the night. I guess running at those kind of temperatures made clothes virtually unnecessary. A blush crept over my face as I allowed myself to enjoy the sheer gorgeousness of the man in front of me. I really couldn't refer to him as a boy now. Those perfect abs, thick muscular arms, that defined chest. Okay, I was very awake now, sleep be damned. Jake's head tilted and a grin broke out on his face. What are you thinking about? He asked with a lazy, drawn-out tone that told me he was fully aware of exactly what I was thinking about. I swatted his shoulder and stuck my tongue out at him. In a second his lips were on mine and my tongue was slipping in between those gorgeous teeth and into his hot mouth. I pulled back suddenly and clapped a hand over my mouth. Here he was all super senses and I'm giving him full morning breath kiss. He smiled and kissed me gently on the forehead. Seriously, you don't need to get up. I'm just getting dad ready. Once again the realization hit me clear between the eyes. Of course he had to get up. Charlie and Billy were going fishing early and Billy would need to be ready for this. I just couldn't seem to fathom how this was all so normal for Jake, and so unspoken. I reached for his hand tentatively. Can I help? Jake's head spun round. He looked so shocked, caught off guard and confused. With Billy I mean, I stuttered. I wasn't sure what I was offering, and I hoped he wasn't offended. I just began to dawn on me that Jake was mine forever, which means that some of his responsibilities would become our responsibilities over time. I mean, for the future and all that, I'm going to need to know how to take care of him too, aren't I? I whispered, feeling unsure of myself. Jake sat down hard on the bed and put his hands to the sides of his head, his elbows resting on his knees. I couldn't see his face but I noticed little ripples running through his shoulders and back. Jake, I asked quietly, unsure of what I had done. When he turned to face me I gasped as I saw the tears running down his face. Jake, baby, I didn't mean to upset you, I'm sorry. Jake gathered me in his arms, and I climbed onto him, desperately wanting to make whatever I had done better. I brushed his face, wiping the tears as they came, kissing them away, tasting their saltiness on my lips. He grasped my hands in his, stilling my frantic movements. Shish, don't get upset, I'm not mad at you. I just find it amazing how perfect you are. You just caught me by surprise. I mean, I'm just getting used to you, well wanting me. He paused, looking slightly embarrassed but also very pleased with himself. And then you go and say the most perfect things about our future, and it just knocks me flat on my ass. He gave me a kiss on my forehead and let his hand graze down the side of my face. Can you believe this? I'm a 7-foot werewolf who can bench press a car and I'm so in love with you it makes me cry. If you even mention this to Leah I swear I will spank you till you beg for mercy. He wiped his face then threw me over his shoulder and began heading downstairs to start the day. My giggles and squeals had clearly roused the rest of the men in the house. Jake set me down at the bottom of the stairs and I surveyed the living room with a disapproving tut. Charlie had clearly passed out on the chair at some point last night. Billy was at least stretched out on the sofa with a blanket. The TV was still showing a blue screen. There were beer cans and pizza boxes littering the floor. Charlie appeared to have had the munchies at some point as there was a bag of chips on his lap, although the chips themselves were strewn all over him and the surrounding floor. Both Charlie and Billy were rubbing their eyes and when Charlie finally focused on the two of us standing there, he leapt out of his chair. He looked wide-eyed at Jake with concern and hissed, "What is she doing up? I haven't had chance." I tilted my head and placed my hands on my hips frowning at him. An amused smile was playing on Billy's lips. So this was the infamous Friday night sports night. And of course I would not normally be up until it was time to get ready for work, giving Charlie a chance to get things back to normal. Haha, busted. Hey, I tried to get her back to sleep, but she wanted, well, Dad. Bella kind of asked if she could give me a hand getting you organized for the day. Jake looked to Billy, Billy looked to Charlie, and Charlie's eyes just kept getting bigger. I suddenly felt quite embarrassed, as if I had trampled into a men-only zone. I mean, I hadn't meant it to be a big deal. I just wanted to help out. It was only when I saw Charlie's face that it started to dawn on me that maybe it actually was a very big deal, I mean especially for Billy. He might not want my help, the guy has seen me fall over my own shoelace, and not to mention put his son in a crazy werewolf coma that required several people to get hurt waking him up. Maybe he doesn't trust me enough. I was lost in my thoughts when Billy's booming laugh brought me back out. You know, you're right, Charlie, she does look just like Renee when she does that. Sweetheart, why don't you come and sit down here, we'll have a bit of a chat. Jake can rustle us up some food and we'll turn a blind. I to the tidying Charlie needs to do. I felt a little calmer and pulled up a chair next to Billy. Jake was banging around in the kitchen and Charlie was trying to restore some order. Billy took my hand in his and smiled. There are many things you and I will speak about, but perhaps we'll save them for a time when we're a bit more awake. His eyes flickered in Charlie's direction and I nodded silently. Now, do you want to ask questions or would you prefer if I just told you the things I think you might need to know? I really didn't want to make Billy uncomfortable, so I thought it might be best if he lead the conversation. You tell me if that's okay. He nodded and rested himself back on the pillow as if he were about to tell me a story. Well, how about I start with what doesn't work? My eyes widened, I could already feel a flush building. Billy was just so matter of fact, and who was I to ask for such personal information? There's not a thing going on down here, he gestured down from his knees. Can't feel a thing, so you need to watch temperatures and stuff for me, 'cause the water could be so hot my flesh is boiling off and I wouldn't have a clue. My jaw dropped and I quickly sought to snap it shut. Same with cold, they could get frostbite and the toes fall off and I'd be none the wiser. Dad, I heard Jake call out from the kitchen. No, it's okay, I reassured them both. But seriously, Jake keeps an eye on them for me. Checks their temperature a couple of times a day during the cold seasons, in summer it's not so bad. He also does my stretches, at least 4 times a week, otherwise the knee and the ankle get locked up and then my pants don't go on. He chuckled to himself before adding, we didn't know about the stretching at the beginning, got into a whole heap of problem. I simply nodded, I was just floored by it all. Now, you're in luck. At the beginning things didn't work so good. But I've got better over time so I can take care of the bathroom stuff myself, so don't start worrying about diapers or those bag things. I almost fell off my chair. It hadn't even occurred to me, I was so caught up in my own moping around that I had never even thought about such things. I wondered how the two of them had coped, in the beginning, and the admiration I had for Jake continued to grow by the second. My arms are quite strong now so I can do most of the stuff. It's just the big things, stairs, dressing, and getting out of baths that is a problem. I can't reach all the way down, you see, so whilst I can do most of the washing, it's just the feet mainly, and I can't cut my own toenails. I breathed out heavily. Well, that wasn't too bad. I do have one request though, Bella. Jake had wandered in juggling plates of eggs and toast for everyone and I looked nervously at Billy. He put on a serious face. Can we leave the stairs to Jake? I smiled at Billy and he squeezed my hand. We ate in a comfortable silence, and when Charlie had finished in the bathroom, Jake carried Billy upstairs, making it look like he barely weighed an ounce. He sat him on a chair in the bathroom and I began running the bath. Lots of bubbles please, Billy said sweetly. I smiled thinking he was making a joke, but then Jake spoke quietly into my ear. No, really, it makes him feel less, exposed. I dutifully dumped half a bottle into the bath and began swooshing up lots of bubbles. Okay, that was strike one for naive Bella. Jake moved around quickly, gathering up several towels. He placed one on the corner of the tub and one over his shoulder. Okay, here goes, he said in a slightly nervous tone. He showed me everything and Billy sat patiently, waiting whilst I fumbled and knocked things over. Jake explained that Billy liked to do most things by himself, and so he removed his top half whilst I worked off his socks. Jake took over for the main part, suggesting that I learn by watching and then work up to it another day. Billy undid his pants and then took a towel and placed it over his lap, holding it in place with his hands as he gripped the side of the seat. He lifted himself up of the seat and Jake quickly reached up the edge of the towel and pulled down the pants and underpants, sliding them down off Billy's legs. Billy then gripped hold of Jake's shoulder and got a hand round the edge of the tub and lifted himself off the chair and onto the towel on the corner of the tub. I watched discreetly as he then wrapped the bottom towel around himself and tucked it in and put the other towel back on the chair as Jake moved his legs into the water. He then slid himself into the tub, and relaxed back in the bubbles. Billy turned to me and smiled. "Now that's the easy bit." His smile lost some of its intensity and he suddenly looked a lot older and slightly frailer. "Bella, would you mind if we worked up to the rest another time?" I nodded and left the room, Jake following behind me. As we stepped into the hallway he wrapped his arms around me and hugged me tightly. He didn't speak for a few moments but I noticed that his breathing was deeper than usual. "Did I do okay?" I asked hesitantly. Jake let out a long breath. "You were amazing, and he's really trying. It's hard for him, but he knows that you will be there for him, I guess. He never even let my sisters that close, not once. I tried to fathom this, not once had anyone else, well apart from Charlie it seemed, helped out in any way. I felt ignorant, like a world had passed me close by I had never even noticed. Jake, how long has it been?" I felt ashamed that I didn't even know this fact. I didn't even know how this had come to be his life. 6 years in a fortnight, he whispered gently. 6 years. 6 years of doing this, and by the sounds of it more in the early days, 365 days a year for 6 years. My God, he was still a child when this had all started. I put my hand on his chest, roughly where I guessed his heart would be, and looked at him, really looking at this man who stood in front of me. He was worth 1,000 Edwards, he was worth 1,000,000 me's. "You're not an angel," he looked at me strangely. "You're a god," I finished. His eyes grew wide and I dragged him down so that his lips could be devoured by mine. He gave in to my desire, allowing me to push him back against the wall so that I could press my body against him. In that moment I wanted to please him, to gratify him. I wanted him to know how much I thought of him. In my mind a picture was forming of me on my knees bringing him to a state of pleasure. Suddenly there was an uncomfortable cough and a grumbling and I leapt back across the hallway, leaving Jake breathless and panting on the other side. Shamefacedly I turned to Charlie, who was standing at his bedroom door looking extremely unimpressed. "Probably should be getting ready for work, shouldn't you, Bella?" Charlie asked gruffly, frowning in Jake's direction. Jake headed back into the bathroom to help Billy finish up and I could hear Billy's laughter as he teased Jake. I nodded and headed to my room and collapsed on my bed, breathing heavily. I lay there staring at the ceiling, wondering about the image I had just had. I wondered what it would be like to do something like that with Jake. I mean, I knew the logistics from girl talk, but I wondered what it would actually feel like. The door opened and Jake walked in, his face a look of surprise, delight and reproach. "You just cost me a whole heap of ribbing there from Dad," and Charlie wasn't exactly over the moon there. He launched at me and began tickling me. I squealed and twisted, but of course he was far too agile for me to get away. "I'll make you a deal," he said. "More deals? Are these your methods of getting your way now?" I giggled and he tickled me some more. "Well, you don't seem to object quite so much, so I'm sticking with it. Anyway, I'll forgive you for leaving me in such an embarrassing situation, if," he paused and looked at me with a sheepish expression, "you let me drop you off at work and walk you in." I looked at him thoughtfully and then realized the subtext to what he was saying. "You don't want to walk me in. You want to come and pee on my work, don't you?" Jake looked shocked and slightly baffled. "You want to do that male marking your territory thing, like when animals pee on things. We want to pee on me in front of Mike, don't you?" I tried to sound horrified, but secretly I found it very sweet. Half the world seems to be bowing at his feet and he still hasn't forgotten that night at the movies. He looked bashful and I reached up and ed him, as he ed me harder. A little devious plan formed in my mind. "Here's my deal, you can come and pee on my work if." I gave the same dramatic pause. "You do a special dance for me at the bonfire tonight." I had wanted to see Jake dance ever since we had been in that bar. I wanted to know what he looked like, not the shy Jake who had bumped along with me at the prom a million years ago, but my huge, Why God like Jake dancing for me? I would happily trade anything for that. Jake's eyes were wide and he looked very surprised. You mean like a show kind of dance? I nodded. I wasn't sure why I was asking, but I seriously wanted to see what kind of moves he was capable of now. New deal. His eyes looked calculated, and I could see the alpha Jake mind ticking away inside. This was a very shrewd side of Jake, the side of Jake that made me shiver in a good way at anticipation of his words. He began keying slowly down my neck as he spoke. You let me come to work and let me put a little fear in our friend Mike. Nothing big, just enough to ensure that he never thinks of you like that again, and I'll have all the guys put on a little dance show for you and your girlfriends. He smiled wickedly at me and then keyed me hard on the lips. Do we have a deal? It had taken every bit of willpower I possessed to drag myself away from Jake's gorgeous body in my bed and get ready for work. I was jittery with nervous energy. I didn't normally like parties or fuss or anything like that, but it was something about the wonderfulness of my Jake that made me want to show him off to everybody. I was little wary of what might happen with Mike. I mean, there was clearly some baggage between them, but as for tonight, part of me wanted to be able to stand proud to the pack and hold my head up. Yes, I had messed up. Yes, Jake had got hurt and Sam and Leah, but I am in this 100% now, right by his side. When we got to work, Jake hopped out of the truck and walked around to my side, taking me by the hand and leading me into the shop. I figured to myself, as long as this didn't get out of hand or too alpha scary, I was just going to let Jake have his little moment with Mike. Maybe this had been playing on his mind, like the stuff with Leah had been playing on my mind. After all, he hadn't made any fuss about me carrying on working, and he wasn't putting a wolf guard in here, so it seemed the least I could do, especially if it got me the chance to see him dancing. As we entered, I could see Mike standing behind the counter sorting some papers out. His jaw dropped as he took in Jake. Jake beamed a wide smile at him with his arm round my shoulders. Hi Mike, Jake said in a very happy and friendly tone. Mike nodded and put his hand up in greeting, his smile looking somewhat sickly. Jake moved away from me so that I could put my things away and walked over to Mike, clapping him on the back with a force that I could only imagine must have made Mike's teeth shake. So Mike, I stopped by to invite you and your friends to a bonfire we are having tonight. You know, food, music, that sort of thing. Mike nodded cautiously, appearing to have lost the ability to speak. So you'll be there, won't you, and bring all your guys? Angela's going to be rounding up the girls. Mike seemed to find his voice finally. Sure, sounds good, it is to celebrate anything special. Jake's smile got even wider. Sure is, the tribe is celebrating the fact that Bella has agreed to be my beloved. I came round to Jake's side now and gave him a little pinch in his tummy. Okay, now he was laying it on a bit thick. Beloved, Mike stuttered, is that like a girlfriend sort of thing? He looked pale. Oh dear, he actually looked like he might be sick. It's so much more than that, Mike, but you'll see tonight. Don't forget, okay? 'Cause I have 6 brothers who I have told all about you, and I tell you, they can't wait to meet you. If they don't get the chance tonight, I'll have to let them know they can find you here. I was fighting back the laughter now. I was actually starting to feel quite sorry for Mike. Jake's face was getting a touch of the alpha look now, and I frowned in his direction, letting him know that I wanted this wrapped up now. I could tell Mike was sufficiently scared now and anything more would be unnecessary. Jake acknowledged this with a nod, and I was pleased to see him listening to me. He scooped me into his arms and delivered a blistering key to my lips that left me panting with pleasure as he released me. He set me back down and turned back to Mike. I'll see you later, Mike. He gave Mike one of those man punches to the shoulder and Mike stumbled back against the counter. Keying me one more time on the lips, he headed out the door with a wave. Mike muttered something about needing to make phone calls and retreated into the back office. Work passed quickly, probably because I spent most of the day fantasizing about what type of dance Jake would do, what he would wear, how many times he would key me tonight, when, eventually, might be, and the things we could do in between. I barely even noticed Mike during the shift. He kept himself far away and continued to make his phone calls. It seemed he was going for the safety in numbers option. I had agreed to meet Leah at her house to get ready and could barely contain myself until it was time to head off. Leah had made me promise to let her pick out my outfit, and given how she had tastefully chosen in Jacksonville, I had agreed. I was virtually bouncing in the seat as I drove down. I parked up at her house and headed to the door. It was flung open by a younger member of the pack. I guessed immediately that this must be Seth. He was shorter than the others, but still had that build that made it obvious now exactly what he was. I vaguely recalled his face from the morning at Billy's, but this was my first proper meeting with him. Suddenly he whipped me into a huge hug, squeezing me tightly. "Bella." "Hi Seth, sorry we didn't get introduced last time." I smiled as he put me back down. He seemed like a bundle of nervous energy too. "Sorry, got to get to Jake's, see you later," he buzzed. Then suddenly he reached back and squeezed me again. "Thank you," he whispered. I looked at him quizzically. "For her, for him, for us, for everything, it's all going to be perfect now." He darted off, leaving me spinning. I guess he was happy about the changes that had occurred for Leah, but I couldn't work out why he was thanking me. After all, it was Jake that had changed everything round. Oh well, I thought, yet more confusing statements. I should be used to them by now. I climbed the stairs and headed to Leah's room to get ready. When I walked in I gasped. Laid out on the bed were 3 gorgeous dresses. They were the same but in different colors. They were mini dresses, with simple straps, but over the top in a matching sheer fabric was a second longer layer that at the bottom had been cut to look wispy. They were absolutely gorgeous. There were more footsteps and Leah and Angela came up the stairs. "Okay," said Leah, "if you hate the idea then we can just go with something else, but we found this great dress pattern, but they were a bit too short for you, so Angela had the idea of the layering, and I ran them up on the machine, but like I said, if you don't like." I cut her off. "Wait, you guys made these?" I was stunned. "They looked really professional." "Yeah, well I'm not working at the minute," Leah said, looking at the floor. Angela added, "And I blew a ton the other day when we went out." "No, I didn't mean that, I'm just amazed, they are fabulous." Both of them grinned. "The red one's yours," they said in unison, and we all started giggling. We passed the next couple of hours in absolute girly bliss, primping and preening. I slipped on the dress. It was amazing. The sheer fabric looked like flames as it danced around my legs as I moved. Angela's was a brilliant blue and fabric looked like waves of water. Leah's was green and once again it made her skin shine beautifully. When we were all ready I turned to Leah. "So, do you know anything about this evening?" I asked her meaningfully. She smiled and raised her eyebrows. "I may have been consulted about a particular piece of music, but apart from that my lips are sealed," she said wickedly. "Sue offered to run us over so we didn't ruin our outfits, and as the twilight set and I could see the light from the bonfire and hear the music from quite a way. I noticed the cruiser as we pulled up and figured that Charlie must have decided to make an appearance. We thanked Sue and headed off to meet the others. There was a huge bonfire set and it made it really warm. There were buffet tables laden with food and drink, stereo speakers hooked up to some kind of generator, everything you need for a party. There were also a whole heap of people. It seemed like half of Forks High had been rounded up, along with a lot of people I didn't recognize who probably went to the school on the res. I spotted Charlie and Billy off to one side, obviously acting as the chaperones. I couldn't see Jake or any of the rest of the pack whilst I was looking around. 2 young women came towards me, one with visible scars down the side of her face. I recognized the scars immediately as those I had covered on Jake's wall. These were clearly the in the know women, Emily and Kim. I said my hellos politely and stressed that I would love to talk to them properly. I had raised my eyebrows at this point to try to indicate what I meant, and they had both smiled and nodded, but I didn't want to start a big conversation about connections, then, not with Leah so close by. Leah had moved to a cleared area near the bonfire. Emily cut the music and Leah whistled loudly on her fingers, causing everyone to turn to her. "I would like to welcome you all tonight, to the bonfire organized by Jacob Black. This is a night of celebration as we welcome his beloved, Bella Swan, into our tribe." Leah's voice echoed around the area, proud and strong. I could see now what Jake meant about her becoming a role model for the people. "Jacob and his brothers, the Quileute Protectors, our protectors, ask you to join them in a night of music, food, and friendship. At the request of his beloved, the protectors will perform a dance in her honor." Leah moved out of the clearing. My cheeks were blazing with color as I noticed Mike, Jessica and Lauren staring pointedly in my direction. Suddenly, their attention was caught by something else and I turned to look. The pack strode into the clearing and there were gasps as they all became clear in the firelight. Each of them were shirtless, wearing loose dark denim cutoffs that sat low on their hips. They moved into a triangle formation. Jake and Sam were at the front widest point, then there was Paul and Jared, behind them stood Quill and Embry. Seth formed the point of the triangle, standing right at the back. The gathered crowd had hushed in anticipation, their eyes fixed on the sight in front of them. All of the pack had their heads bowed, their arms relaxed with their hands clasped in front of them. Even this simple posture served to highlight their huge muscled arms, and Lauren and Jessica were already drooling at the sight. The bass line cut in suddenly, causing me to jump slightly. A female voice echoing out, "Like a star," all the guys snapped simultaneously, their heads whipping up like they were of one body. As they begun to move, identically matching, perfectly in unison, I suddenly recognized the type of dance. I had seen this type of dancing back in Phoenix in the shopping malls, groups of guys executing street moves to punchy rhythms. My eyes were locked on Jake, the sight of his muscles rippling as he moved his body in time to the music. Every move was precise, perfect, the timing of the pack was immaculate. The male vocals began and they changed the formation. Paul and Quill fell in line with Jake whilst Jared and Embry lined up beside Sam. Suddenly Seth shot out from the back, in a dazzling display of flips and twists down the middle of them, ending up in front of us on his knees stretching back. In turn each of the guys dropped without flinching, landing on their hands executing push-ups in a wave-like motion. I could see how excited the other girls were getting at the sight of all of these bulging muscles pumping in front of them, and there were shocked and envious expressions from the other guys. Just as suddenly they were on their feet again, their bodies moving in perfect timing with the words. I could feel Jake's eyes boring into me, as if he personally had written every single word of the song. I could hardly tear my eyes from his body, watching as he moved and twisted in time with the others. As the words, "She makes me want to be a better man," played, his eyes locked to mine and I felt a warmth unlike anything I had ever experienced rolling over my body. Quill and Embry were upside down on one hand now, their legs twisted flamboyantly, eliciting gasps and sighs from the girls watching, but I had eyes for no other. I couldn't even feel the presence of anyone else. This song was for us alone. Sam, Jared and Seth were moving towards me. Oh God, they are stalking towards me. Oh God, this wasn't supposed to involve me. In time with the music, Sam and Jared took my arms and stretched them out. Quill, Embry and Paul were spinning and flipping around, moving themselves in ways that seemed positively obscene. Jake was in the center, his back to us now, standing like an Adonis in the firelight. Jared and Sam lifted me suddenly by my arms and my feet were resting on Seth's crouched form as they began to move forwards. As the female vocals spoke the words, "The only one that I believe can save my life," Jake turned around to face me. His eyes were on me as they moved me in front of him. I felt like some kind offering to a god, each lyric the woman sang reaching into my soul and explaining to the world exactly how I felt about him. Jake reached for my waist and effortlessly raised me up above him as the rest of them bounced and flipped away. He slid me down, molding my body into his, my legs wrapping themselves around him, and he began to dance me achingly against his throbbing body, just the way I envisioned it so long ago in the bar in Jacksonville. All I had to do was allow him to mold me against him. I hadn't felt this close to him since the day I gave him my innocence and took his in return. The others were being joined by girls now, Emily and Kim molding as effortlessly into Sam and Jared as I had done to Jake. Some of the girls from the res were boldly winding with Quill and Embry. Paul had managed to secure the attention of both Lauren and Jessica with his suggestive dancing and had Lauren almost bent over in front of him whilst he pressed against her behind whilst holding another arm behind him around Jessica, who was pressed against his rear. I looked away, my eyes feeling unclean from the sight, and caught Angela shyly dancing much less provocatively with Seth. A little smile danced on my lips before I returned my full attentions to the gorgeous man pressed against me. As the song changed into another, he whispered into my ear, "Was that a good enough show for you?" I laughed happily. "I'll have to make deals with you more often if that's what I get in return." He leant into me, pressing his lips to mine as my arms snaked around his neck. As he moved his body against mine, I wondered if perhaps waiting any longer for us to be together again was futile. It was as if we were one, united in a way that was far beyond our understanding. Several further songs passed. I was oblivious to anything other than the feel of Jake's body, Jake's lips, Jake's heat. All too suddenly Jake eased the pressure between us, slowing our bodies and unwinding them from each other. I pouted in dissatisfaction. I thought you didn't like to dance. He said teasingly. I know Charlie loves me, but there are things a father just doesn't need to see. He turned me round slightly and I caught sight of Charlie, his jaw fixed and his hand clenching the glass in his hand, appearing to ease slightly now he was no longer being confronted by the sight of his own daughter obviously enjoying the close physical contact with her boyfriend. I blushed and nodded. Shall we see to the food then? The F word had been spoken and all the wolves quickly abandoned their dance partners in search of the other love of their lives, the buffet table. I headed over to Leah and swatted her on the arm. You could have warned me. She smiled and grabbed a plate full of food. Now where would the fun have been in that? She seemed relaxed and calm, even given the close proximity of Sam and Emily, and I was relieved to see that she truly seemed to be much more at ease in general, playful even, around the rest of the pack. I carried on mingling, surprised at how much I was enjoying myself. I watched Jake as he effortlessly ensured that all of the guys from Forks High were individually introduced to every single one of the pack. I could see from the friendly grip he had on Mike's shoulders whilst they were talking that he seemed to be getting a little too much enjoyment over marking his territory. I walked up and snaked my arm around him, breaking him away from Mike, who exhaled loudly in relief whilst rubbing his shoulder. He gestured towards Lauren and Jessica, who were virtually falling over themselves flirting with Paul. If they are good friends of yours you might want to say something to them. I mean Paul's okay but, how he is with women, well I cut him off with a smile. With those two, I think it might be you needing to warn Paul. I moved him away from unsuspecting ears and nodded in the direction of Angela, who was listening intently as Seth told her something whilst trying balance his huge plate of food. Jake, I need to ask you about Angela and Seth. Is that, a connection thing? She looked genuinely excited and cuddled into my side. I loved the feeling of her close to me. It made me feel so alive. It was like it focused the energy I was channeling. Sometimes I just wanted to hit the pause button on my life, just for a bit of revel in how she made me feel. It was a shame then that I could see I was going to disappoint her. I didn't want to answer her bluntly, as I knew the story would make more sense, so I pulled her away to a quiet spot and sat myself down on the ground so I could lean against one of the logs. I slapped my legs and she smiled and sat down on my lap. I didn't want that pretty dress getting all dusty. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I can see it in your eyes. Bella's eyes sparkled when she was excited. It used to take a lot of work to get any hint of life in her eyes, after that leech broke her, but lately it seemed like they sparkled all the time. I felt quite proud of that. Oh dear, you've got your, I don't want to disappoint you Bella, voice on. I guess that's a no then. Hold on, I have a what? Man, don't I have any secrets around here? Actually, miss, I know you so well, it's an, I'm not sure, so nah. I stuck my tongue out at her. It was childish and stupid, I know, but I wanted some lightness. I needed some lightness if she was going to understand the story without getting upset. I'm going to overlook that on the basis that you are still in my good books from earlier. She was looking at me with a gleam in her eye. That look made me want to drag her away from everyone properly, lock us up in the house and not come out for a year. I started to wonder if perhaps, eventually, might be on the cards for tonight. Okay, well, given that I'm in your good books and want to stay in your good books, and perhaps even get in your. I trailed off as she pinched me on the side. Surely werewolves weren't allowed to be ticklish still. Anyway, as I was saying, we don't know about Seth's imprinting yet. It's likely that he won't be ready to imprint for several years, so your friend Angela could be his imprint. Maybe that's why he's really into her, or maybe he's just really into her but she's not going to be his imprint. I could tell I had Bella's full attention now. I wondered what it was that made her so fascinated with all things mythical and mysterious. I wrapped my arms around her and she gazed at me like I was telling her a bedtime story. When me and the rest of the guys first phased, we accelerated our development and stopped at the right point. I know what my birth certificate says, but physically and to some degree emotionally we went from 16 to late 20s straight away. Bella made a little snort, says the guy sticking his tongue out at me. Sure, I replied, well I did say, to some degree. So, it would seem that guys in their late 20s are kind of ready for the whole commitment thing, marriage, kids, family, that sort of thing, so I guess imprinting is designed to speed up the process so that we keep our heads focused on the real chase, not the chase. But Seth was too young when he phased, so he's a comfortable kind of 1920s, ready to get into something, but not at the big commitment stage, so no imprinting yet. He'll continue to accelerate over the next few years and then we'll see. Bella's eyes were intent, and I chuckled. I could see what Charlie and Dad meant. You could actually see about 1,000 questions zipping through her mind, and it looked like she was trying to sort them into some kind of order of asking. "What's up, Bells? Where do you want to start?" She thought for a minute. Longer, and then asked the one question I had hoped she wouldn't. Why did he change too early? I pulled her into my arms and ran my hands over her bare shoulders. She always went straight for the thing that would cause her the most damage, like a moth to a flame. I leaned back and drew strength from the alpha energy. I would tell her the truth, and then keep her safe whilst she dealt with it. The spirits see the threat, and so they create the pack. Often generations may pass without any wolves, as the threat is so small, but once a threat is known the spirits will reach into their descendants and awaken their strength. The greater the threat, the more descendants they will reach to. Bella turned to me now. The Cullens, they were the threat the spirits sensed, weren't they? I nodded. It was easier for Bella to talk about them. I couldn't bring myself to speak their filthy name. I could see her working things out again. But there were enough of you, Sam, Jared, Leah, Quill, Paul, Embry and you. That was enough. There are only 7 of them. I wanted so much to lie to her, just to protect her from her own thoughts, but even thinking about doing so made me feel like I was sticking red-hot pokers into my heart. The spirits detected a further threat, so they reached out to another descendant, even though he was not ready. The coven was ready to expand. I could feel her heartbeat increase dramatically and her eyes widen as she took in my words. I could see the tears starting to form and I crushed her to my lips. I was keying her so deeply, so intently. I could feel her pain stinging me, and it clawed at my heart. I felt like I was trying to keep her alive through my key. Trying to share my energy with her so that she wouldn't collapse in on herself again. We were lost in a world of our own. I couldn't even hear the music anymore. It was as if the whole party had disappeared whilst we were talking. I wanted her to know that everything was okay. I wanted her to know that nobody blamed her. I pulled back, searching in her face for a sign that I wasn't losing her to the sadness. She looked at me and I was relieved to see that the tears hadn't fallen yet, they were still rimmed in her eyes. A hand touched her shoulder and we both startled. I looked up confused. Who would dare to interrupt me with Bella? And suddenly I realized I was looking at Seth. 2 tears fell then from Bella's eyes as she looked towards him. "I'm so sorry, Seth. It's all my fault. You shouldn't have had to. This shouldn't be your life." Seth looked at me, like he wanted to apologize. "Sorry, boss, but I don't know. It was like you called me in my head and I'm really sorry. Normally I would never have got in your way." I put Bella on her feet and stood up. I felt like my head was spinning. I put my hand on his shoulder. "Seth, did you just speak, or did you think at me?" I felt really sick. I was starting to shake a little. Bella caught my hand. Her tears had disappeared, giving way to a look of concern. "Jake, Seth hasn't said anything yet. What's wrong?" I gripped his shoulder. "Oh crap, this is not good." I looked around the party, searching out the rest of the pack. I thought, "Sam," and jolted as his head turned straight in my direction, his expression registering shock, then concern. "Jake, what's wrong, baby?" Bella was shaking my arm, her concern giving way to fear. I can hear them, inside my head, right now, and they can hear me. The shaking was getting worse. I was starting to lose control. Not near Bella, not near Bella. "Oh God, I can see them." I was flickering, from wolf to wolf, hearing their thoughts, seeing through their eyes. It was like when we were wolves but without the clarity, the preciseness. It was too human and I couldn't take it, especially when I saw what Paul was doing. Sam was by my side, and surprisingly so was Leah. She put her arm protectively around Bella's shoulders. "Sister, let's get you some more food, and let the boys go wolf this out for a while." Bella looked at me again for reassurance, and I nodded. "I'll be back as soon as I feel safe, okay?" My voice was cracking and I could feel I was close to phasing. I reached out to Sam inside my mind, asking him to phase with me. We moved quickly and discreetly away, phasing as soon as we hit the tree line. I was about to run when I remembered something. "Seth," I called out with my mind, and I saw him stop in his tracks as he was walking back to the main group. Find Paul and deal with him. What he's doing is illegal in some states and just plain nasty in others. Remind him that he is supposed to be a role model. Sam and I broke into a run. I felt clearer, more focused now as a wolf. The thoughts and images that had been disorientating to my human self were instead comforting in this form. I drove myself and Sam hard, running us as fast as we could go. I could hear Sam's thoughts, his amazement and bewilderment at the abilities I was developing. I needed a release, I needed something to pour all this power into. I felt Sam's interest spike. Let's do it, let's try a real hunt, see how powerful you really are. I knew this wasn't a challenge, like some of the guys would have made it sound. Instead he was genuinely interested to see if we could find a leech without just stumbling onto a trail. I liked the idea, maybe that would make me feel better, feel clearer, and then I could get back to Bella and feel safe again. We stopped running and rested in a clearing. How do you think we do this? I asked Sam. I don't think this is a we thing, dude. I think maybe if you try and forget I'm here, feel past me if you know what I mean, and try and feel for them instead. He was uncertain, but it made sense and I felt it was worth a shot. Sam settled on his belly and I locked him out of my mind. I felt the wind, I felt the earth, I could feel the life, the energy of the things around me. I could feel the animals and the plants, their energies rushing through them. I felt out in my mind, flowing the flows of the energy, feeling calm and peace in it all. After several minutes, I felt a sudden interruption, an aberration in the flow of energy, something dead, yet not dead and returning its energy to the earth as it should, but something dead and moving. I pulled Sam back in, showing him what I felt. Jake, man, can you feel how far away it is? How did you know it was there? Sam was amazed. I could feel it, yet I wanted him focused. We began to run, this time with nothing but the hunt on our minds. We had tracked it down, and begun to circle. It was another fresh one, a female again, and I was shocked to see that it looked really similar to the last, no more than 20, long brown wavy hair hanging over its ragged clothes. It was easy to hunt and it was destroyed quickly. It helped, but didn't satisfy my wolf. I needed something else, but I could tell from the moon that we had been gone for a while and I felt bad that I had left Bella alone at the party. After the run back I phased and immediately realized that the party was long over. There were no sounds and the res itself felt peaceful and calm. I headed to the house and could feel Leah's presence. I was grateful she had stayed to watch Bella. I found her sitting on the couch. Is she okay? I asked immediately. She's okay, she was worried you might get sick again, but otherwise she's fine. I put her to bed with a hot cocoa. The guys sorted out the gear and things. Charlie's gone home, I'm going to head off if it's cool. It was weird having Leah being so, not a bye. Thanks Leah, you know, it's kind of nice having you around. Say, did Charlie sort out Dad or do I need to? Leah smiled. You know, it's kind of nice being around actually, and no, Billy let Bella get him organized. I think that put her in a better mood about everything. She headed out the door and I closed it behind her. Wow, Dad actually let her get him set for bed. This was real progress for him, and for her. I stood for a minute and imagined how things could be. We could take care of Dad, I could get the guys to help me build an extension onto the back, maybe, put an extra couple of rooms in for the kids. Maybe move into my sister's room instead. It would take a double bed better, and it was next to my room so we could turn mine into a nursery. 3 kids, that's what I had seen in the imprint, so that would be just fine. I stepped forward and some stuff slipped off the edge of the counter. I caught it easily and put it back on the table, my maths homework. I put my hand on my forehead. Maths homework, God, I'm still in school, aren't I? The conflicting feeling of my two realities was giving me a headache. I stuffed the homework under the sports pages and headed to my bedroom, to the reality that appealed to me far more. Bella was awake but drowsy when I walked in. Her hair was loose and her face scrubbed and shiny clean. I know us guys are supposed to get excited at these glamorous models with their fancy makeup and pristine clothes, but this was what did it for me every time. My gorgeous beauty, free from anything unnatural, looking like this, just for my eyes only. I sat down and she climbed onto me, her face wearing a look of concern still. Baby, I'm fine, just another bit of alpha power I guess that I wasn't expecting and it took me by surprise. I had a little hunt and I feel much better now. I'm sorry I spoilt your party. She edged my cheek and smiled. I'm glad you're back, I missed you. She was pressed against me and I loved how that felt. You take whatever time you need to get used to everything that is expected of you. She was keying my neck now, her tiny hands winding their way around my chest. I could feel myself responding to her, I could sense my wolf now, and I realized the other release I'd been seeking. I sought to fight him down. I wanted to be exactly what Bella wanted, respectful and patient. You deal with so much, baby, I just want to help you with that, like helping with Billy, helping with Leah. Her keys were moving down my bare chest, her body pressing against me in ways that were making me lose the argument with my wolf. She felt so good. She was so low now, keying my abs. My mind began to wonder what it would be like if she were to go lower. I stopped. That was wrong of me. This was my queen, she shouldn't be on her knees to me. I tried to still her. Bella, sweetheart, you shouldn't, it's not right. She shushed me, the feeling of her breath against my sensitive skin almost making me lose control right there. Then she spoke directly to my wolf, knowing that he would not refuse her. Baby, I need to show you how proud I am of you. I need to help you feel good, like you deserve. I gave in to her, tuning out the whole world and pressing the pause button on life, just for a little while, to focus all my attention on what my beautiful queen was doing to me. I opened my eyes and stretched. Wow, I felt good. Leaning back on the pillow, I allowed my mind to drift back to last night. I couldn't believe what Bella had done, and how seriously amazing it had been. I was a lucky wolf. I rolled over and listened to the house. I could hear her and Billy chatting in the kitchen. He was telling her some more of the stories of the tribe while she was cooking. Breakfast, time to get up. I wandered into the kitchen and keyed her on her forehead, and got a happy little smile in return, but I could tell she was wrapped up in the story, so I left her to jump in the shower. It was as if we were already a happily married couple, no need for big dramatics and grand gestures, just content in our own little world. It occurred to me that I'd never actually even taken her out on a real date. That night at the movies with Vomiting Boy didn't exactly count. Maybe we should try and do something one of these days. I stood in the shower, relaxed and feeling really happy. I was just scrubbing my hair, no need to really wash it now, it was so short, just soap it up like the rest of me and scrub, when I heard Embry say my name. I jumped and turned round, skidding about in the shower, then realized he wasn't actually there. I tried to tune into him, feel for him, and the slightly sick feeling came back as I felt his consciousness attached to mine. Oh man, I didn't know if it would work. Quill and I spent ages trying to talk to each other last night, but it seems like it's just a one-to-one connection with you. He sounded excited, like a child with a new toy. Let me get this straight, you guys were at a party with loads of girls who were hot for you after the dance routine, and you spent ages trying to talk to each other. I teased. I mean, he walked right into that one. No, not like that, I got my game on. Don't hate on the player. Embry was protesting heavily, and I would have loved to keep ribbing him, but this talking in my head thing wasn't making me feel great. Sure, hey, you giving me brain ache for anything in particular? 'Cause I need to shut it off otherwise. Think this might be a bat phone kind of deal, you know, emergencies only. I was having to hold on to the wall, it felt like the room was spinning. Mom got a call from one of her friends this morning. It seems that this woman's daughter never made it home last night. Mom woke me up to ask if I'd seen her. I snapped to attention, despite the fact that the room was still spinning. Wake the pack, Leah too. I want them down here as soon as they can. I locked Embry out of my head and took some deep breaths to try to calm the sick feeling. I stumbled out of the shower wrapping the towel round me and stood staring in the mirror. I thought back to the leech that Sam and I had hunted last night. Had it been her, was she someone's daughter? Did something take her from my party and turn her, then I slaughtered her? A shiver went through my spine. I was made to destroy the leeches, but I had always thought of them as something else, inhuman, evil. What if I came upon a leech wearing the face of somebody I knew? Somebody I cared about? I felt the darkness inside of me burst from behind its shield as I could see my beautiful queen, her skin ice cold and pale, her eyes blood red and hungry. The agony ripped into my heart and I dropped to my knees, a painful howl releasing from me. Suddenly she was there. I felt her hands gripping my face, calling my name. Jake, baby, don't do this again, stay with me, I'm here baby, I'm here. I felt her grab my hand and place it on her heart, I could feel the steady beat, the thump-thump that reassured me, and slowly everything calmed. We were on the bathroom floor. Dad had rolled in and was looking at me with a pained expression. "What did you see, son?" I looked up at him, my eyes widening. "How did you know?" He nodded his head slowly. "Your grandfather used to say that his heart used to show him what he was fighting for, remind him to give it his all every time." Bella was looking between us. Was it like a nightmare? I nodded and she rubbed my head and helping me up. She keyed my eyelids softly and whispered in my ear, "I'll have to keep giving you better things to dream about then." I chuckled then, remembering what she had given me to dream about last night, and hugged her tightly. I loved that she didn't press me on what I saw for once. "Come on, I'm making you breakfast. Bells honey, can you throw some extra together? The pack will be here in a little bit for a meeting." She glared at me in horror and I flinched. I may be a super wolf now, but I still didn't want to get on the wrong side of this feisty little woman. "The pack, my first pack breakfast, and you give me how much notice?" She screeched at me, grabbing a towel and viciously, well for her anyway, swinging it at my head. She ran out of the room then and I heard pots and pans clattering away, along with a few choice words I hadn't heard Bella use before. I threw on some shorts and wandered outside, hoping that the fresh air would clear my thoughts some more, and also discreetly trying to avoid any further wrath of Bella. I was poking at some loose guttering when I saw the cruiser pull up out the front. I knew straight away that this was business as Charlie was in uniform despite it being Sunday. I headed straight over to meet him by the car. "Charlie, has there been any word on the girl?" He looked at me in surprise. "Word travels fast," I shrugged, hoping that he didn't read too much into it. He nodded towards the garage and I followed him in. Clearly this had become our preferred spot for man talk. He was agitated, clearly shaken and gripping a manila folder like it contained some government secret. "Jake," he faltered, clearly trying to choose his words. "I need to know some things." He trailed off again and I took a breath, becoming fearful of where this talk might go. Whether this was a Bella talk or a things that might possibly be associated with a large wolf pack on your doorstep talk, I wasn't feeling particularly confident about answering either. Charlie sat down hard, putting his head against the sides of his head. He shook his head then and stood back up, clearly as uncomfortable with whatever he was thinking of asking as I was trying to answer it. "Son, do you know how I met your father?" I frowned. Okay, not the conversation I was expecting, but clearly better than answering questions about my relationship with Bella without thinking about last night, or talking about missing girls without mentioning wolves and vampires. I shook my head. I couldn't have been more than about 6, I was out in the woods, roaming around. See, my dad wasn't exactly, well, he had the problem with the drinking after my mom passed, so anyway I used to roam around a lot to be out of the house, and one time I was not far from here and I fell down one of those drops out by the edge of the old Yulee land. I couldn't get back up and there was no one around. Night fell and I was really cold and so I tried to climb back up again but my fingers were frozen stiff and I lost my grip and fell further down, smashing up my arm good and proper. Anyway, I must have passed out from the pain because the next thing I knew there was this huge guy picking me up and jumping and leaping back up the cliffs. I had never seen a guy that big before and I was terrified of him. He looked me up and down before continuing. I thought he was going to hurt me or eat me or something, but he took me back to his home and cleaned me up and fixed up my arm and made a bed up for me. In the morning this kid comes in and says, "Hi, I'm Billy and my dad says we are going to be best friends for life." Charlie was looking at me intently now. Ephraim took me home the next day, with Billy as well. Sent me and Billy up to my room and talked to my dad until nightfall came again. When we came down for dinner, everything had changed and nothing was ever the same again. You know, when I walked in this house the day Bella came back from Jacksonville, I thought I was seeing a ghost. I swear I thought it was Ephraim standing next to her. I swallowed deeply then. I knew the stories of my grandfather. I knew he was the alpha of the last pack to stand before mine. I didn't remember him, he had passed before I was born. Billy had never mentioned what Charlie knew or didn't know, but it was clear that he was allowed much closer to the elders and the tribe in general than most outsiders. I wondered how much influence my grandfather had had over that. Would he have known that he was saving the father of the next alpha's imprint? Was that why he took him to his home, rather than taking a scared little boy back to his own home as most people would have done? He was a good man, a strong leader. The council still speak highly of him to this day. I answered him. Charlie nodded at me. From that day, all my life from then on, I trusted him. I trusted him when he told me to become a police officer. I trusted him when he told me to let them go and that she would find her way back to me. I trusted him with my life and with those of everyone around him. I had known Charlie for such a long time and I had never heard these type of things from him. I scared me, but it also made me proud of who I was, who I came from. Billy and I have been friends a long time, Harry too. I've never troubled them for council business and I've minded my own, even when we disagreed on things. I never troubled them when Sam walked out of the forest with my baby when no one else could find her. Charlie gripped the folder and handed it to me, but I continued to stare at him. I'd been working on some other missing people cases with some of the local forces and they had one of them shrinks involved. He said that this looks more like a serial attacker, that someone is targeting these girls. I need to know, Jake, when you said that you would protect my baby, I need to know if you meant like that, like a boyfriend, or if you meant it the way Ephraim would have said it. I was trembling, not shaking like I was going to phase, but trembling now. I loved this guy to the core. Why was he asking me this? If he knew, really knew like he seemed to, about the council, about the rules, why was he asking me questions if he knew I couldn't answer him? Charlie snatched the folder out of my hands and opened it, laying it out on the hood of the car. He spread out the photos. There were 6 girls in all late teens to early 20s. He picked them up furiously, thrusting them in my face. Look at her, a girl with the same long brown wavy hair curling over her shoulders. He thrust another. Look at her. Another with the same pale skin, and a fragile-looking body. Tell me I can trust you, tell me I can trust you like I trusted him. He was sobbing now, and the pain of this along with the terrible truth that was lying on the hood of my car had tears rolling down my face as well. I looked at the photos again, picking up those of the 2 we had killed in the last few days. As a leech I hadn't seen it, even when Sam had tried to imagine the first one whilst she was still human, but here was undeniable proof. Each of these girls looked similar to the beautiful angel cooking furiously inside. This was not random, this was a message. Someone was coming for my queen. There was a lot of noise coming our way, and I pulled Charlie up straight as the pack descended on the garage. There was immediate silence as everyone took in the tense atmosphere between us. I grabbed the remaining 4 pictures and addressed my wolves, minding my words in Charlie's presence. You will eat, then you will find. I passed the photos to them, flinching as I heard the gasps as everyone saw what I had. Jared and Quill to the south, Paul and Embry to the west, Seth and I will go east, converge north. Eat now, and remember to thank Bella for the food. They headed straight to the kitchen. Leah, Bella is to go to your house, keep her busy. I want a study program drawn up, probably 3 afternoons a week, for all the guys. I think with you and Bella tutoring everyone it should work. She nodded and filed over to the kitchen. Sam was looking between Charlie and myself. Jake, his thought broke into my mind and the sickness wobbled me, he's still an outsider. I cut the connection and nodded. Charlie, Sam and I ran into some trouble recently near the res. We frightened off a guy who was getting too close to someone. Perhaps if Sam was to help you with a description, you could circulate it to the schools, encourage girls to be on their guard. Charlie nodded and I waved Sam to the kitchen. I looked at Charlie then. You should eat too, it's going to be a long day. Charlie shook his head. I'll leave you to do your thing, I'll wait for Sam at the station. He turned and moved towards the door. I breathed a deep sigh, thankful that for the second time today I wasn't being pushed anymore. Jake, just one thing. He turned, a small smile appearing on his troubled face. Leah at Bella's school, that's your doing, isn't it? I looked at him softly and smiled, rubbing my hand over my hair. You have a good day now, Chief Swan, I said with a nod. He nodded back and smiled wider, heading out to the cruiser. I headed in. All of the pack were eating heartily, as was Dad. Bella stood, leaning against the counter, her face a picture of smug satisfaction as she nibbled on a piece of toast. I keyed the top of her head and grabbed my plate. Quill piped up, was the leech you guys took out last night the one who went missing from the party? Bella's expression changed into a look of confusion. I moved to her side. It's going to be okay. She nodded. I'm all right, but, you know it can't be right. She had everyone's attention now. Honey, why don't explain what you mean? I was as interested as the rest of them. Okay, well if you attacked a vampire that was up and moving, it can't have been someone from the party. When someone is turned, it will take 3 days for the transformation to take place. In that time they will be in a painful coma almost, burning from the inside. They would be noisy and screaming most likely. The one you found last night would have had to have been turned maybe Wednesday. That would mean you won't find the person from the party until at least Tuesday. She stopped, then trembled slightly. I rubbed her arms. Thank you. She leaned against me, I could sense her tiredness already. This must be hard on her, like two worlds colliding, except this time she on the other side of the battle. It didn't take long for the guys to demolish her hard work and then they were all piling out the door, saying their thank yous as they went. I went to follow them and felt her little arms wrap round my waist. I turned inside them and smiled at her little worried face. Come home safely, she said, her voice breaking on the last word. I pulled her up to my height and crushed her against my chest. I'm the big bad wolf, it's them that should be afraid. Leah had dragged us off down to her house. I'd left the truck there yesterday so we were walking. To be honest, I was glad of the distraction and I think she knew this. She kept going on about a tutoring program but all that kept swimming in front of my eyes were images of people I knew being changed against their will. Oh God, Angela. I stopped in my tracks. Leah, what about Angela? Is she okay? Did she get home safe? I was panicked now and Leah gripped my hand hard. She's fine. Seth spoke to her before we came over. She'd already heard about the missing girl from her mom. She'll be careful. Leah reassured me. I calmed somewhat then. Leah's hand continued to hold mine. How did I used to manage without her? She was like the big sister I never knew I needed. Speaking of big sisters, so how are you with the whole Seth and Angela thing? I mean in theory she is still dating someone. And in theory he is still only 15 years old, even if no one would ever believe that. I smiled then, but it's kind of cool that they like each other, without the whole big, whoosh, we're imprinted thing. No offense of course, she's not really looking to start anything, he wouldn't have a clue how to start anything, so it's all cool by me. I mean if it was one of the others after her, I would probably have a lot more to say on the matter. Especially if it was Paul. She shuddered at the thought. Is he really that bad? This was the second time that it had been suggested that Paul wasn't exactly boyfriend material. Oh, he's definitely that bad. When Seth first phased, Sam wouldn't let him and Paul be phased at the same time. He was worried Seth would be irreparably damaged. Paul had the morals of a crack-addicted pirate before he became a wolf, and now he can get with anything he lays his eyes on. He has the morals of an egotistical crack-addicted pirate. I'm sure he could make even Jerry Springer blush. As we got to Leah's house, Harry was waiting to greet us. How are my two favorite young ladies? Leah smiled and gave her dad a hug. We've been set a task, Dad, for the pack. Her voice changed significantly as she addressed her father. I could feel the warmth and the love radiating from them. I guess what Seth had said yesterday made some sense. With her changed role, Leah seemed more comfortable with everything. The sarcastic biting undertone was gone and there was a hint of pride in her tone. Well, let's go through to the kitchen and you can tell me all about it. Your mother's just got a pie out of the oven. I smiled at Leah, who rolled her eyes. Some things will never change. But even that was said with love, rather than the dismay I had heard last time. We settled round the table and Leah explained about the tutoring that Jake had suggested. It seemed to please Harry no end. He got out some paper and began writing things down. Leah suggested that we would need the recent report cards for each of the packs so that we could identify the subjects that were proving to be the most problems for the whole group, but then also individually look at subjects that were difficult for each of the guys. I got really excited by the whole idea but could see this taking up a lot of time. It appeared that Leah had been thinking a similar thing. Dad, I know that it's been a bit of a screwy year for me, and that really I should be looking for work, to bring in a bit of spending money, but between going back to school, running this tutoring stuff and training and well keeping an eye on Miss Danger Magnet here, I'm not sure it's going to be realistic. I feel like I'm about 12 again, but would you and Mom be okay if maybe I was to tap you for a bit of an allowance? I saw her face burn with humiliation at the idea, but she was right. I mean between school, my own studying and running these sessions, I'm not sure that continuing at Newton's is going to really pan out. Harry leaned back and smiled widely. Well, I don't really think an allowance is appropriate, given your age, young lady. Leah's face fell, and she nodded resolutely. It's cool, I'll manage, it was just a thought. Well, how about this for a thought? The school board gives us the opportunity to run a studentship scheme, in conjunction with one of those big colleges up in the city. It gives them the opportunity to do right by the native communities whilst allowing us the opportunity to train up our own to deliver quality education to the future generations. It would be hard work, don't get me wrong, but up to graduation you would receive a stipend for the classes you deliver as a tutor, and after graduation you would interchange between delivering classes at the school under supervision and attending classes up in the city. Your college tuition would be covered in return for the classes you teach at the school. I was looking at Leah with wide eyes, this would be absolutely ideal for her. She was almost bouncing off the seat, but then she stopped and looked at me. I would love to, honestly it's probably the most brilliant idea, but I can't, I have my responsibilities. I wouldn't be able to be up in the city when I was needed here. Harry's smile couldn't have got any bigger, you do an old man proud. I never thought a day would come when I would hear you turn something down because of your sense of duty. But young lady, who on earth is going to be minding Bella whilst she's in the classes if you don't? I spluttered then, shock hitting me. But how can I possibly? I mean it sounds amazing, and perfect because I hadn't thought and now with Jake, and Billy but. I mean, how can I be eligible? You mean, we both trained to be teachers, together? Leah cut into my babbling. Harry nodded. She leapt up, grabbing me from the chair and hugged me tightly. Leah, still need to breathe. Leah released me from her death grip, excitement bubbling all over her face. But Harry, seriously, I can understand it for Leah but I don't see how I can be eligible, I mean I'm not Quileute. I turned to Harry puzzled, he seemed completely confused by my question. It's very simple Bella, the studentship is available to any Quileute, he gestured to Leah, or their wives, I saw him gesture to myself, then it was only blackness. Slap, slap. Bella, for Christ's sakes, will you wake up? My eyelids fluttered and Leah's face was looming. I appeared to be lying on the couch in the front room now. Okay, so you ran with leeches, you can be attacked and mauled and thrown around in general, you are quite happy to cuss out giant werewolves, you live a life full of myths and legends and marriage makes you pass out. Leah did not seem to understand my extreme aversion to the entire principle. Please don't say that word. I cringed. Leah laughed her great dirty laugh and sat me up, giving me a much gentler hug. It's nice to see that even you have breaking point. I was beginning to think that nothing would ever faze you. It's just such a scary concept, that's all. Leah had her head tilted, an expression of confusion clearly written on it, but you guys are imprinted, that's way bigger than M. I put my hand up to stop her saying it. Yes, but that's fine, and believe me I would be happy with that for the rest of my life. I feel no need to get married, she raised her eyebrows. Okay, well then, just as well we all had good fun at the betrothal then, she shrugged her shoulders. At the what? Now it was my turn to look confused. You know, the betrothal, the declaration of beloved, she's mine, everyone know it, the bonfire. Leah was looking at me like I was from another planet. You do know that's kind of the equivalent of your engagement parties I suppose. What? My breath was erratic, gasping almost. Did Jake talk to Charlie before the bonfire? My mind was racing, had he? Of course he had, after dinner, when they went outside, I hadn't asked what they talked about but, engaged. Did Jake mention the beloved before the bonfire? Arg, what had he said? Something about it when he was talking to Mike. Bella, didn't you make a declaration? Tell him that you were his, you belonged to him. My face colored completely then, of course I had, those were the words I had spoken when he had woken up, the things I had told him as we were being intimate. Leah, let me get this straight, as far as you and everyone else in the tribe is concerned Jake and I are engaged. She nodded, and given the imprinting, all that remains is the unity ceremony and you'll be all official. I put my hand to my head, and rubbed my eyes. I fell back on the couch. I'm not talking about this anymore, okay? It was too much to take in, but given the danger of the situation the wolves were out there facing, I was not going to make a big thing out of it now. But once I knew Jake was home and safe, he was definitely getting a piece of my mind. The rest of the day passed without drama. Harry had been to the elders and obtained the report cards for the pack. I didn't ask why the elders would have them, but I guess they were very close with the school. I was shocked to say the least. Aside from Seth and Jared, who were just about maintaining a C+ average, the rest were awful. I sat contemplating Jake's for a long time. It was clearly only the elders' intervention that was actually keeping the pack from flunking. Average kids with these grades would have been kicked out a long time ago. I mentioned to Harry that I would need the school board details for each of the grades, as I wasn't sure how similar their classes are to mine, and Leah couldn't remember back. It seemed that Jared and Paul were in my year, well, what was now mine and Leah's year, so we had the least amount of time to make an impact for them. We were back round the table again, and I pointed out to both that with some focused work I could see us being able to pull Jared through, but I shook my head when it came to Paul's. If we had another year, maybe, but I'm not sure even working with him every single day to graduation would be enough. Harry nodded seriously and glanced to Leah to see if she agreed. Bella's right, he's failing every single class, even gym. I mean, how does a wolf fail gym? Harry took his card and moved it over to sit next to Jake, Quill and Embry's. I'll inform the school board, and Jake will let him know the decision. I looked at Harry confused. What do you mean? I then suddenly answered myself, he'll repeat a grade. Because I say so. I stared at him. Do you doubt your assessment? He asked. Well, no, but I'm just a kid, Harry. Since when did my opinion carry so much weight? Well, since you became the alphas, he faltered, significant life partner. Is that the accepted term these days? I grimaced again. Oh good lord. I can barely get my head around this. Ignoring the giant white elephant in the room again, I returned to the report cards. Seth was the only one in the youngest year, and with just a little more motivation would probably do okay. That just left the 3, well now 4, in the year below mine. They were all as bad as each other, and it looked as if Leah and I would need a full program approach, tackling every subject. I sat back drinking my juice and contemplating. Okay, so here's my idea. Seth's doing okay, just needs a little motivator. Perhaps we could ask Angela if she's interested in tutoring him. Maybe Harry, you could write her a letter of recommendation for college. Leah smiled and nodded. We work with these 4 3 times a week after school, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. These should probably be somewhere on the res as it's so many of them. Jared studies with us Tuesday and Thursday. This could be at mine. Saturday is used for any major projects or significant issues anyone has. Sunday we all exhale and sleep. How does that sound? It was a lot of work, but it seemed realistic. Harry seemed impressed and Leah was agreeable. I was invited to stay for dinner. It had been a long time since the guys left and I was hoping they would be back soon. Sue asked us to pop to the store and pick up a few things she needed. Leah and I wandered down to the store. It was not a long walk and a pleasant evening. We were chatting happily about the tutoring, although both of us were a little nervous about how Paul was going to take the news. After getting the groceries we were walking back when Leah suddenly stopped, standing bolt upright. She dropped the bag she was holding and grabbed my arm, pulling me close to her side. I was holding my breath. Her actions could only mean one thing. We were in danger. Leah's head was twisting around. Her eyes scanned the road and the nearby trees. Her breathing was fast but controlled. I didn't dare even breathe. Something was coming, or was here, or I don't know, but I knew to trust her instinctively. I was beginning to learn now, unlike before where I would try and solve things on my own. Some things were just best left to the professionals, including my own safety. She moved into a crouch, a posture I knew was defensive, designed to offer me the best protection, so I kept close to her, holding my breath. Suddenly she grabbed me round the waist, threw me over her shoulder and began to run. This was fast, and not designed with my comfort in mind, and I was being thrown around. My stomach heaved and I felt fluid leaking from my mouth. For a moment I was embarrassed and could feel myself blushing in shame that I had thrown up on her clothes. Then I realized we had bigger things to worry about. We slammed into the house. I could hear Leah screaming for her mom and dad. There was lots more banging around as she vaulted up the stairs. The next thing I knew I was being plopped unceremoniously into a bathtub. Sue was by my side leaning over the bathtub trying to reassure me, and Harry was standing nervously behind the closed door. I scanned around. I didn't recognize the room. Sue whispered in my ear, "It's the ensuite. Leah said it didn't have a window." I nodded, shaking violently. Sue grabbed one of the fluffy bathrobes and wrapped it round my shoulders, then got a washcloth and wiped round my mouth. "Where is she?" I whispered. Harry was trying to peer through a crack in the door. He moved over and whispered to us, "She's changed and is guarding the door from the outside." After several minutes there was the sound of wind chimes. I looked nervously as soon as her face crumpled. "The front door," she barely even breathed the words. We were silent then. I think everyone was holding their breath. There was a creak close by, and I could feel the blood draining from my body. That must have been the bedroom door. I could hear snarling, snapping, and ferocious-sounding growls that I instinctively knew belonged to Leah. Then there was a menacing howl from outside the house, followed by another, then many more. I clamped my hands over my ears as I heard high-pitched screaming and an ear-splitting metallic screeching sound. There were more growls and snarling, then the sound of glass breaking and many more howls moving into the distance. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering, rocking myself back and forth in the bathtub with the gown pulled tight around me. I was startled when Sue stood up beside me, then realized that Jake was standing in the now open doorway. I launched myself at him, desperate to be held in his arms. He managed to stop me falling as I scrambled towards him, gathering me up to his chest. Who was it? I managed to get out. Jake sat down on the bed with me on his lap, stroking my hair and trying to calm me. Sue and Harry made their way out of the room. "Shush, my angel, everything's fine. Calm down." There were two of them, both females. Leah took one out and the other went out the window. "The guys are taking care of it." I nodded, gripping tightly to his arm. "And today, did you find the other two?" I questioned, wanting to know if this was over now. Jake let out a big sigh. "We took out 5. I pulled back, trying to look at his face. "5 but..." Jake nodded his head. "I know baby, I know." He stroked my hair again. His face looked so sad. "There's something else I need to tell you." His eyes were starting to rim with tears, and I was horrified. Someone was hurt, one of the pack, Charlie, Billy, one of the imprints. I was panicking and shaking again. What could upset him so much? He shook his head, the tears threatening to fall. "No, nobody was hurt, but we came across a trail whilst hunting." Sam recognized it. The tears started to fall and my heart was aching. I felt like my soul was hurting with his pain. "Jake, baby please, what's happened? What trail?" Jake dropped his head, refusing to meet my eyes anymore. "It was one of them." He didn't know which one, but one of them. I was confused for a minute. One of who? Oh God, he meant it was one of the Cullens. One of the Cullens was back, and amongst these newly changed vampire girls. Hold on, was somebody I knew, somebody I had once considered family, turning these girls. Why? And what does that make of the treaty? I got up out of his lap and walked to the window, starting to gather up the pieces of broken glass in what I can only assume was once a part of the clothing that Leah was wearing, needing to do something, needing to be useful. I couldn't imagine any of them actively hunting down people to turn. They had all abstained for such a long time, if they had ever indulged at all. So far as I knew, only Carlisle had the strength to turn someone, and Carlisle would never consume human life so carelessly. I remembered the ballet studio and the night of my birthday, how all of them had fled from me rather than be tempted, well of course apart from Jasper. I thought about Jasper, could he have slipped? I remembered Edward explaining about how it was a greater struggle for him. Could he be having some psychotic breakdown after the events of the birthday party and now be biting people all over the place? It seemed unlikely that the others would allow him to engage in such a thing. I turned to Jake to express my confusion. He was standing, leaning on the door frame, looking at the wall. "Jake." He turned to me, the tears were flowing down his face. "It's okay baby, you don't need to say anything, I understand." I stood, stunned now. Understand what? Why was he crying? The revelation hit me hard. The Cullens, he understands. Oh God, he's letting me go. I stood up as tall as I could and charged at him. My fists were flying. I knew I couldn't hurt him, but he needed to know how mad I was right now. "You're giving me up?" I asked incredulously. "You're not even going to put up a fight for me? That's it, they walk back into town and you throw in the towel, without even asking me?" I screamed. How dare he? Part of me wanted to hug him and reassure him, but part of me was indignant with rage. How could he think so little of everything we were building together? Did he really think I was so fickle that I was just making do with him until the better option returned? I was so angry now, and I did not want to continue this conversation here with Leah's parents just downstairs, so I pushed past him and stomped down the stairs. I went out the back door hoping to see Leah, but I could only make out one wolf in the vicinity, and I wasn't sure if it was her. In fact, I didn't really care, but I wanted to go home, and despite my anger I was trying to act more responsibly. I knew the only sensible option would be to take someone with me. I stomped up in front of the wolf. "You, wolf, change now and get in my truck. You're coming with me, and make sure you put some clothes on," I shouted. I threw myself into the truck. I couldn't believe what had gone on. Then my passenger door was opened and I saw Quill's face. "I'm not sure if I'm the best person for this," he stated with his eyebrows raised. "Right now I couldn't care less if you were the king of Siam or Donald Duck, you're a wolf and you'll do. Sit your butt down and shut up." I threw the truck into reverse and peeled out of the driveway. Quill remained silent for the ride home, and for that I was grateful. We got to the house and I let him in. He followed a polite distance behind, still not speaking. I needed something to do, something to focus on, so I started making some dinner. I decided to do something that required tenderizing so that I could take my anger out on some meat. He sat down and watched me working. "Why are you angry?" I pounded the little hammer into the meat. "I thought I told you to shut up." I hit it again hard. "Did you think I was going to go running back?" I asked aggressively. "Given what you are doing with that meat, I'd probably better not answer that," he grimaced. "Fine, well, that might have been your impression, but why did Jake think that it would?" I slapped the meat again. "Maybe he just can't believe how lucky he is. Maybe he thinks that being with you is too good to be true." Quill was gazing off into the distance as he spoke. "Maybe he thinks he's not worthy of you." I walked around the table to where Quill was sitting and sat down in the chair next to him. "But he's the alpha, and this super powerful one at that. If anyone is not worthy around here, then it is me. He does everything, takes care of everyone. Why would he think I would walk away from him when he is such an unbelievably amazing person? Maybe because the thought of being his wife made you pass out cold," Quill retorted. I stopped, shocked, then realized that when Leah had changed to guard the bathroom door, that her mind, everything we had shared and talked about, every fear I had expressed had suddenly been available to the pack, and most importantly to Jake for the first time since we had got home from our trip. He had watched me faint at the thought of being his wife, look horrified at the idea of being engaged to him. Why'd I hurt him like this? I felt the tears roll down my face. It wasn't that I didn't want to be with Jake, not at all, it was just that I was so uncomfortable with the idea of marriage, of damaging something that was so perfect. But of course in Jake's mind I was rejecting him all over again, and with a Cullen returning, it was a natural assumption that I would be rejecting him for someone else. "Do you love him?" Quill asked quietly. The question sounded so small, it was as if that little word didn't have enough meaning to convey everything. "I live him, I breathe him, I am him and he is me. This isn't just love, this is destiny," I responded honestly. Quill stood up and moved to the door. As he opened it, I gasped as I saw Jake standing there. Well, he wasn't exactly standing, he was slumped against the wall, looking sick and pale. They both shook their heads and Jake stood up a bit straighter. I realized then that Jake had been inside Quill's mind the whole time. I took Jake's hand and pulled him into the kitchen. I placed it over my heart. "It beats for you," I said quietly. His fingers traced my skin above the neckline of my top. "It belongs to you." His eyes met mine. "But you don't want to be my wife." I flinched and sighed. I wouldn't lie to him. "I don't want to be anybody's wife, I'm sorry." His face fell and I saw the tears threaten again. I needed him to understand, I needed him to get this, to truly get me. Then I realized. "Jake, what is Quileute for wife?" He looked at me, confused. I don't know. I'm not so good in the classes." I raised my eyebrows and he gave me a bashful smile. "Jake, this thing with us, we are so much bigger than just husband and wife, we are so much more than something that can be destroyed by divorce or nullified by a piece of paper. I want to make a deal with you." He straightened, clearly I had caught his interest and he was giving me his full attention now. "Leah mentioned something about a unity ceremony." He nodded. "It's like a wedding thing. As that was all the Quileute do?" I asked. He nodded in response. I shook my head. "Well, that's not good enough, if that's what everybody does." He continued to stare. "Somewhere, in your tribal stories, in your histories, there is a ceremony that is fit only for the alpha, only for the most wonderful man in the tribe, when he is joined with his imprint." Jake's eyes grew huge. So here is the deal, you have to take the classes, both the language and the history, and you have to find the ceremony that is right for us, for me and my fabulous super alpha, and you have to learn enough of your language to be able to conduct the ceremony, and then, whatever it is that I am called, in Quileute, whatever it is that makes me the one who gets to stand by you until the end of days, then I will be it. I will even have it tattooed on my body somewhere if you wish. I stood tall, facing him as my equal, my love, my own personal son, so do we have a deal? I grabbed hold of both sides of her face as gently as I could. I was shaking with disbelief. After what I had seen through Leah's mind, I was fully surrendered to the fact that I was losing her, and now not only did she seem utterly indifferent to the fact that we had found a Cullen trail, she was also cutting deals for a mythical wedding ceremony. Trust my queen to find a unique way to go about everything. Are you sure about this? I mean, what if I find something that requires us to go on a month-long spirit walk, then cover ourselves in body paint and chant all night? I mean, some of the older traditions were not exactly known for being straightforward. She nodded and smiled. Check, check and check. What if I have to go and hunt a big bear and then use its blood to write "I love you" doodles all over your stomach? I asked, the sheer excitement making me a little silly now. No tickling and you have to hold my nose. She grinned back. Bella, what if I have to hurt you? She looked at me curiously and I felt quite serious now. Well, some of the stories I have heard about talk of blood ceremonies, what if it's one of those? She stood on tiptoe and keyed me on the chin. Find it first, then we'll worry about what it says. You just want to get out of more classes, mister, don't you? I pulled her tight to me. It'll be worth it if I get to call you my not wife but mythical tribal version of wife. As she snuggled to my chest she giggled, well, I hope it's slightly shorter than that if I'm going to get it tattooed. I held on to her tightly, breathing her comforting scent in. Life was about to get very busy, between patrols, and meetings with the elders, school, tutoring sessions 3 times a week, and these history and language classes. I don't think I'm going to be having any time to sleep, let alone have a life. Guess that idea of getting out on a date with Bella has gone out of the window. Oh God. History classes, that meant I'd have to be spending time with Ms. Stillwell, and I've been planned on skipping even her regular classes, let alone extracurricular time. I let Bella drag me into the living room, full of her bubbling news about the tutoring programs and the studentship offer. I was very surprised that Harry had offered it to Bella. I was aware that Leah would be eligible and it always seemed like the sort of thing that would have suited her, well apart from when she was having her 18 months of hating the world period. I know Harry and Billy have my best interests at heart, but some of the other elders don't seem as friendly towards me and the other wolves, so it's interesting that they agreed. I was even more shocked to hear that they have planned to make Paul repeat a grade. This was going to make for a very interesting evening meeting with the elders. Leah turned up on schedule. I'd arranged for her to be staying the night with Bella. I would have preferred to have been here myself, but I wanted to respect the rules Charlie had laid down. She had arrived in tears, worried that Bella would be angry with her for spilling her secrets, but after lots of girly hugging and reassuring they seemed content. Leah was very interested in Bella's idea for the ceremony and asked if I would look out for anything on she-wolves whilst I was going through the histories. I promised her I would and wished her the best for her first day at the new school, then dragged Bella outside for a private moment. I tilted her head up to mine and pressed my lips against hers. I love her so much and Quill is right, sometimes I really can't get over the fact she is truly mine. I pulled back slightly. Baby, I have to go and give a report to the elders on today, and break the news to Paul about his classes tomorrow. She keyed me again and nodded. Be safe. I think there were 1,000 words that both of us wanted to say to avoid having to leave, but I knew the elders were waiting for me. I pulled off my shorts, and smirked at the blush that colored her cheeks. I loved the feeling that she was attracted to me, and how shy she was about it. After tying them I shuddered into the phase. It didn't feel as smooth when I was standing still, but I wanted one final look at my queen to last me through the first day back at school. She put her arms around my neck and nuzzled into my fur. It never ceased to amaze me that she was as comfortable with me in this form as she was with the human me. I gave her a lick which made her giggle and shot off into the woods. When I got to the lodge I could sense that Sam, Paul and Embry were already present. I knew Jared and Quill were running the patrol and Seth wanted to be at home to keep an eye on his parents after the events of the day. Phasing out, I silently dispatched Embry home. He didn't need to be at the meeting and his mom was giving him grief about his constant disappearing, so hopefully getting home for dinner might buy him a little space. Paul and Sam were standing silently in front of the assembled elders. I walked past Dad and gave him a quick key, on the top of his head before taking my place. I couldn't help but catch the scowl that Ms. Stillwell threw in my direction. Sam provided the elders with a comprehensive update of the day's events and there was much conferring and tutting. It seemed that the elders were as distrustful of a Cullen presence in the midst of this sudden rise in Leech activity as the wolves were, however they dutifully reminded us of the treaty and its specifics. Harry informed the elders that Leah and Bella had accepted the studentship and outlined the tutoring program. Paul had clearly tuned out during the bulk of the discussion because it was only when he heard his name linked with myself, Quill and Embry that he suddenly piped up. "What do you mean I'm on the tutoring program with the others? I should be on the same one as Jared." He quizzed in his usual hostile tone. Harry simply turned to me. "Alpha," he gestured. I moved across to where Paul was standing. "Paul, it has been evaluated and given the grades you are scoring. It has been decided that you will repeat the previous grade, to give you time to increase your grades to an acceptable level." I intoned in a serious voice. Paul was outraged. "Evaluated? Decided? By who?" "By Leah and Bella. You're going to let those chess hold me back a grade?" Something snapped inside of me. After our last episode, he still dared to degrade the name of my queen. I felt the control slip and feared for a moment that I might face endangering those around me. However, instead I felt the darkness slip out and weave its way around my eyes, my thoughts. He flew across the room. I knew I had thrown him, yet my arms were still by my sides. The energy was strong, coursing through my veins. The power was eating away at my insides. I went to shout, to scream at him, to hurl abuse back at him, but a roar ripped from me instead, and inside that roar were words I didn't know, spewing forth from me with rage, anger and hatred. Paul was on the ground bent over underneath me as the words poured out of me. I was aware of the screams of another, the cry of, "Stop him," then I felt Sam grip my face and turn it to his. His eyes locked mine and I felt that I was looking into his soul and it feared me. I was shaking. "No, don't fear me because if you are afraid then Bella would be afraid and she must never fear me." I was panting, on my knees now with Sam still close to me. The voice that had screamed was shouting now, "Do you see? This is twice now. He is too young to control the power, he speaks words he has no concept of." Ms. Stillwell stood in front of me now. "You have no control, that was a banishment incantation. Do you even know what that was? Do you know what you could have done? You are like an overgrown child playing with fire." "Hannah," my dad's voice calmed me even though he was shouting. "Do not let your anger at the wolves make you forget you are addressing the alpha." I noticed her flinch and step back. "If anything, you should feel shame that an alpha has come to stand without the knowledge of his language so that he can understand the power that flows within him." Her face colored deeply. "Would you rather he was an older man, like before? Would you wish a repeat of our histories? Or would you rather embrace that this pack have been given the chance to start afresh and teach them what they need to know?" I was confused, and overwhelmed. I kneeled there as Sam helped Paul to his feet and sent him on his way. The other elders began to disperse, several patting me and Sam on the shoulders as they passed. Ms. Stillwell was not one of them. Once it was just Dad and Harry left, I dropped to a sitting position on the floor. "I'm sorry, I couldn't justify myself to them. What I had done was wrong. Both my teacher and even Bella could see that I didn't know enough about who I was yet." "Dad, what are these words? Why do they keep coming out of me when I don't even know them?" I felt ashamed of myself, and ignorant. I don't think even I know what they are. They are ancient powers that are available only to an alpha. In theory, you should have enough knowledge to be able to understand them and channel them appropriately. However, as is the case for so many of the young generations, our language is disappearing from all our minds, not just yours, so instead your alpha energy is accessing them, without your conscious mind being able to decide whether they are right or wrong. You are right to feel shame, but no more so than any of us who can no longer sing the lullabies our mothers rocked us to sleep with or read the stories our grandfathers wrote down for us. Billy spoke sadly now. I nodded and resolved that no matter how much she hated me, I would be learning everything I could from Ms. Stillwell. As I did so, I realized part of what had been said earlier. "Dad, What did you mean about it being better that I am not an older man? Billy sighed, as did Harry, who settled near me in a sitting position and motioned for Sam to do the same. Our people had lived in peace for many years and no pack was needed and no alpha stood. Then the cold ones settled and the threat raised the pack, as it did in your time. However, the last time, those who would become the pack were at a different time of their lives. They were men, in their 20s and 30s, men with lives, jobs, men with families. Sam gasped as Billy continued, 4 men became wolves, your grandfather Ephraim along with the Yulee, Clearwater and Aderia men. You were right Sam, exactly right, the unthinkable happened, 4 wonderful families were suddenly ripped apart, as the wolves imprinted, except this time, there were many children already born in these families, children whose fathers inexplicably simply ceased loving their mothers overnight. 3 of the wives fled to neighboring tribes, taking the children with them, building new lives away from the pain and horror they would see watching their former husbands with their imprints. We monitor their heirs, mindful of the phasing. I realized then, Embry. My father nodded, not that we didn't find your gossiping interesting but did you really think one of us old goats had been playing the field? Both of his grandmothers were those who left interestingly, perhaps his mother was drawn to someone who could understand her sense of loss. His father is in fact now married and living happily with their assumed tribe. His grandmother on his mother's side was previously an Aderia and his grandmother on his father's side was previously a Yulee. I nodded, breathing a sigh of relief. It has always been a thorn in our side that one of our fathers might have been unfaithful and despite the terrible reality of the story it was nice to have that mystery solved. I tried to imagine the pain we had all seen through Leah's eyes, magnified through the eyes of 4 women who had built their lives with these men, borne them children, only to have it torn away on the whim of a coven of leeches. Sam's voice pulled me out of my wondering, who remained? You said 3 women left, who stayed? Billy's face looked grave. My father's first wife stayed within the tribe, she had duties to the elders and was privy to the knowledge, she knew of the stories of the wolves and whilst she knew the stories of the imprinting, she did not accept the situation with grace. She and her daughter went by her unmarried name and nobody spoke of it anymore. My father wished to remain involved in his daughter's life but his mother forbade it. She was only told of it after he had passed on. She has been invited to become part of her family's life but she has refused consistently over the years. Everything clicked into place like a giant jigsaw puzzle, and now she's my history teacher who hates me and everything I represent, and also holds the key to me getting Bella to marry me. I lay down on the floor, just great. Did I tell everyone how much I hated school? There was a sudden sound and my whole body went on alert. Hold on, I recognize that scent, what on earth? I quietly unlocked the back door and poked my head out. Seth. I hissed. He wandered out of the trees with a basket in his hand. I felt my forehead crease in confusion. He whispered, you never did sleep on the first day of school, Mom made you some pancakes. I smiled, it was so weird, my family were such good people, and for a long time now I really had lost sight of that. Seth came inside and set the basket on the table. I went to move it. Seth, why is the handle all wet? He tilted his head at me, how did you think I carried it? Oh yuck, I wiped my hand on my PJs and picked it up by the base instead. All quiet last night, my mind had been racing with horrible images and thoughts. But Seth just nodded as he dug into the pancakes. But not so quiet in the evening. I listened intently as he relayed all the information he had heard about the elders' meeting. My brother could give the girls a run for their money when it came to gossip, he absolutely loved to know what was going on. I was shocked at Jake's outburst. I had thought the first time when he took the alpha from Sam had been a one-off, but if this was going to be a more frequent occurrence I felt it likely that I would need to discuss this with Bella. It wasn't that I didn't trust him with her, but she needed to know exactly what was going on so that she could watch out for any signs. I felt myself shaking when I heard what had led to his outburst. Paul said what? He called me that 1,000 times or more when I was on patrol with him or at training, but Bella, no he didn't. I rubbed my hands smugly. I'd been a little unhappy about the thought of having to tutor him for the extra year, but now bring it on, you are about to get a whole year's worth of hell back with interest. I decided to suggest to Dad that the elders could call a meeting with the parents, Paul's especially, to discuss their required extracurricular support. For Quill's mom and Billy, it would just be for show as they knew the deal. For Embry's mom it might actually make her feel better, but boy would it give the chance to whip Paul's parents into some kind of frenzy. Seth went on to tell me what had happened later. Apparently Sam had been so tripped out by it all that he hadn't felt up to going straight home and so had come and hung out with Dad for most of the night. Seth had made a move to get home and get ready for school. I ed him and gave him a hug. He shrugged me off with an, cooties, which made me smile. I sat back down in a daze. I tried to get my head around it. It made my own drama pale in comparison. What would it had been like if they hadn't come when they did, but 5 years later? If I was grown and Sam and I had got married, been blessed with a child, or children even. Myself and other women just cast aside, unwanted, unloved with small children depending on us. Would I have run away as I watched Emily take my place? Would Sam have insisted on keeping the children and raised them with Emily so that at least they had a mother who wasn't a wolf, who wouldn't have to leave them alone at night to defend the tribe? What would my children have thought of me, of their father, of themselves? My chest heaved with the emotion and I wrapped my arms around myself trying to hold myself together as the tears rolled down my face. Suddenly strong arms wrapped around mine and I buried my head, letting the tears fall freely. Hush Leah, you have the strength you need, patience now. Once I had cried myself out, I lifted my head. Had I woken Charlie? Did Seth come back? But as looked around the room I was alone. I jumped out of the chair. Who was here? Who had been here? I checked the door but it was still locked from where I had let Seth out. I smelled the air but there was nothing additional. My heart began to beat and I leapt soundlessly up the stairs, running to Bella's room. As I opened the door Bella sat up in bed with her hand on her chest. I scanned the room, checking the windows. There was no one here. I could hear Charlie's peaceful breathing meaning he was still asleep. What the hell was going on? I looked at Bella, still sat motionless on the bed. Leah, I had the strangest dream. Yeah, no doubt, but I just had the strangest, awake. I sat down on the end of the bed, all my senses in overdrive. I tried to listen as hard as I could through the house and outside. Who the hell has been here, and what in the name of all things crazy was that humming sound? I shut my senses down trying to breathe deeply and tune everything out. Clearly all that adrenaline leftovers, sugar high from the pancakes coupled with a major case of the Looney Tunes brought on by Seth's gossiping has toppled me over the edge. I curled up next to Bella on the bed. I dreamt I was at your wedding but it was really weird, because I was much older, but you still looked just like you do now. I looked at her baffled, but she was already slipping back to sleep. She gathered my hand in hers and I drifted off as well. The dreaded alarm clock pierced through my brain some time later and then it was all a whirl of dressing and getting organized. Bella and I hopped into the truck and here I was, a bundle of nervous energy on my way to my new school. I prayed I could keep it together today and just get through the day without any drama. We pulled into the parking lot and I recognized a lot of the people from the bonfire. All heads were turning our way. There goes my hopes for keeping things low profile. I settled for keeping a half smile plastered on my face and letting Bella drag me around. When I was coming into the first class the teacher informed me that I would need to meet some guidance woman at the end of the day. Great fun, but at least I had a life plan now so it wouldn't be like the last woman who made me want to shoot myself. I started to relax a little as the day went on, especially seen as we bumped into Angela. She goes on my people I like list. It's not a very long list. There's basically Bella and Angela pretty much. I mean there's the pack, but that's more on the people I just about tolerate list, and then there are some on the people I used to really like but who have all since abandoned me list. So hey, well at least there are 2 people on my current list. A lot of the kids here are most likely going to be on either my people I don't want to associate with list, or my people I actively dislike and wouldn't mind running into on a dark night in the woods' list. Now those are some long lists. At lunch we ran into one who has definitely taking a starring place on the latter list. Little Miss Lauren. Now I've met a lot like this one, got okay looks and a bit of a and decided that we are going to make life hell for every other regular girl in the area. I had some fun with some of these in my last school. We were in the cafeteria when I heard her starting on Bella. Don't you think it's so pathetic when people have to draw attention to themselves? I mean so she got another boyfriend, whoopee, how long is this one going to last, and will the whole reservation up and move when he breaks up with her? I scraped my chair back, one of those long high-pitched scrapes that gets everyone's attention, and wandered over to where she was standing in the queue. I leant past her and grabbed a juice from the counter. Hey Lauren, we didn't get properly introduced the other night. I rose up to my full height now. By the way, I have a number for a clinic in Port Angeles. After what you let Paul do, you'll definitely want to pay them a visit. Had to send his last 3 girls there too. Color rushed to her face and she began to shake. Oh, don't forget to use a fake name. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to take it from a minor like that. I put down my change at the register and wandered back to the table. Lauren abandoned her tray and ran from the cafeteria in tears. I scanned around, caught everyone's attention. Check. Cussed Lauren. Check. Established self is not to be messed with. Check. Mission accomplished. Bella scolded me for being mean, but she did seem quite pleased, although determined not to let it show. As we were standing at the lockers afterwards, the other one approached me. What was her name again? Oh yeah, this was Jessica. Her eyes were red-rimmed. "What's up, Jess?" I drawled, clearly making her uneasy. I wanted to know." She dropped her voice to a whisper. "Should I go too, where you said?" The tears started forming again. Damn, don't they teach them anything in say, Ed here. Bella's eyes were huge. "What you, with Paul, as well?" I grimaced. That boy really needed to learn to keep it in his pants. "No, look what you did." "Well, you should be fine. You can't catch much from that, but stop letting Lauren lead you into messy situations. You're pretty and smart, don't muck it all up on man-whores like that." I didn't dislike this one quite as much, but I still wasn't particularly sold on her behavior. Bella and I got to class on time. The rest of the day was proceeding without incident. I had to report to the guidance counselor instead of going to last period. It was the only time I hadn't been right by Bella's side the whole day, and it made me twitch. I could barely concentrate on what the woman was saying. Bella was in gym class. I mentally walked the route, 2 minutes 18 seconds it would take me at regular people pace. I was going to meet her there once this one was done with me. She was really rambling on, about vocations and finding my way and putting the past behind me. I could hear the clock ticking away as she spoke. The fan hummed as it twisted. Someone was having an argument outside about copying a paper. There was a bird on the roof above us. There was a. Oh God, no. The scent wafted on the breeze. It was faint, but it was here. I grabbed my bag, blaming new cafeteria food and a weak stomach, and ran. I flew round the buildings counting the seconds until I hit the gym. The bell rang and people were moving in the opposite direction. I slammed through the doors. The scent was getting stronger. Was it inside or just nearby? I couldn't tell, my mind was racing too much. I ran straight for the locker room. I could sense her now. She was humming faintly as she finished getting ready. Her head shot up as I barreled into the room and she immediately stood, gravitating towards me as I moved around trying to find the best spot to protect her. I had realized when the leeches had hit us at the house that I was best suited to a frontal attack, knowing that Bella was tucked safely behind me. I backed us up to the shower room, keeping my eyes trained on the door. She stepped over the threshold and immediately slipped on the wet floor. I turned to catch her before she fell and the scent hit me as soon as I did. As I turned back, he was standing there, not quite as tall as me, but with a strong build. His dark coloring didn't make his leech features stand out as much. This was why he was able to get to the girls easier, it was so immediately obvious. His grin disgusted me, I could feel the evilness to it. "Now Isabella, who's your pretty friend then?" He rolled his words like he was attempting to seduce us. My stomach heaved. "I am not sure why you smell so unappealing, but once Isabella and I have finished our game I'm sure I'll be able to find out." "Oh, this one's a talker, that helps." "Psycho babble crap, bring it on baby." "What about the other girls you've been playing with, how did they smell?" I caught his interest and he turned cockily. "My little protégés, they looked the same, but unfortunately they didn't smell the same, they were already spoiled, so I just had a little fun with them." "Now, my Isabella, that's the real game." I tried to grasp the meaning behind the babble, quickly relating it to things Bella had told me about Edward, about how he had waffled on about her scent, calling him horny goat. Here was going on about spoiled. I burst out laughing as it all clicked together. "You moron, is this really the old pure blood nonsense?" His nostrils flared. "It is the sweetest nectar, the most precious liquor, yeah, blah blah blah. Guess what, you sad little prick, you're too late." I felt almost delirious, I could barely stop giggling at him. Yep, take a big sniff, idiot, my big alpha brother done hit that, tapped that, mated that already. He flew forward and I backed up, pressing Bella against the back wall behind my body. He breathed in deeply, then punched the wall, causing the tiling to shatter and fall. Oh crap, Leah, might have pushed this too far. He jumped, landing directly in front of me, his smell almost burning up my nose. Bella was neatly tucked behind me so I couldn't move. I stared him down with contempt, then suddenly realized, Jake. I pulled my mind open, shouting his name through my consciousness. I felt the connection lock. I let him listen. If I cannot drink the sweetest nectar, I will make do with my second favorite pastime. Do you know what that is, warrior woman? I simply stared at him. I could sense my pack being rallied to my aid. They were phasing now, they would be here shortly. Hold him off, that was all I had to do. Do you know what is amusing now, warrior woman? You have your charge so neatly guarded, yet you have left yourself completely unprotected. His hand trailed down my top. You could move, you could fight me, but then you would leave her unguarded, or you can stand there, proud warrior woman, fight your war, but lose your battle. His hand grazed the edge of my skirt. I could hear Bella crying, pleading for him to stop. I could hear Jake in my mind telling me to hang on, but I felt the trickle of blood run down my leg as he ripped my skin. I bit down on my lip. This sick freak wasn't going to get a sound out of me. Jake was screaming at the others inside my mind, urging them on, faster, but I realized it might not be soon enough for me. Jake, don't let Seth see, I let myself cry inside my mind. Suddenly the leech stilled, tilting its head. It stepped back and smiled at me. We'll finish up another time, warrior woman, and in a blur it was gone, to be replaced by the faces of my brothers as they crashed into the room. Sam reached me first, pushing past the others, gathering me up and cradling me to his chest. Jake had hold of Bella. The rest were charging off after the trail. Bella was hysterical, calling my name and crying. I motioned for Sam to let me go and winced as I moved. I put my arms around her. You should have just let him bite me, Leah, you shouldn't have suffered. She trailed off into howling cries and I hugged her hard. Jake stood tall, his anger etched on his face. I can sense him. It is your choice, Leah, I will not command you. You may remain to continue protecting, or you may hunt, and Sam will take Bella to Emily and keep them safe. I straightened up, the pain already fading but the anger now taking over my body. I kissed Bella on the forehead and gestured for her to go to Sam. I loved her and I would protect her with my life, but right now I needed to do this for me. I moved through the door, payback's a and so am I, and phased. I was angry, angrier than I have been since I phased for the first time. I felt the shock radiating from the others as they joined her consciousness. I hadn't just held Seth out, I'd locked them all, fearing the worst and not knowing if she would have wanted them to live through it with her. We had prevented him from raping her, but he had still had the time to violate her. I should have been faster, I cursed myself. The anger and disgust swept through them all, driving them harder and faster. I was tracking him now, I could feel him as he moved, his deadness tainting the flow of energy around us. I would not let him escape us this time. I could feel their questions beginning to bombard her, and pulled her into my mind alone, locking the rest out. Thank you, I knew the words were insufficient, they always are, so I allowed my gratitude, my debt to her, soak my consciousness. Twice this proud woman had suffered for her pack, for me, for my queen. In the first instance she had been willing to die at my hand, and now she had been violated and left unclean by this leech in order to protect my love. I listened to the thoughts Leah allowed me to share, the love she had for Bella, and it was love, it was as pure and as complete as anything I had encountered. For a moment I faltered, it was love, and coupled with her ferocious protection of her selfless sacrifices for Bella's protection and happiness, I wondered quietly. I tried to compare the thoughts she had with those I had witnessed in the others. This was not like the feelings I had seen in the wolves, their love for their families and friends. This was closer to what I had seen in Jared and Sam, and though I kept my thoughts to myself, I began to question, had Leah in fact imprinted on Bella? This was all cut short by a sudden second presence, another deadness in the vicinity. I veered off, knowing that the pack and especially Leah would not allow the freak to escape this time. I moved in closer, trying to access its trail, and was horrified to realize that this was the same one we had encountered before. This was the Cullen Trail. It skirted the boundary line yet seemed to be weaving in the same direction we were traveling. I barreled, closing in fast, and then skidded to a stop as I almost landed on it standing in a same clearing. She stood tall, adopting an aggressive rather than defensive pose immediately. I could read the anger in her expression, and I realized that growing up around two sisters had just proved to be very useful. I stared intently, there was anger, rage, but also hurt and betrayal. I decided to chance it and try to negotiate. Her eyes were definitely not red, so I don't think she had been party to the recent turnings. I crouched and phased, dragging on my shorts quickly. As I turned to her, her face softened slightly, seemingly in recognition, and she nodded in a polite manner. "Ephraim Black." I replied politely but with caution, "Grandfather, I'm Jacob." She nodded again. "Time flies. Are you observing the treaty? All right, let's alpha this up and establish what the hell is going on." "I hope to, but my hunt today is more important, I cannot promise." I looked at her quizzically, cut to the punch, "No messing, I could deal with this one. What is more important than half a century of peace?" I was interested, I had time, and the others were closing in on the freak not far from us. Her eyes flashed again with rage and she whispered harshly, "Revenge. Then it seems that your hunt is the same as our own." She smiled at this, but it wasn't a nice smile. This was a Carrie at the prom smile, a Fatal Attraction bunny boiler smile. It creeped me out royally. "He is mine, his execution will be mine, are we clear?" She was absolute in her words. Man, she was as vexed with the freak as we were. I wondered if maybe he had got to her like he did to Leah. Why should I accept? I wanted to know, and I let Leah's mind into the conversation. If I was going to agree, she had to know the reason. I felt Leah's interest spike. "He came before, one of three, two were obvious in their game, he was not, my father believed him, sent him to our cousins to learn to be one of us. We did not think anything when we did not hear from them. After we left here, the family divided and my mate and I went to stay with them. They are my closest friends, my sisters almost. I would live with them fully if it were not for my mate. When we arrived I found all three of my sisters, they had been hideously tortured, violated, nearly destroyed by him. The males had been killed outright. He had spent months torturing the three of them and probably would have continued if our arrival had not disturbed him. They are barely alive, and unable to travel. I come to seek revenge for all three of them." For a moment I tried to imagine what she was describing, then quickly shook the thought out of my head. I had enough fears already, I did not need any more. "Why did you come alone? Why not bring your mate, your family?" There was an undertone to my question, even though I didn't want to acknowledge it. This type of revenge is my speciality. I do not need others to witness this part of me. I went to answer, retort somehow, but felt Leah's presence appear behind me. She was phased out and slipping on her dress. She walked into the clearing, and the similarities between the two were oddly apparent, as if they were the opposite ends of the same spectrum. "Let me share your revenge and he will cut you the deal," Leah said simply. I was a little annoyed that she had spoken out of place, but then I realized that her place was not behind me like the rest of the pack, but somewhere off to one side, so I let it slide. After all, it was what I was thinking of saying anyway. Blondie Leach seemed to think it agreeable, and I phased back to bring the rest of them into the loop. There were distrustful feelings rumbling, but I placed the order to ensure it would be carried out. They began to round him up, like cowboys bringing home the horses. I stayed near the clearing to ensure Leah's safety. I had cut the deal, but I still didn't completely trust this leech. She was a leech after all. The freak slammed into the clearing and stopped abruptly. I couldn't believe it when he actually smiled at Leah, the sick freak. His smile quickly faded as he took in Blondie. Warrior woman and Miss Cullen, what a delightful combination. I wish I had time to play with you both. The nerve of this thing, even seconds from death and he's still talking crap at them. The pack moved in unison, making the circle complete around the small clearing. Leah shuddered and phased on the spot, not bothering to remove her clothing, clearly not wanting to let this thing have any more sight of her as a woman. She lunged, as did Blondie Leach. They moved seamlessly, simultaneously almost. The screams and screeches filled the air as they literally began to dismember him. I began to wince, as did my brothers, as the viciousness of Leah's thoughts coupled with their tough actions began to become stifling. Unlike the others where it had been a quick fight and burn principle, this was being designed to hurt as much as possible. I felt Embry pale as they began a particularly vicious onslaught to his manhood. I must admit to feeling close to losing my lunch. Women fight differently, that's for damn sure. This isn't even fighting really, this is taunting and mutilating and just generally quite gross. They seemed to stop, but I couldn't understand why. The freak's head and torso were still intact. I commanded the rest to begin the burning, sending Seth to gather some more clothes for Leah. I phased out as Blondie was tying a gag around the freak's mouth. I motioned towards what was left of him. Should the guys burn this too? I'm very wary of her now, in fact of both of them. I certainly would be avoiding pissing Leah off anytime soon. Hell, I think Seth will be sleeping with one eye open for quite some time to come. I could see what Blondie Leach meant, it's not something you really want to see in someone else. She shook her head. This bit is going back for the girls. A shudder went through the guys as they carried on with the burning. Damn crazy women, scary as hell I tell you. She was packing the head and torso into some kind of trailer bag that she had pulled from behind a tree. I could see it twitching away and it reminded me of a particularly sick episode of I think it was the X-Files where this woman had lost her arms and legs in some accident and the Sons kept her body tied to a board under the couch. That had given me nightmares for weeks, and I have a feeling this wasn't going to be far off. She stood up and I instinctively took a step back. She raised her hands up. Don't worry, I will be leaving now, and there are no plans for us to return as a family. She reached into her pocket and took out a small card. The family has separated as I mentioned, but one has left the family. I could detect the warning in this statement. Left as in moved away or left as in red eye left? I asked. My father hopes he will return. I hope he will not. I am sick of his mistakes and the impact they have on us all. She gestured towards the twitching bag. The treaty will continue for the Cullens, but be fearful of the Masson should he return. I can smell your mate on you, and on her, and whilst I wish Bella no ill, he will not be as generous to those around her. See him as the Masson he is, not as the Cullen he was. Should you need assistance in dealing with him, this email address will route to those of us that agree with me. As she departed with her twitching bag, carefully observing the boundary line, I sat heavily on the ground. I understood her loud and clear and would need to inform the elders of her words, but what the hell do I say to Bella? Seth wandered up with some clothes for Leah and she disappeared off to phase. When she came back into the clearing the guys looked shifty and uneasy. What do you say to her? What the hell do I say to her? Luckily, she spoke for us. Thank you for your help. I will not discuss today again with any of you and do not want to hear anything of it. Do I make myself clear? Damn tooting, even I was nodding my head along with the rest of the guys. Those of you who were supposed to be studying this afternoon should get straight to Emily's now. Bella will be there. I want 5 pages of math completed for each of you by the time I get there, now move. They shot off, and I almost chuckled until I realized I was supposed to be studying too. Oh crap. Jared looked around uneasily, shifting from paw to paw. I nodded at him and sent him to meet up with Sam. We would need some more patrols to establish whether we had rounded up all the girls. He exhaled in relief as I let him leave us. I turned to Leah as we started to walk, human style out of the clearing, as I suddenly noticed the hand she had wrapped in some cloth. Oh God Leah, tell me I'm not going to find that in a pickle jar like some Hannibal Lecter thing. She shook her head and laughed. Nah, but that would be cool too. Just thought I'd see if Bella wanted to exorcise some demons too, otherwise I'll just burn it later. I nodded, the image of Leah and Bella round a bonfire, dressed as witches and cackling crossed my mind. It's going to take me a long time to get over this one. By the time we had walked back to Emily's the guys were all stuck into their books. I wasn't quite sure why we had walked instead of phasing and running, but I certainly wasn't going to question Leah on it right now, especially while she was carrying that thing. I was also quite glad that she hadn't seemed to notice that I wasn't studying with the others. I'm kind of hoping I can sweet-talk Bella into taking it easy on me with the studying, and surely the alpha thing must cut me a little slack with Leah, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, I need to get my grades up, but it would be nice to get a little leeway. Embry and Quill were sprawled on the floor. Paul was leaning against the end of the couch tucked into the corner. Everyone had a book open and a bowl of snacks next to them. As we approached all I could hear was scritch-scritch of the pens and chomp-chomp of mouths. Wow. I was quite impressed. Bella had clearly been hovering at the window as she barreled into us both, one arm wrapping around each of us. It was quite odd in a way, but Leah keyed at the top of her head and whispered in her ear about having a shower. I watched her go in. She was so calm, it was almost eerie, and she greeted Emily and Sam as if everything had been fine with them forever. I think Emily was quite shocked also, as she busied herself getting towels and fresh clothes for Leah. Sam nodded. "Seth's out for me now with Jared. I'll switch at dinner if that's okay." I nodded. I wrapped both arms around my queen. I felt as if I could stand still forever in this moment. She tilted her head back to me and I keyed at her as if my life depended on it. I needed to taste her, to feel her. Although it had only been less than a day since I had last been wrapped in her arms, it felt too long, like a lifetime had passed by. I felt like my soul was drinking her in. Her closeness restored me, revitalized me. I finally released her lips. She was panting, blushing with desire, just the way I loved her to be when she looked at me. Her sweet face was doing that thousand questions again, and I smiled. Quick, the others have a head start on me, I've got to catch up. I knew she wanted to talk, but I hoped we could wait until later, maybe get some quiet time together. She pouted, but I think she understood. I didn't want to have a conversation about the Leach family in front of the other guys, especially not Paul. I couldn't trust that he wouldn't start something over it. I grabbed her hand and led her in, collapsing on the couch and grabbing my book from my bag. I guessed that either Seth or Jared had brought them over. Bella settled herself against my side, and I could feel her heartbeat through her skin. It soothed me greatly, and I blanked my mind of everything we had just been through to get on with the maths. It proceeded quietly. Every so often either Quill or Embry would ask Bella a question and she would carefully explain. They would scoot over to her, sitting by her feet so that she didn't have to move from my side. I listened to each of the explanations she gave, jotting little notes in my book. It was peaceful, calm, such a contrast to earlier. I started to feel really positive, like this might actually work out really well. There were footsteps and Leah emerged with damp hair and a fresh dress. Embry shot to his feet with his book in his hand. "I done 5. I smothered a chuckle and remembered that he used to be like that all the time, all eager to please the teachers, really good student. Then the phasing came and it was as if we all lost perspective on being kids anymore. It was hard to think of this stuff actually mattering, when you were out there, protecting, fighting and destroying. My mind wandered a little. What job would I actually be doing after school? What would fit in with all this, and Dad needing to stay on the reservation? Sam was doing well with the construction gig, but I know he was missing out on the good money by not taking the jobs that took him away from the area. Maybe now he wasn't the alpha anymore. We could work out a way for him to take the occasional job out of state, get some of the big bucks once in a while. I knew I wouldn't be going anywhere, not even across the boundary line really. Whatever I was going to do would have to be on the res itself, which would be cool now that Bella was going to be teaching at the school. Wait, maybe, I wonder would that even work for me possibly? I mean not classes type teaching, that would be ridiculous, but what about shop or something? They used to do it a while back, but the teacher had retired and they never hired a replacement, so it hadn't been on offer. Now there's a class one could have aced in my sleep. Perhaps there might be a way to restart that. I mean I'm damn good with an engine, could teach kids how to look after their own cars so that they wouldn't need to spend big money on repairs and stuff. I could see myself doing something like that. Wonder what kind of grades you need to get to be one of those. Bella gave me a gentle nudge in the ribs and I realized I hadn't been writing for a while, so got back down to business. Leah sat with Embry at the counter, silently checking his work. After a little while, she nodded with approval. "You may go." Quill then realized the deal and begun writing much faster. Embry turned to us all with a theatrical bow and said, "See you later, Kurs." He stopped when he caught my eye, suddenly unsure of himself, but I cracked a smile which he returned and he bounced out pleased with himself. Quill didn't take much longer, and passed Leah's critical inspection. Paul sat quietly in the corner. He hadn't asked for help, but he also didn't seem to be making much progress. Bella seemed to notice this also. "Paul, can I see how you are getting on?" I felt Paul's resistance, so I overwhelmed him with a command. I felt like everything was a battle with this guy and I didn't want to get into a fight with him. His face was ferocious as he unwillingly released the book to Bella. She looked at the page, then turned back page after page. "Paul," she asked quietly, "have you ever handed this book into the teachers?" He refused to speak, his jaw set in a thin line. Bella reached for his bag and as he flinched I held him in place. She opened several more. I recognized English, history and biology. She flicked through all of these. She turned to me, acknowledging that Paul was not cooperating. Did they give him new books today? I shook my head. The school wasn't quite ready for their repeat student, so he hadn't been issued with any books yet. These were still his old ones from his other classes. Paul, why is there nothing written in any of these books? Haven't the teachers asked you to hand in work? I leaned forward now and took the maths book from her, opening it up. Instead of the work being set out in the specific spaces, all I saw was pen marks, as if he had just sat there tracing each letter of each word. Leah and Bella were looking between each other, clearly understanding something that I didn't. Was the guy continuing to be an A.S. despite the last two confrontations we had been through? Was this his way of making a joke out of what the girls were trying to do? I could feel the anger growing inside me. What was wrong with this fool? Bella's hand suddenly touched my stomach and it was as if a wave of calm went through me. She looked me dead in the eye and spoke quietly, "Let Paul go home now." I hesitated. He hadn't done the work like the other two. He was trying to test them, trying to cheat, but she closed her eyes slowly, and as she opened them I could see the request in them, that look that says, "Trust me," so I did. He reacted angrily as I released the hold, grabbing his bag and pushing through, his face burning red. His teeth were clenched and he appeared to be hissing almost instead of breathing. He slammed the door hard behind him and I heard pictures wobble. Sam poked his head out of the kitchen. "Everything okay?" I turned my attention to Bella and Leah. Clearly I didn't have a clue. Leah was nodding her head sagely. It makes sense, the aggression, the defiance, the across-the-board failure. No wonder he was mad about being kept back. He was almost home and free. He wouldn't have graduated, but at least he would have finished compulsory education. Bella was nodding back. "We won't be able to keep him in a group with the others. I think you'll need to talk to your dad, see what the school board can do. If you were to work with these guys like today, I could focus solely on Paul for the sessions. I mean, we'd need to do some baseline work, establish how bad it is." Okay, the image of the witches round the fire came back. What the hell are they talking about? I looked at Sam and he shrugged his shoulders blankly. Clearly this was a woman's understanding moment, because us guys were 100% out of the loop. "Excuse us ladies, but for the men folk in the room, can you tell us what the hell is going on?" Both Bella and Leah looked at me strangely as if I had asked them what color the sky was, before speaking at the same time. "Paul can't read." I looked at Sam, I looked at Bella, I looked back to Sam. "Hold on, what? Of course he can read, everybody of our age can read. I mean, I've seen him read, haven't I?" "Wait, none of us read unless we're in class, so no I haven't, but he's been in school for years, of course he would have had to learn, or someone would have noticed." I must have looked like Bella does then, as I couldn't sort out which question needed to be asked first. But I was cut off by Charlie's cruiser pulling up outside. I squeezed Bella's hand and walked out with Sam to greet him. Leave them to their hubble bubble. I needed to get back to something manly that I actually understood. Where was a tool belt and ESPN when you needed it? Charlie's face was etched with concern and he spoke immediately. "The school reported damage, a disturbance in the girls' locker room." I nodded and then wrapped my arms around him. He stiffened but relaxed as I spoke. "It's over." I released him from the hug. His eyes grew wide. It's, where? I shook my head. "There's nothing to find. I hope that it can be resolved without that." I tried hard not to think of that hand somewhere not too far away, but shuddered anyway. He swallowed. "Nothing," he said cautiously. Sam spoke up. "Must have been a wild animal attack. You know how some of them eat everything up." Charlie paled, nodding slowly. "Animal attack. Gonna take some paperwork that." He turned to me now. "Girls okay?" I gestured inside. He walked in and both of them jumped on him. I think the poor guy was getting more hugs today than he had in the last few years. He just seemed so damn uncomfortable. I smiled, as did Sam. They chatted away, telling him all about Leah's first day at school, and he just nodded away. His face got serious after a few minutes. "I need to pull a late shift, there's lots of paperwork." He looked at Sam and myself. I looked at the ceiling, Sam looked at the floor, then out the window. "Yeah, we were smooth all right." He carried on. "I know," I said. but well, I wondered if it might be better if you stayed down at Billy's tonight. Just for tonight, mind. Bella's face lit up as did mine. I had resigned myself to 5 long days before I could hold her in my arms all night again. Charlie frowned at me, so I turned down the intensity of the smile and he nodded, excusing himself. I gathered up my stuff and headed out to Bella's truck. We would need to pick her up some things if she was staying the night. Sam had gone inside and I saw Leah getting ready to head off too. Bella was looking towards Leah with a concerned expression as she climbed in the truck. I sighed, more hubble bubble ahead. Leah, I called out. Bella looked at me in surprise. Do you want to join us for dinner? A grin spread across Bella's face and my heart warmed. Score 1 for kind, considerate boyfriend. She nodded and changed direction to head over to mine instead. As I climbed in the truck, Bella reached over and grabbed my face, keying me hard. Do you know you are the most gorgeously wonderful, not husband but mythically equivalent person ever? I smiled and leaned back in the truck. Sure. I drove along feeling an unbelievable amount of things. There was of course guilt that Leah had been hurt, well, not hurt exactly, but more that she had suffered the terribleness because of me. Then I was extremely curious. No one would particularly saw anything when they got back apart from, it's over, and Leah took care of it. The guys seemed pretty shook up, so maybe she had been a bit scary. There was relief that this horribleness was all over, that I would never have to see Laurent again or any of his evil vampire girls. I felt concern also, for Paul, how he had gone so long without the necessary support and the battle it was going to be to overcome it. But most importantly, I felt complete and uncontrollable desire for this gorgeous man lounging beside me with his knowing little smile playing on his face. I pulled up and we walked into the house. As soon as Jake closed the door, I jumped, causing him to step back against the door as he caught me. I wrapped my legs around him, my hands were running through his short hair, stroking his face as I keyed him furiously. He turned around, pressing me against the door now, and I net into his mouth. My hands were running all over his fabulously bare chest. How I loved that he didn't wear much clothing anymore. He was panting now as I groped his chest. I wasn't being gentle, but I'm sure it didn't hurt. I wanted every action to tell him how much I felt for him, how much I desired him. His weight against me was causing me to burn up in the most delicious manner. I could feel him lowering my body slightly, leaning down to key me now so that he could press himself against me fully, and I gasped. I'm sorry, he panted. I want you, I need you, oh God, Bella, I love so much. He was rocking against me and I suddenly felt as if I was wearing too many clothes, as if it was wrong not to be at one with him. Take me upstairs, Jake, I whispered, and his eyes locked to mine in shock. Are you sure? His voice was strained, as if part of him really didn't want to ask in case I changed my mind, but I loved that he did. I loved him, so completely, so unendingly. I giggled and nodded, and I think he ran up the stairs as fast as he possibly could. He spoke again with the strained tone. What about being safe? I opened the little drawer in the bedside cabinet and pulled out a tampon box. Jake looked at me oddly and I giggled again. Renee's idea, to prevent Charlie from being shocked. I smiled as I opened the box and shook out the box of covers that Renee insisted I pack when I left. Jake picked them up, turning the box round and round in his hand. His expression had shifted, but I couldn't make it out. Is everything okay? I was beginning to feel a little unsure of myself. I was expecting us to be at the ripping clothes off stage by now. Will these, do these work, for wolves, with the heat thing? Jake whispered. I faltered. I had absolutely no idea. I know that rubber melts, but I don't know what temperature these are designed to withstand. My face fell and Jake keyed me gently. As much as I hate it, this is why you were right about taking our time. Maybe I can talk to Jared or Sam about it, find out, I slumped against the pillows. I was so sure that this had been the eventually we had both been waiting for, but yet again, proof that it wasn't exactly. I frowned. Jake keyed my creased up forehead. I love that you think we are ready though. I swatted his shoulder. Bah humbug to it all. Come on, Leah will be waiting for us, I pouted. He stopped for a minute and grimaced. I hope he wasn't regretting inviting her for dinner. Leah wasn't sure if you might need some, vengeance on the freaky leech. She sort of kept a bit in case you wanted, I don't know, to stab it or cut it or burn it maybe. My stomach turned over and I started to tremble, shaking my head. Please, I don't want to see, I'm fine knowing it's gone, don't let her show it to me please. I could feel tears starting to form. The thought of hurting something for my own pleasure, even someone as bad as Laurent, just made me feel ill. Jake grabbed me in his arms. Oh thank God. He seemed visibly relieved, but I couldn't stop trembling at the thought. I remembered back to the afternoon in the cafeteria where Emmett had put his thumb on the table and made it crawl by itself. I hadn't slept for days after that. We got down to Jake's quickly after that as I could hear his stomach rumbling. Leah had already made a start, so with both of us cooking it was on the table in no time. Jake dug straight in and Billy was smiling happily. I could get used to this, he joked, he was so like Charlie in that respect, full belly equals happy man. Well, don't get too set on it just yet, I think you'll have to keep coming up to Charlie's for the time being. I'm not sure I'll even fit in with Jake. My face suddenly went red, I couldn't believe I'd said that. I mean, I know Charlie had surprisingly been okay with it, but I had just blurted out over dinner that I expected to be sharing a bed with his son. What is the matter with me? Jake and Billy laughed heartily, Leah smirked and I clapped my hand over my mouth. I'm so sorry, I don't know where that came from, I didn't. Billy cut me off with a wave of his hand. No, you are absolutely right. I had been thinking it would make more sense for Jake to take over the girls' room now, it's bigger with more storage so that you could keep some stuff here easier. Why don't you girls take a look after dinner and work out what's needed? Jake cut in, hold on, shouldn't I be involved if it's going to be my room? Billy burst out laughing, son, what did Charlie tell you about ESPN? A knowing look crossed Jake's face and he smiled and nodded. Wow, so I guess we'll be organizing a room change then. It's actually quite exciting. After Leah and Jake had finished off every last piece of the meal, there was lots of contented sighing and stomach rubbing. Jake settled on the couch with his maths book. It seemed he was a bit concerned about not finishing the 5 pages yet. Leah and I headed into the girls' room. I hadn't been in here in years apart from that morning when I was looking for some replacement shorts. The room had a lot of pink rug, pink curtains, pink sheets, etc. But otherwise it looked like the girls had taken the bulk of their things when they left. I looked to Leah, who was concentrating heavily. What about a marine blue or darker? We've got some dye at home, those curtains could change easily with a deep color, it would do the rug as well, save doing all the measuring and fitting, etc. I nodded. Leah really was a whiz with this sort of stuff. She crouched down looking at the beds. The single beds could just be strapped together, it would make it wider than a regular queen size so you'd have a bit more space. She nudged me with a wink and I blushed again. I could even dye these sheets and stuff too and just run them together on a machine. You would probably only want the single quilt though, just for you, he's never going to need one. We began stripping the beds and folding them up. A cloud of dust came off the quilt and made me cough. I wondered how long it had been since either of his sisters had visited home. Guess what Leah had said before was true, once people left the res they really didn't look back. It made me feel sad for my little family in the other room. Well, at least they had me now, I would take care of them. Leah began removing the curtains and we folded those up too. I found an empty box and we stacked all the bits for dyeing inside. Leah yawned and stretched out on one of the beds whilst I wandering around removing posters and other things from the walls. Once I had taken down all the old heartthrobs and dodgy bands, the walls were actually a neutral creamy color that would work well with the deep blue we were planning. I turned around to say this to Leah, but she was fast asleep. Poor thing, all that drama today. I went out to the front room and asked Jake if it was okay to leave her sleeping. I mean, it weirdly feels like it's my home, but it's not, so I mustn't assume. He seemed fine with it, so I phoned Sue just to let her know. She said she'd send her things over for school in the morning. Apparently the school had called to say that our stuff had been found near the disturbance in the locker room and we were to report to the head's office to collect it in the morning. I was a bit worried about this, but Sue said she had told the head that we had run off when we had seen the man from the wanted alert and had come straight home and were fine. I breathed a sigh. It was quite nice being surrounded by people who all knew the secrecy thing, it made it so much easier. I asked to speak to Harry and relayed the information about Paul. He was very shocked and I found it quite odd that nobody had picked this up before today. He asked to speak to Jake and they made arrangements for Paul to take a few days off school until we could make some progress in this. It didn't make any sense to me. Clearly he needed more school not less, but Jake reminded me about the whole wolf temper issues and suddenly it made a whole heap of sense. Jake and I cozied up in his tiny bed. It really was a good thing we would be moving him over as this was not the most comfortable for either of us, but to be honest I didn't really care. I just wanted to be held tight by him all night. He lay there stroking my hair. I could tell there was something on his mind, and tilted my face to him. "Baby, you need to know that I ran into the Cullen who'd been around the last day or so." My breath caught, and I remembered back to the fight we had on Sunday with sadness. I didn't trust my voice so I nodded. It was AB, owned female, big attitude. I heard his voice catch, like it was hard for him to have this conversation. It was hard for me too, but this was Rosalie, not someone who I had actually been close to. I'd prepared myself for the worst, but if anything this was almost a letdown. "Did you play nice? Let's keep this light, I don't want it to spoil this night in his arms." He spluttered slightly, caught off guard by my tone. I was nice. Don't think the freak thought the Leah and Blondie tag team was particularly nice. Though. Oh, so that was why she was back, hunting Laurent. Well, that's fair enough. Part of me was desperate to ask more questions, but I was concerned about upsetting him. If Leah had been there I could always talk to her in the morning. "He's left them." It came out as a breath almost. What did he mean? I could tell he was talking about Edward, but what was he saying? Did he mean left the family or did he mean left the family way, the vegetarian lifestyle? "I don't know," he said out loud. "I didn't ask." "I know, but I did. I asked her. She wasn't exactly straightforward to talk to. She just warned us and suggested that the treaty be changed, something about not covering a Masson." My heart paused for a beat. If Rosalie was calling him a Masson, not a Cullen, she must be disappointed with him. I sighed. That was his name before Carlisle changed him. He left them before, but he came back. He was a human drinker. I could feel the shaking starting and I knew that I would have to solve this somehow. "Talk with the elders. If he comes here and his eyes are red, I will stand by your decision." The shaking stopped and he began to stroke my hair again. I knew that there wouldn't be any more talking tonight. I lay there quietly thinking. If Edward had lost his way, I knew he would be reading minds to select only bad people, but Jake and the pack were right in the way they saw it. Killing was killing, irrespective of the motive. Who knows how many bad people had gone on and reformed themselves and been able to make amends for their ways. If you destroyed them before they had the chance, how many others might be harmed by this? One thing I was beginning to realize, spending time with the pack, with Leah and with Harry and Billy, was how much everything in life was interconnected. Even I had caused things to change by my desire to be turned and I had never anticipated the impact that had caused in Seth's life. The Cullens moving here had destroyed Leah's happiness by making Sam change and then imprint. So who was I to ignore the fact that if Edward was no longer vegetarian, the consequences could be far greater than I could overlook. I snuggled my face against Jake's warm chest and drifted off to sleep. I woke up feeling stiff. There was the comforting feeling of Bella resting on my stomach and chest. Those were the only fits of me that weren't feeling stiff. I had probably unconsciously frozen myself to prevent my huge weight and size from crushing her while we slept, because normally I would always wake up in the same position, face down, legs and arms stretched out like a starfish. That's what my mom used to call me when I was little. I blinked for a moment. That day would be coming soon. The dark day when that cloud of depression hangs over the house and the girls finally remember to call Dad but he's too upset to speak to them. And no matter how much we try, we always end up in a fight even though we can never work out what started it. I stroked my beautiful queen's hair as it fanned out over my chest. Would it be different this year? Would her presence somehow shift the balance? I didn't want it to become a thing, like she was supposed to fix it some way, or try, or worry or anything. I just hoped that Bella, being mine, being part of my family, might in some way change things. She stirred as I played with her hair, her eyes opening with confusion, and a little smile dancing across her mouth. I wanted to stay like this forever, but if I didn't move my muscles soon I would be aching all day. Suddenly a waft of grossness hit me and I tensed completely, my aching muscles cursing me as I did so. "Leah," I bellowed through the house, "are you mucking about with that hand again?" I felt Bella shudder and I ed her forehead and muttered, "I'll sort it." I wandered through the house and spotted Leah out the back. Sorry, she shrugged, poking the hand with a stick as it lay on the ground. Do you think he can feel it? I nodded. I mean, this thing was still twitching away, so it was more than likely. I nearly flew a foot in the air when it spun over and started scrambling off in the dirt. Leah stood up and rammed the stick right the way through it, pinning it to the ground. That's it, I ordered, burn this now, before it gets lost and tries to strangle someone. Leah huffed at me and made that girly expression that seems to be universally accepted to mean, whatever. She built a little pile of wood and lit it. Then she pulled the stick out of the ground and proceeded to ram it right the way through the torn-off bit until it jutted out between two fingers. My stomach turned again. She sat down next to the fire and began toasting it like a marshmallow. Oh God, this woman is really not to be messed with. I could hear voices inside and I assumed Bella was up. Okay, time to get Dad organized, but Leah's whisper stopped me in my tracks. What did you say? I asked, trying hard not to look at the slow-burning hand whilst I spoke to her. She whispered again, let them talk. Why do women always say cryptic things? Okay, so now I'm intrigued. I wandered round the outside of the house and realized that they were already in the bathroom. Well, I guess Dad was getting into the flow of having Bella around. I felt sort of rude listening in, but Leah's comment had piqued some serious interest. Bella, I know that by now, with the imprinting, you and Jake will have begun to think of marriage and family and so on. Oh God, Dad, are you trying to kill me? Please don't pass out again, baby, please don't pass out. I breathed out as I heard her embarrassed choking breaths and could just picture the color in her face now. But I was stunned by how strong her voice sounded when she spoke. We have started to discuss it and will take things in our own times once we find what suits us. I smiled. I had my first class with psycho issue history teacher / loony aunt after school today. Yippee for me, but if it brought me a step closer to being able to call Bella my wife, then I would man up and deal with it. Bella, I know that you have accepted everything that has been placed in front of you with surprising ease and tolerance. Jake's responsibilities, the pack, the history, schooling the boys, Leah, even me. I heard my dad pause, and felt an urge to intervene. Something was wrong, something bad was going to happen. Bella, I'm going to be honest with you, in a few years you will be in college or teaching at the school. You and Jake will have several strong children to raise. Jake will be leading the pack, hell the whole tribe, and I'm just going to be a burden to you all. I felt a cry try to rip through my body and I silenced it by biting my lip so hard I could taste my own blood. I leant my head against the wall, my body shaking with silent tears. My own father felt that he had no place in our lives. I've started looking at some places in Port Angeles. There are homes for old cripples like me. I looked before, but with Jake being so young and all. But from your birthday, the house and the land could be signed over to you, as an adult with Charlie to sort of act as the bond until you reach 21. There's no mortgage or anything. I slumped to the ground as I tried to picture Dad in one of those places, with no one who loves him, no one to talk to. I remembered what it was like when he got the chest infection and had to go into hospital, and when I had visited I could smell him from outside the room. No one had taken him to wash him or help him to the toilet. Surely he remembered. Surely he knew what might happen. Why was he saying this stuff? Does he think I don't love him? That I don't have enough love for both of them? My heart was thumping hard and I felt sick. I waited, holding my breath for Bella's answer. This clearly wasn't my choice, otherwise he would have spoken to me. This was the choice he was giving Bella and it was killing me. Billy, you are my father's best friend, you are my family, you are the father of my beloved. You are my elder, my wiser and my better, and I will always view you with respect and dignity. I heard her draw in a deep breath. But if I ever hear you talk such nonsense again, I will call Charlie to come down here and slap you until you can't see straight. I heard a deep rumbling chuckle from my dad as tears of relief rolled down my face. Looks like Leah's rubbing off on you, girl. You'll need a bit of that spunk to keep the boys in line. We'll say no more about it then, but I don't want you to ever feel that you don't have a choice in all this. I walked back round to the door, past a smiling Leah. I told you they needed to talk. Bye. Slap, who'd have thought she'd have picked it up. I walked into the kitchen as Bella was getting out bowls and cereal and grabbed her in my arms. She giggled and fussed, but I planted keys on every single part of skin that I could see. I finished with a long lustful kiss to her lips before setting her down to get her breath back. I was determined not to mention to either of them what I had overheard. But I resolved that I would try to find ways to make Dad feel more included in things, so that he felt he was a part of my new family. I wasn't going to just move on with my life like the girls and view him as part of my past. Many families still had a grandparent live with them, even once there are kids. I mean Quill's pops lives with them, and that's never been weird or anything. But I need to make sure that Dad doesn't feel like he's out of the loop. Maybe we can have a little family cookout on the weekend, get Charlie down to or something. I got Dad organized and then myself and chugged down the cereal whilst Bella got dressed. Leah had popped home to get sorted. It all seemed so oddly normal after the tension of the last few days. I thought over the conversation last night. Part of me kept nagging on one particular point. It was as if I stuck on replay. I kept hearing her say, "If his eyes are red," but that left a whole separate conversation. What if they weren't? What would happen then? I didn't want to raise it. I can't trust myself yet with the conversation. Even the thought of him gets me so riled up, and I hate that she has to see that side of me. We jumped in the truck and swung by Leah's, to drop me off with Seth, and so she and Leah could get going. I pulled her into a hug again and inhaled her beautiful scent. "Did you just sniff me?" she teased. "Sure did, beautiful, and guess what I'm going to do now?" She squealed and tried to struggle away, but I licked her neck good and proper and stuck my tongue in her ear for good measure. To groans and sounds of disgust from Seth and Leah, I let her go. "You both studying with Jared tonight?" Leah nodded, but Bella shook her head slowly. We both turned to look at her. "I thought I'd go and see Paul," she said quietly. "Oh hell no." Both Leah and my words were simultaneous. What was it with Bella? We were just breathing easy, having eliminated the horny freak that had been creating evil leech versions of her, and now she wants to get in the ring with a wolf with an anger management problem that she just exposed as not being able to read. What was with this death wish she had going on? "I know you are not going to like it," she looked between us, "either of you, but this is a delicate situation, and I think the less people involved at this point the better." I went to speak, as did Leah, but Bella cut us both off. "And of course, as my beloved," she turned to me, "how I hate that it makes me all mushy and girly inside when she says that. And as my absolute bestest girlfriend," she put her hand on Leah's arm. "You of course respect my decision, don't you? Oh, the puppy dog eyes, the ones that look like the tears are forming, they're killing me. I can't refuse her. I don't think the imprint was designed with a woman like Bella in mind, a woman that is drawn to danger like a moth to a flame." I nod. I can't even bring myself to speak, and I catch Leah shooting daggers at me with her eyes. I guess my acceptance just overrode her objection too. Her mouth set in a firm line and she climbed into the truck and slammed the door hard, still glaring. "I'll come and meet you afterwards." She screws her mouth slightly, then grins. "I'll be fine, trust me," she says simply. "It's not you I don't trust." I'm toughly honest with her, but she reaches out and squeezed my hand. "You told me you can feel my fear, remember? If I'm afraid, you can come and rescue me, be my knight in shining armor." Her grin gets wicked, sultry even, and I feel all of me waking up as she looks into my eyes with lust. "Or find me a little red cape and you can be my big bad wolf." She jumps into the truck and smiles and waves. I stand for a moment, images and thoughts keeping me frozen to the spot. Seth shoves my shoulder and I realize I need to get to school. "Seth man, where can I get a cape?" I stood outside the door. All day I had been thinking about this moment, but right now, as I stood here, everything I had planned to say just drifted clear out of my mind. Leah had grumbled all day long, but I think Jake's acceptance had left her a little bit gagged as she kept opening her mouth to say something, then closing it and frowning. It had reminded me a lot of when we had taken the trip and how she had been dying to tell me about Jake. When I look back on that time, it makes me feel like such a moron. I'm surprised she hadn't tried to drown me in the swimming pool with all my nonsense chattering. It also brings it home once again that when Jake says something, it really is law. She couldn't even hedge around it or get in some kind of reference to how much she didn't want me to be here, where I am right now, which is standing on Paul's front step, looking like a complete idiot as I've not moved for probably about 10 minutes. I went to knock on the door, but it swung open, which threw me off guard. I had all these lovely starting comments planned in my head, all, "Hello Paul and how are you today," but things like that require the person to actually be at the door. I hesitated for a second, then stepped inside. I wasn't sure what I was expecting really. With Paul's demeanor, something between a cave and a beat shop came to mind, possibility even a beat shop in a cave. But this was oddly normal. It was very tidy and in fact very feminine, with little knick-knacks and porcelain dolls on stands. It was very not Paul. I couldn't imagine any of the pack sprawled around telling jokes or hanging out here. The kitchen was pristine, it was surgical almost, everything sparkled. I paused for a minute. Okay, no fair, how on earth does someone get a kitchen sink to sparkle that brightly? I've tried every product ever invented on Charlie's One and at best all I can get is a dull gleam. I felt like some sort of stalker, like I was prying into someone's private life, but the door had been opened, so someone must be here. I opened the first door I came to. It was a gorgeous master bedroom. If you were into the extremes of pretty pink and lacy frills, I couldn't imagine any guy using this room. It was like a princess room almost. It was how I imagined Rosalie would have decorated a room if she hadn't had to consider Emmett breaking everything. That was it. Everything here was delicate, spotless, pristine. I'm really beginning to think I have the wrong house. The bathroom was a mirror image of the kitchen, all gleaming surfaces and carefully folded towels. There was a little table and chair in the bathroom, like a little dressing area, with makeup and beauty products laid out like it was for a movie star. I closed the door carefully and turned round into the one thing in the house that looked seriously out of place. Paul's eyes were narrow, his face rigid. He was shirtless as usual, his shoulders almost touching each side of the narrow hallway of this doll's house. Finished snooping, have you? His tone was mocking. I began to try and justify myself, but the words escaped me under his harsh glare. I stepped backwards, trying to create some space between us, but my back bumped against the last door in the hall. He moved forward, and I pressed back, causing the door to fall open and me to fall through it. Here was the cave. I whipped my head around, taking in the difference between this room and all the others. There was nothing delicate in here. The walls were painted black and the carpet had been stripped from the floor. There was a large window in one wall which looked out straight into the forest. For a brief second it reminded me of Edward's room in that way. There were no curtains, no obstructions. The bed, if you could call it that, was a large mattress directly on the floor. There were a couple of boxes stacked by one wall, also painted black. This was Paul's room, that was for sure. He reached out a hand and as I took it, he pulled me to my feet. His eyes locked into mine. What brings you here, Isabella? His voice was quiet, soft, and far more unsettling because of that, and his use of my full name added to the sense of weirdness. I thought we could talk about yesterday, I mumbled, all of the carefully planned phrases escaping me again. I was intrigued by his eyes. There seemed to be something off about them, as if he wasn't really behind them, if that made any sense. Now that would be a shame, wouldn't it? He whispered, to waste such a precious gift as time on talking. He moved towards me. I could tell what he was doing from his body language and I watched as he orientated himself to me. You're a very beautiful woman, Isabella. You shouldn't be worrying yourself about others, you should be letting others care for you, please you, pleasure you. I could tell that his tone was designed to seduce, but it was his eyes that continued to hold my interest. When Jake spoke to me I could see his emotions, his love, his desire in his eyes, but with Paul, his eyes were almost blank, glazed. I suddenly realized it was like watching someone recite their lines in a school play. This was nothing more than a defense mechanism, a tactic designed to distract and manipulate the situation. As I watched him continue to recite his lines I felt really sad for him. Had people around him been so easily distracted either by the anger or by this prostitution almost? I felt no doubt that he would carry out whatever he was describing, but to do so, to undertake a will act with another person just to avoid having to admit his inability to read. It just seemed so degrading, so unbelievably sad. I registered that his hand was moving towards my body, enough analyzing, enough pity, he's about to get himself killed. I drew back away from him and pointed towards his hand. Did you know that a wolf will feel what his imprint does? I quietly questioned. His eyes lost their glazed look and became focused and clear. The wolf in him was clearly more easy to deal with than the man in this case. He tilted his head in a questioning manner, his hand still stretched towards me but frozen in the air. Jake feels my pain and he feels my pleasure. His eyes widened and I continued, you may have been able to get around every teacher you've ever faced, with a combination of making them fear you or distracting them with that. I nodded towards his hand. But I'm not a regular teacher, Paul. Lay a hand on me to bring me either pain or pleasure, and exactly how long do you think you'll have before he kills you? I said this in a calm, even tone. I wanted him to know I wasn't mocking him with this, or challenging him. I was speaking directly to the wolf, the only part of him that would understand how to interact with me. What are you then? You stand before me speaking legends and histories like they are your first language, but 2 minutes ago you were bedded down with our enemy. You don't care about me, this is just a game to you, little girl. He was angry yet controlled, and for the 5th time since I arrived he was speaking honestly. This was the wolf that needed to trust me, not the man who thought he could distract me or seduce me. You are right, this man who calls himself Paul, who stands in front of me, I truly don't care about him. In a professional capacity as a qualified teacher, I would probably feel obligated to concern myself, but would I care about a man who degrades himself out of a fear of acknowledging his problems? No, I wouldn't. His breathing was harsher, his anger was flickering, but he could hear my honesty, and for some strange reason that appeased him. But the wolf that stands before me, he is part of M.Y. Jacob's tribe, he is part of M.Y. Jacob's pack, he is my Jacob's responsibility, and he will live up to his alpha's expectations whether he wants to or not. So here's your choice: work with me of your own free will, or be a marionette puppet and I'll have Jake down here pulling your strings. He raised his eyebrows, clearly contemplating the no-win situation, then shrugged his shoulders, seemingly accepting his fate. So what now? I looked around me. Clearly I didn't think staying in the bedroom was a good idea, but it seemed like the only place in the house that he actually used. I looked out the window towards the woods. How about we walk and talk? He nodded and we headed outside. So do you remember when you started finding it a struggle at school? He frowned. When he spoke his tone surprised me. I don't think I've ever actually heard him speak except when he's yelling or doing that, well, whatever that was earlier. I don't think I ever exactly got it. My mom, she knew I was having trouble. She used to spend hours reading with me, helping me trace round the letters in books. I remembered what I had seen in the maths book. Then what happened? His shoulders sagged. She got sick, really tired all the time. She couldn't read, she was too tired, it was cancer. I gasped, my hand flying to my mouth. He shook his head. No, it's okay, she got better, she's got good genes. He flexed his arms and I allowed myself a small smile in response. The treatment took a long time, made her really sick, everything made her sick, even reading. I thought back to the kitchen, the bathroom, the cleanliness everywhere. It began to make sense. School left me be, I mean, the kid's got a sick mom, of course he's angry, leave him alone, don't put any pressure on him. My dad, it might sound crazy, I know his generation never phased, but it's like she's his imprint. When she got sick, his whole world revolved around her. He tried everything he could to make her better, make her happy all the time, and when she got better it was like he'd been blessed with a second chance. Every waking moment all he's thinking about is her. He treats her like a princess, and they are so happy it's crazy. They wake up at the same time, drive to work together, work side by side, eat together. It's like he can't bear to be away from her for even a single second, just in case. His voice trailed off. So home got too busy. I could tell he didn't want any blame placed on his parents, so I veered away from them. But school. I couldn't believe someone hadn't picked up on this. The angry representative keeps most away, the guys, the older women, but every so often a new one would start, see something, figure something out, try to make me into a project, so I learnt ways of dealing with that too. I couldn't work out why I wasn't kicked out, well, until I phased for the first time. Then a few things made a bit more sense. Can you read anything? I asked bluntly. His face colored and he looked down. Some little bits, packets and labels. I can do some names, some stuff. He trailed off again. I grabbed his arm and stared into his face. Have you told anybody that before? He shook his head, his face overwhelmed with shame. No, don't, it's fabulous, in fact it's brilliant. Admitting that you need a little help is the first step. You've taken the first step. Using his arm as a stabilizer I scrambled onto a large tree stump. I raised my other arm to the sky. My name is Bella and I can't walk 10 meters without tripping over. I shouted to the trees. Paul looked at me like I'd gone crazy. I nodded towards him. Go on, try, it's just you, me, the trees, and the spirits, and they already know anyway. He smiled and stepped back, stretching his arms out to their huge span. My name is Paul and I can't read. It would have been perfect, an absolutely wonderful moment, except that he had taken his arm back to stretch it out, and at that moment my horrific sense of balance decided to reassert itself and I toppled backwards of the stump, smacking my head on a stone as I fell. The pain shot through me and Paul leapt over the stump looking at me worriedly before suddenly clutching his head and clamping his eyes shut. He let out a cry of anguish and several choice curses. "Well, if you'd stop shouting at me I could open my eyes and show you," he screamed out, and for a minute I was confused as to who he was talking to. He loomed in front of me holding the sides of his head. His eyes wide, and I realized that very bizarrely that Jake was looking at me through Paul's eyes at that moment and was probably giving him quite an earful about why I was in pain. "Hi honey, I fell," I joked weakly, waving at the eyes. I could smell the blood and began to feel quite woozy. "Don't cut your classes, I'll be fine, just a couple of stitches, meet me after you finish, okay?" It felt very strange to be able to talk to him through someone else. "We need to get you to a hospital," Paul said, scooping me up in his arms. "You did real good, you know." He smiled and nodded, "And you weren't lying, you weren't even walking when you fell down." Paul jogged along tirelessly, holding me in his arms like a doll until we reached the hospital. We chatted as we went, he talked honestly about his classes, things he was interested in and such. As we neared the hospital I laughed out loud realizing how far we had traveled. We could have just gone back and got my truck. Paul smiled, "Guess I'm just used to running around." He got me settled in. I knew most of the staff by sight if not by name now I was in here so often. A new nurse entered the room with the forms. "Hi Bella, I'm Michael, I'll be your nurse this evening, I'm going to take a look at that head wound." Paul began to snigger, "Male nurse, what's up with that?" "Paul," I went to chastise him for his rudeness, but the nurse leaned over and stage whispered, "Dude, think about it, all those hot nurses, only one changing room." Paul's eyes grew wide and he sat up straight and gave the nurse a high five. I smacked the back of Paul's head. "What?" He said, "It, not me." I looked over to the nurse with a frown, and of course the lady knows that I am only joking and of course this is my true vocation in life. He gave a little nod of the head. He was Native American. I didn't know enough history yet to be able to distinguish tribes, but what did strike me was that he was big. Not Paul big, but much bigger than an average guy, maybe Seth's size. He began cleaning up the back of my head and gestured towards the papers he had laid on the bed. "Can you start filling those in for me?" He addressed Paul and I flinched. Paul took a deep breath and looked at the papers. "I'm not good with papers," he said in a low voice. I exhaled loudly and gripped his hand. He looked up at me and I smiled. "Michael," the nurse paused, "Oh, you getting some help with that?" Paul nodded, "She's my new tutor." Michael stopped what he was doing and walked round to the other side of the bed. "Can I just say, I need to shake your hand, it takes a big man to admit to something like that." They engaged in some male bonding type display, which seemed to involve punching each other hard on the shoulder. For a non-wolf, this guy seemed really strong. "So Michael, I get hurt a lot and I haven't seen you around before, are you new?" Firstly, I was curious, there was something oddly familiar about this guy, and secondly, I'm bleeding here. Michael hurried over and after gelling up started working on my head again. "I was working here before for a little bit but I got sick so I had to take some time off, then the healer felt I was safe to return, and I've been back a good few months now." My next question to him was cut short as I heard shouting echoing down the hall. I could hear Leah, and she was probably still in the parking lot. "Paul, what did you do to her? I swear I will kill you." She flew through the doors with an expression that looked like hellfire. Her arms were definitely going for him but she never got a chance to connect. Michael had taken her off guard and forced her back against the wall. I exhaled in shock. Moving an angry wolf even in human form was a serious feat. Jake was coming through the doors and his jaw dropped also as he took in the scene. Everyone's eyes were locked on Leah and Michael as they stood panting with shock, staring at each other. Michael stepped back suddenly. "I am so sorry, I shouldn't have, I feared for my patients, I should have got a female security, my sincere apologies," he mumbled, running his hands through his hair as he backed up out of the room, almost bumping into Jake. I'm sorry, Leah." He was speaking so quietly, I almost didn't catch the last word, but I did. "I'm sure I did." I turned to Leah. This felt Well, this felt like one of those moments, like when Jake had lost control and was attacking Leah. I knew this moment, this was the moment when everything made sense. This was him, this was her imprint. I looked at her, my smile growing huge. Her eyes locked mine, I could read her expression, she knew what I was thinking. It was him, wasn't it, Leah? He's your imprint. I didn't ask, I just declared it, I was so certain of the fact. She was looking at me with tears in her eyes. It was him. Patience, patience, it was him. So why didn't I imprint Bella, why? If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what if stories.